What's going on, y'all? National Signing Day 2025 here all day on 24/7 Sports. Thanks for tapping in with us. I'm Bud Elliott, along with Andrew Ivins and Tom Lloyd. The futures of so many programs are going to be changed today. And y'all, I am so excited for this. More talent is being spread out around the country every report. We're going to come to you. Live commitments, live updates, insight on the biggest news around the country. We're going to have Coach James Franklin on. Virginia Tech Coach James Franklin, that's new to say now that we're on camera. Andrew Ivins, Tom Lloyd, the best experts if you want all the recruiting scoop. Thank God they're here because I couldn't do this alone for sure. All right, y'all, 21 different schools today are set to sign a five-star prospect. That is a record. More access to the playoff than ever before, but meaningfully, importantly here, more teams actually could do something about it once they get into the playoff now because everybody can pay players. Rosters are all spread out. Talent's more spread out than before. What does that mean for us as a sport?
Yeah, but I mean, I think anyone tuning in, right, if we're pulling up a commit list, you're going to see the number one player in the country set to sign with Houston. That's Keyshawn Henderson, okay? The number 3 player in the country, quarterback Jared Curtis, he flipped yesterday from Georgia to Vanderbilt. Syracuse is going to sign a 5-star prospect. Maryland's going to sign a 5-star edge rusher, it sounds like. Just the parity in the sport, right? The flattening of the curve. Another, I think, eye-opener. Georgia's tracking to sign just one 5-star player. They've signed at least 3 5-stars every year since 2017. So the sport is completely shifting, and I can't wait to get into it today. Just, who is getting better, how these teams are trying to figure out how they want to construct their rosters, because like you said, Bud, the access to the playoff, you can push all your chips in. If you have a window, you can go get that guy to be the face of your program and be the difference maker.
All of what you just said is what fires me so much as a college football fan, because we're no longer just talking about Alabama and Georgia and who's going to win the national championship. It is, obviously they're in the SEC title game, but you know what I'm saying. The fact that we have so much parity, we have so much moving parts, and yeah, a lot of teams have money and they're throwing it around and they're putting so much effort into building. Houston loves the fact that they have a better football team, that they can push for the number 1 player in the country. So all of that stuff should excite. Even if you have a struggling college football team, everything about the sport right now should fire you up. It's just a great time to be a college football fan, and today is the best day of the year.
Speaking of the talent spreading around the sport, we're going to have Matt Sieg commit live on our air. We see Matt right there. And like so many other great choices, and like no longer do you have to pick just one of the former top schools. A lot of finalists for him, South Virginia Tech, West Virginia, like so many schools there that are really in contention for his services. I'm super excited about that. Other stuff we're excited for today. What else are you really looking forward to monitoring from a news standpoint, from an intrigue standpoint? Lloyd, I'll start with you. Like anything you're really monitoring today?
My big thing is what's going to happen at LSU. And obviously they have Lane Kiffin there as the new head coach, but there's 2 5-star defensive linemen in that class, in Richard Anderson and Lamar Brown. And Lamar told me last night, I'm not sure, when I asked him if he's going to sign on Wednesday. So my gut feeling is that by the end of the week, Thursday, Friday, he's going to put pen to paper. I think the same goes for Richard Anderson. There's a lot of schools pushing to land these guys, flip these guys. Texas A&M, Miami. Again, all of the heavy hitters when you talk about NIL, cash flow, money, they're going to make a push to get these guys. But these guys are all LSU. They are all about the program. They just want to make sure they know who they're playing for. So keep an eye on these guys. I know LSU's sweating this one a little bit. We'll see if they get it done by the end of the week.
Yeah, but I just thought of this. You know what the past 24 hours has kind of turned into? It's like a trade deadline in pro sports, right? These teams kind of budget out their payroll. You have players slotted, and guys are moving around, and that opens up money. So, at LSU, you can go to a kid that thought he was signed, sealed, and delivered to another school with a more attractive offer. So that's what really has made, the past 24 hours. It's going to make the next 24 hours very exciting because, yes, today is the first day of this 3-day signing window, but it stretches into Friday. And then, obviously, there's going to be a second one in February. I think the other thing that's standing out to me, and I'm glad you brought up those 2 5-star difference makers up front for LSU. I mean, these guys are the real deal, right? Lane Kiffin went to LSU because the best in the boot want to stay in the boot. In Louisiana, per capita, the most NFL players in recent years. He's got to get them across the finish line. If you want to talk about a disaster scenario for Lane Kiffin, your first week on the job, it's not getting those guys signed, sealed, and delivered. But the other thing, how about the race for the number 1 ranked recruiting class out here? USC sitting at the top. They just flipped Caden Dixon-Wyatt, 5-star or borderline 5-star wide receiver from Ohio State. they're there, but Oregon right behind them as well.
100%. So if you look at this, the top 2 recruiting classes by the month, let's just track, kind of like chronologically, almost like you would do with election coverage. September, it was Georgia SC. Then it was SC Georgia. Then it was SC Georgia again just after Halloween. And then entering today, it was SC and Alabama. But y'all, I think there is another school that actually has the potential to come out of nowhere and maybe rise up to get that number 1 class. We'll know likely within the next hour. Tom, tell us why we'll know. Who else are we watching here that could propel this team up the rankings?
Well, are you talking about Georgia? Or are you talking
I'm talking about Oregon.
Oh, Oregon, sorry. Chris Henry Jr., 5-star wide receiver. This is a guy, he's obviously been committed to Ohio State for well over a year, been completely locked in. But again, everybody at Oregon has told me for months, keep an eye on Chris Henry. I understand what he's saying. He's gonna stick. He's gonna sign. They are working and pushing all the right buttons behind the scenes and doing all the right things. Really, we've already talked about the financial aspect. That's going to be a common theme today. And with Kaden Dixon-Wyatt, which Ivan's just mentioned, flipping to USC, simple. More money headed to Chris Henry's way if it matters. So Oregon's not going to be outbid, but again, there's just some moving parts that I think Ducks fans need to keep an eye on this one.
And I know they're probably keeping an eye on USF this morning as well, with reports that USC offensive coordinator, former receivers coach Brian Hartline is taking that USF job. Obviously, he's been kind of like the leading force behind Zone 6 there for Ohio State for such a long time, with just 5-star after 5-star receiver going to Columbus. How does that impact this recruitment, if at all?
Well, yeah, Ohio State, they've essentially drafted at the wide receiver position. I don't know if you guys watched the game last weekend. It was like Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate, Brandon Ennis. Those are guys that everyone in the country wanted. And Ohio State has had it rolling. We talked about those two. Jerquan Guilford's another guy that got committed. Jaden Ricketts as a longtime Buckeye pledge. West Virginia is making a move there. So certainly Brian Hartline. I feel like every year we've talked about this on signing day. What happens if Brian Hartline takes another job? I remember the Jeremiah Smith drama 2 years ago. Ryan Day was essentially collapsing on stage, celebrating that commitment. And there was a lot of talk at the time. Hey, what if Brian Hartline takes an OC job elsewhere? What if he takes a head coaching job? Well, it sounds like, according to our Matt Zinitz at CBS Sports, Brian Hartline is headed to USF. And talking with some people close to him, I think that is the perfect fit, the perfect opportunity for him with the investment USF has. But that has opened the door for these other wide receivers to look around, because Brian Hartline is the best in the business when it comes to fine-tuning these prospects. Look at Jeremiah Smith. Look at Carnell Tate. Look at Brandon Ennis. Look at all the guys that are in the NFL. You turn on an NFL game, Jackson Smith-Njigba. These guys are making plays. So not surprised that these other wide receivers want to look around. I think Kaden Dixon-Wyatt, he fits into what the Trojans want to do on offense. They're going to lose Mekhi Lemon. They're going to lose Jacoby Lane. And they are playing the young freshman. With Oregon, Dan Lanning, we always talk about it on signing day. He's the best in the business when it comes to closing right now. He's going to be lighting up a cigar tonight. And so we'll see if they are able to get Chris Henry in the boat. They already got Azel Banga, a corner out of South Carolina, a kid that was committed to Harvard 3 months ago. And if Chris Henry joins the Ducks class, they're going to finish number 1.
100%.
So if you look at this, obviously Oregon can also say, hey, like we played DeCorey Moore. He was our number 1 receiver, former 5-star, also featured on the Paramount Plus doc 5-star, which debuted yesterday. The first 4 episodes are out. And speaking of our partner at Paramount Plus, our 24/7 Sports promo code NSD2025 gets you 65% off the subscriptions. If y'all watch Cover 3, we do the summer school special with all those guys, the absolute, like the dead nuts in this business, the experts at each team site. If you're a fan, find your team site, use that promo code, sign up for a 65% off membership. One of those experts right now, we're going to welcome in our friend Mike Roach, who has the latest on Legend Bay. Mike, you there?
I'm here.
What's
Thanks
going
for having
on,
me,
man?
fellas.
How you been?
I'm good. How are you guys? Bud, I tuned into 5-star last night, saw your debut. It's great.
I appreciate it. I have not had a chance to watch yet, but we shot it, so I know a little bit of what's in it. All right, so give us the latest here on what you're hearing, guys. Mike is so plugged in, and we're glad to have you, buddy.
Yeah, the big story, I think, down in my neck of the woods right now, outside of the 2 5-stars in Louisiana, is Legend Bay from North Forney, Texas, who flipped from Tennessee to Ohio State earlier in the fall. There's been a lot of talk behind the scenes of some outside forces kind of pushing on Legend to return to his commitment to Tennessee and end up signing with the Vols. I don't think that's going to happen. I think for Legend's part, he wants to be at Ohio State, has really bought into wide receiver development there under Brian Hartline, who's, maybe leaving, but and the winning ways of Ohio State. But there are those outside forces pushing on him. A couple people in his inner circle are kind of in his ear trying to get him to get back to Tennessee. There's been a tug of war in the past few weeks of, is he going to sign? Is he not going to sign? I think at this point, and he's set to sign here in the next hour is when his school will. I think he will sign with Ohio State today. I think that's where he wants to be. But it is interesting. It's a callback to the old days of, when we used to see parents and family members try to assert themselves in these recruitments.
Mike, with Legend Bay, and obviously the news that Matt Zenitz broke that Brian Hartline is off to South Florida, just kind of getting to know Legend and obviously knowing that the potential is there for him to play receiver, not quarterback. Do you think this is going to sway him potentially to look around? Obviously, there's already been a ton of drama here, but do you see an opportunity here for him to just kind of slow the boat here and maybe rethink his decision?
I think Brian Hartline was a huge piece of his decision, but I also think for him, he's talked often about, I want to play for a winner. And I think with or without Brian Hartline, Ohio State's going to be a winner. So I would expect from everybody I've talked to last night and this morning, and again, I haven't spoken to them since the Hartline news broke, and we'll probably follow up on that as soon as I get off of here. But for everybody I talked to last night and this morning, I think we expect him to sign with Ohio State today.
Papa Roach, it sounds like this could be an Alex Collins situation. Remember him with Mom on stage? That was during the fax machine days, right? I got to ask you about these two war daddies up front that are committed to LSU. You touched on them on the front end of the show. Richard Anderson, Lamar Brown. Latest feel on them? I know you saw Richard Anderson play this season in the New Orleans area. Any new intel there?
I think this is, I heard you say in the previous segment, this is something Lane Kiffin's got to get across the finish line. As much as all that excitement on Sunday was great for Lane Kiffin, if you let these two guys go elsewhere, which, I think if they did go elsewhere, Texas has been pushing a lot for Richard Anderson. Texas A&M was heavily in the picture for Lamar Brown. If they go to two of your SEC foes, I think that the honeymoon ends real quick. So everything I'm hearing is that it's going to get done eventually. I think Anderson is probably a lot closer right now than Brown, but I think both get done. In checking with some of the other schools in the races, it's like, hey, it's great. There's an opportunity for us, but nobody feels like they have real traction or making a real push at this moment.
Mike, real quick, just on LSU as a whole, I keep hearing that there's a lot of guys beyond Anderson and Brown that are going to delay their signings. Aiden Hall, potentially one of them. Obviously, we're doing this, so I don't know if he signs at this moment. But what else can you kind of share about whether it's top 247 offensive lineman Bryson Cooley, top 247 offensive lineman Bryson Martinez? Kind of what's the latest with LSU recruiting? Because I know there's Tigers fans watching at home.
Yeah, from what I saw, I believe Bryson Martinez was in this morning,
okay.
So that was a big signature that they got in today. I think it's unfortunate that the way the calendar works out now, right, is that you've got a new coach coming in a couple of days before signing day. You're asking these kids to kind of commit and sign without knowing who their position coaches are going to be. And I think at LSU, that's a lot easier to do because those kids genuinely want to play for LSU most of the time. I do think that this is a case where there are some guys, especially with Anderson and Brown, that they may want to see Frank Wilson retained. That may be important to them, or it may be a last minute money thing, or hey, are we still honoring the deal that we had with the old staff? I think there's a lot of things in play, but I do expect both those guys to get done in this period.
No doubt about it. Mike, great seeing you as always. I know we'll see you in Texas. Oh, we have one more?
No.
All right, Mike, great seeing you. I know we'll see you obviously in Texas for the Navy All-American Bowl. All right, guys, we heard a lot of great stuff from Mike there, Legend Bay. Obviously, a lot of the pressure on Lane Kiffin. And I think that's one of the major questions about Lane Kiffin, too. Like, at Ole Miss, you have make the playoff expectations. At LSU, you have win the playoff expectations. And that requires you to actually win on National Signing Day. Dealer's choice, Ivan. You want Legend Bay? You want LSU expectations? Take me there.
Yeah, let's start with Legend Bay because this is one of the most electric playmakers in the class. He's a high school quarterback. I think he's a running back. He kind of reminds me of R.J. Harvey, who was at UCF, former prep quarterback, now with the Denver Broncos. I mean, elite short area quickness. He has one of the best short shuttle times in the entire class of 2026. And, rare creativity. I think he's a gadget player. And, Tennessee was involved there. I think Tennessee was thinking more running back with him. Interesting to hear Ohio State thinking more of the wide receiver thing. So, hey, does Legend Bay stretch this thing out? If he doesn't sign today, if he's a kid that goes into February, he's going to have no shortage of options. So certainly one that has my attention.
Yeah, I could just touch on quickly with LSU. Big picture, love the get today with Corey Barber, top 247 wide receiver, one of the most electric guys I saw in the 7-on-7 circuit, had a great senior season. So it's all not doom and gloom right now for LSU. Again, we've said it all day long. I think LSU is going to be fine in the end. I think they're going to get these 2 5-stars locked in. Really not too concerned about it, despite all the money getting thrown away from other schools. These guys are LSU. There's so much passion about being a Tiger. Lane Kiffin, if anything, just kind of moves the needle in a positive way.
And here's the other thing on Lane Kiffin and the guys he's brought with him to Baton Rouge. That operation, that recruiting department is set up to thrive in the transfer portal. That's what they did at Ole Miss, and that doesn't open until January. So I think anything they're able to get right now in the high school front, that's just an added bonus. Obviously, they got to get the big boys across the finish line. Tom brought up Corey Barber, had one of the best senior seasons, and at one point was leading the state of Alabama in receiving yards. They also get tight end J.C. Anderson. They flip him from Ole Miss. They flip Ole Miss offensive line Ryan Merritt, a center who's going to be in the Navy All-American Bowl. So they're doing some good things.
No doubt. You mentioned no shortage of elite prospects. One we are monitoring today. We actually have him committing on our air. Matt Sieg. For the fans at home who only tune in on National Signing Day, of course, you should follow us all year long on 24/7 Sports with that promo code. What makes him so special?
He's a 24/7 Sports OKG, our kind of guy. Small school superhero, right? He has rewritten record books in the WPIAL. Broke Tyler Boyd's all-time touchdown record there. Also broke some records set by Tyler Boyd, another high school quarterback. But he projects best as a split safety. You see the instincts, you see the aggression, the athleticism. He can fill the alley. He can trigger. He can jump in front of passes. Reminds me a lot of Dan Jackson, who was a cheat code for Georgia, now with the Detroit Lions. And Dan Jackson, another guy that played quarterback in high school. I think Coy Parrish at Minnesota is another guy that comes to mind. I think the world of this kid. Just a really good football player, a guy that has a hair on fire, win at all costs type of mentality. And in this day and age, you need these type of individuals.
No doubt about it. You look at the sport for there was a 4 or 5 year period where RPOs just absolutely killed defenses in college, and you saw some of these schools when we welcome in Matt. Obviously, right now, really excited to have him join us. Having these kind of hybrid players who you could play split field coverages and still keep the guys back but play a 4-down look and be able to defeat the RPOs. That's why you see scoring down in the sport now, because more schools are using these versatile hybrid players like Matt Sieg. Matt, we're so happy to have you on our air, man. How you been?
Appreciate you guys. I'm doing well.
Matt, I got to ask, man, still committed to Penn State. You're looking at Indiana, Notre Dame, Pittsburgh, a handful of others. But how does it feel to finally be here on signing day?
It's crazy. It's been a long, stressful process, and a lot has changed in the past few months. But we're here and we're ready.
As you were kind of going through the pros and cons, looking at these schools, what were you looking for when trying to find your future home?
Just a place where I'm going to get developed. I'm going to have good relationships with the coaches and staff, and a place my family is going to be comfortable sending me to.
We got the scouting report from our director of scouting, Andrew Ivins, but give me a little self-scout. What are you bringing to this school, both as a player but also as a person?
I'm bringing a hard work mentality. I'm going to be able to be successful on both sides of the ball, a lot of speed, and a good leader.
Matt, you got a big moment here. It's here. Tell everybody where you're continuing your academic and athletic career.
Yes, sir. I just want to take time first to thank God. Obviously, without him, none of us would be in the place we are today. I want to thank my family, for supporting me along this long ride, and it's been crazy. But I want to thank my coaches, my teammates for being by my side, and just helping me along this journey as well. I want to thank also Mr. Edwards for a lot of support throughout this process too, a lot of guidance. With that being said, the next 3 to 4 years, I'll be taking my talents to West Virginia.
Whoa. Wow, West Virginia
We got an
right there.
upset here, folks.
Big time upset. Now, West Virginia has been making a huge push on the recruiting trail. Matt, what was it about the Mountaineers that helped them get you over the finish line there?
Yeah, it was just as it came close to the deadline, a big thing for me was staying kind of close to home. Family is really important to me. Having that support close by from my family and friends and grandparents and everything. I just realized that they provided me a great opportunity, to have that, be at a great school and play both sides of the ball. Also, something I was looking for. And yeah, I'm excited.
Matt, I want to give a little context here. You and I spoke a couple weeks ago. You let me know you were going to take the official visit at the end of the month to West Virginia. Then you let me know that you canceled it. Then you hit me up last night and you say, hey, I got some news and I'm going to West Virginia. Just kind of what was this last 24 hours like for you as you were trimming things down? Because it really looked like it was going to be Virginia Tech or Pittsburgh for you, at least last night.
Yeah, it's been a crazy last couple of days, last couple 24 hours. But yeah, like I said, it was just as I really thought about things, a great opportunity and being close and just a lot of excitement. They're building something really special down there, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
Matt, obviously, Coach Rich Rodriguez has a great history of taking guys and putting them in a nice position to succeed on offense, even if they're not a full-time offensive player. With Travis Hunter, got to ask you now, are there plans to play you two ways for the Mountaineers?
Yes, there most definitely.
What does that role look like for you?
I'm gonna start off at safety, but once I master that, I get a good feel in the system. They're gonna use me on offense as well, and playing both ways has always been a dream of mine, and that's something I feel like having the ball in my hands is a big part of my game too, and I think I can do special things with that. So the opportunity to play both is really cool for me, and ultimately that was really big in this.
Matt, thanks so much for deciding to make your commitment live with us at 24/7 Sports. Congrats on a great record-setting high school career, and best of luck to you at West Virginia.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
West Virginia started the season, so we go back to September or August. They were 45th in the rankings. They were 32nd until a couple minutes ago. Looks like it's going to be the highest-ranked recruiting class of all time for the Mountaineers, at least in the 24/7 Sports era. I love this group, guys. They get Kevin Brown, offensive tackle. He was committed to Penn State. A lot of people thought, hey, maybe he ends up where James Franklin does, but no, Dad played for the Mountaineers. Now he's headed to Morgantown. Jyrone Hewley, a quarterback out of South Florida. We list him as an athlete, but this is a guy that can run, and a Rich Rodriguez offense has a little Pat White to him. So this is an impressive group. And Tom, I don't think they're done, correct? There's a few other guys out here they're making some noise with.
There's some movement there. There's some chatter about Deron Parks potentially, flipping. West Virginia's kind of in it, kind of out of it, but I think my gut kind of says that he's going to end up at UNC. At least that's what I was told initially. But
Jaden Ricketts, the wide receiver,
that's
committed
another
to
one,
Ohio State.
especially with everything with Ohio State and Brian Hartline moving. We thought Ricketts would have been out of the class a long time ago, and here he is still committed publicly to Ohio State. So again, really, I always want to echo it. Really good class headed to West Virginia. Cameron Mallory, defensive lineman, a 3-star guy I've seen in person down in Moody, Alabama. Just a really, really good group. But again, Matt Sieg, that is the icing on the cake. Huge win for the Mountaineers.
I told you the Coy Parrots comp. I mean, Coy's played a little bit of
biggest
offense.
Coy Parrots fan I've ever met.
A little offense for
Punt
Minnesota
returner.
this year. Yeah. I mean, Matt can certainly do the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, so Penn State's misfortune is obviously West Virginia's fortune, Virginia Tech's fortune. It feels like you got a couple schools that are really kind of benefiting from Penn State, firing James Franklin and botching their coaching search as they have so far. If they don't get this right, could you see the Hokies and the Mountaineers continue to feast on what is a tremendous 2027 class as well coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a golden era in the state of Pennsylvania. That's why, to me, we touched on it a little bit earlier. Penn State's decision to part ways with James Franklin and the fact that they haven't named someone new. Not only are you hurting yourself in the class of 2026, but the class of 2027 and beyond. Tom, Bud, you guys know this better than anyone else. Recruiting is so accelerated. It's the relationships. It's getting the kids on campus. And yes, the compensation, the contracts, like, yeah, that is the deciding factor ultimately at the end, but you still have to recruit these guys. Yeah. You still got to get them on campus. You still have to show them, hey, we are going to play you on both sides of the ball. We have this vision for you. And right now, I mean, Penn State, it's like, okay, again, where are they, 150th in the rankings right now?
That might be giving them credit. But you bring up the money. In the end, a lot of these schools are just going to equal each other out. Like, I know when he picked West Virginia, I know there was other schools that upped their offer for him financially. So, again, he's not necessarily going to pick, they gave me, $10,000 more, $20,000 more. That stuff's not going to matter in the end. They still need to find the best fit that's going to get him to the next level. So,
well, you brought this up he hasn't visited West Virginia in over 2 years.
I asked him when we were making his graphic, I said, can you please send me something from a visit? He's like, I haven't been there in 2 years, but I have these photos. So it's just wild, man.
People in our live chat are asking, like how much did he get? What is a typical player who's rated this way? Like, what does it take to get him type thing?
I mean, look, I think we're just kind of guessing at this point, but for a kid of his caliber and a school that can throw some money around, I mean, I think he could be a $500,000 kid.
In year one.
Yeah. And there's guys, and honestly, that could be low for some guys, similar top 100 kind of ranking. And again, you may know more, but I mean, quarterback, edge rusher, offensive tackle, prime positions. But again, they're all making a ton at this point.
Well, I'll say this. Spent some time this summer with a lot of GMs for college football playoff contenders, a lot of staff personnel, guys I respect out there. Look, no one knows. It's very difficult to separate fact from fiction. You can't get on a website and we see everyone's salary caps. Some of these deals are 6 months structured. Some of them are 12. Some of them are 24. Everyone kind of has a different operation here or a different plan or they're all trying to figure it out. And, I mentioned windows, right? Windows. If you know you have a window, you can push everything in. To me, my perspective, West Virginia is clearly gearing up, right? Hey, we're going to go heavy on the high school here. They also got some junior college kids in there, which I think is very, very important because you don't want to have to rely on the transfer portal to be where you get your depth additions, right? The transfer portal, we don't really know what it's going to look like. We know it's going to be crazy, but you don't know how many defensive tackles are going to be in there. So to me, that recruiting class, the JUCOs, just the depth of it, this is a foundational type of group. It's just like what Lincoln Riley is doing out at USC. It's approaching, 40 commits, Tom? It's up to 35, yes. 36. These monster classes, you can't sign them back to back to back, but you can take one once every 4 years.
So, obviously, if you guys want more on this, you should head to Era Sports. Mike and Chris absolutely crushed for us there. And you should do so using our promo code NSD2025 for 65% off of a premium membership. Y'all, we had Black Friday. We had Cyber Monday. I mean, it's signing day Wednesday. Let's go. Type in that promo code.
Isn't there some other Tuesday something as well?
I mean, right now, it's NSD2025. And we're welcoming our friend Brian Doan for a lot more on this. Absolutely owns that region. Brian, how you been, man?
I'm doing well, man. You guys seem like you're having a little bit of fun already.
It is fun. This is our Super Bowl, right? Like we followed these kids all year, and now you get to see all the drama and the flips. What does Sieg to West Virginia mean for that school, for that region? What are kind of let's talk on this thread a little bit for us.
Yeah, I think when you look at Sieg, you pair him up with Kevin Brown, the top 247 offensive tackle you guys mentioned, who flipped from Penn State to West Virginia. Dad played there, but West Virginia for a while has kind of been an also-ran for the top players in the region. They would go find some really good players there, but, maybe their top end was Rodney Gallagher a few cycles ago. So with Brown and then especially with Sieg, look, Sieg could have gone anywhere. Indiana was in play, Pitt staying close, West Virginia's 45 minutes. I mean, he loved Penn State. He grew up a Penn State guy. If he thought Terry Smith or Anthony Pondexter were staying there, he could have wound up there until the whole coaching fiasco. He loves James Franklin, but hey, listen, West Virginia, when they didn't get Chris Henry and some others and they had a little extra money to throw around, Matt Sieg became that guy because I know Tom talked to him. I talked to him last night, said, it's been a while. When did West Virginia start back up with you? He said, 5 p.m. on Tuesday. And probably by 8, it was a done deal. And so that's the climate. I'm not faulting him at all for it. And I think for him, he's going to go in. He says receiver and safety. I said, well, what are you going to go in as? He goes, I don't know yet. We'll see when I get there. And so that's how quickly this thing went. But here's the thing. I've been doing this a long time. You guys have been doing it a long time. And I don't remember jumping on to talk West Virginia recruiting on signing day before. So if you want to know what kind of impact it has, there you go.
Hey, Brian, real quick, I just want to pass along. I just got a text. Top 247 wide receiver Trez Davis, former Tulane commit, has actually committed to and I believe signed with the Washington Huskies. So really big pickup for there. I just wanted to pass that along. We're talking about
Washington's also top highest ranked recruiting class ever as well. So there's another team that fits kind of the theme of the show.
Again, the talent is more spread out. If you do not root for Bama, Georgia, Ohio State, you have more reason than ever to actually pay attention on National Signing Day because your team has a chance to get real difference-making talent, whereas 10 years ago, they just didn't as much, right? We're going to have more blue-chip ratio teams than ever before in 2-3 years because the talent is so spread out. Brian, what about ramifications for the rest of the region? Let's stay on Penn State a little bit. I mean, they've had 22 decommits since Franklin's firing. They're 139th in the country.
There's more coming.
Yeah, right, with more coming. I mean, this is I don't want to call it catastrophic. I'll let you do that if you want to. Obviously, we know 27 is a little better than 26, but it seems like they fumbled this thing pretty hard because their 26 class was shaping up to be excellent if they had kept it together.
Well, using the word fumbled for this coaching search in the class is probably the nicest thing I've heard in weeks about this thing. There's so many issues at it. Look, right now, Jackson Ford seems to be the only kid in the class, top 247 edge out of Malvern, PA. He's supposed to sign at 12:30. It's going to be Penn State is what he's saying. They're looking at Peyton Falzone, who at one time was a quarterback commit there. He was also a quarterback commit at Tech, a quarterback commit at Auburn. Right now, he's trying to find a home after Auburn and he parted ways the other day. This thing is so far reaching, Bud. You know, everybody talks about the recruiting class. Well, it's not just that. When Lane Kiffin goes to LSU, there's an expectation that some guys are going to follow him there, right? Well, who is Penn State going to get who then can bring 20 guys from that roster, 15 guys from that roster who can compete with Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana, Michigan if they get back on track? I mean, it's really far-reaching, and this is what happens when you fire a guy who's 34-8, went to the semifinal last year, and to be honest, in the last 8 years, yeah, I know he didn't win the games you want, the big games at top 10 teams, and I get that, and he deserves criticism for that, and a lot of it, but he lost to Northwestern, he lost to UCLA, and probably the first time in 8 years he lost games he wasn't supposed to. Schools are starting, other coaches are looking around saying, oh, man, what is going on over there? And so Penn State will come back from it because they're Penn State. They're the dominant program in the region. My guess is the AD will try to save face and spend a bundle in the transfer portal and pay like crazy for roster retention. So they'll be fine in the long run, but in the short term, man, embarrassing is putting it mildly.
Brian, you have owned a ton of coverage on West Virginia, Penn State as well. But lately, you've been Mr. Hokie. You have been the guy when it comes to Virginia Tech recruiting. Head coach James Franklin, little teaser, we're going to have him on the show later today. But just sum up everything that you've seen when it comes to Virginia Tech ever since James Franklin took over. What kind of job are they doing in Blacksburg?
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. And here's why I say it. So they flipped 9 kids who were committed to Penn State, are now in the Virginia Tech boat. Terry Wiggins is announcing with us later today, and he has North Carolina, Colorado, and Tech as his finalists. They're also trying to flip another kid from an ACC school who, Terrell Grant, I'm not sure if he signed yet with Syracuse or not. When I came on the air, he had not. It is amazing, and here's why it is amazing. Guys, we've covered a lot of this, and usually have a decommit or two, and people are like, I love the school, it's about the school. And I think that's where the miscalculation came from the AD at Penn State Kraft. These kids and these parents love James Franklin. They trust James Franklin. He is honest with them. He is engaging. I go out to camps when he was at Penn State, and I would say, I would tell him after, they'd show you around, give you tours, make you feel good. I said, no wonder kids like to come on visits here, man. You leave feeling like $1 million. And that feeling is the same when they go to Virginia Tech. And look, you figure some of these kids are going to follow. It makes sense. But you're talking about going from a blue blood in the Big Ten who, they're in their struggles right now with the class and everything, but are still one of the top programs in the Big Ten. And he's taken them down I-81 to Blacksburg to try to rebuild something where they haven't won in more than a decade, closer to 2 decades. And so and he's doing it with no staff, by the way. These kids are going to campus and asking, well, who's going to be my position coach? What about this? What about that? And you can't really say, well, I'm bringing this guy from Penn State and this guy from this school. And so it's all him and his staff. Like Andy Frank is involved with it too. He was a GM at Penn State and now he's down there. And it just shows that they really know how to engage with people and they've really earned the trust of kids. I thought there'd be some. I mean, they had 119th class when he took over. They're in the top 30. They got a chance to move into the top 25 by the end of the day. I mean, they haven't been in the top 40 since 2019. It's absolutely stunning, the results that he's had down there.
Brian, thanks so much, man. Always good to see. I know we'll see you soon at the upcoming All-Star events, and be well, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys.
So, I mean, a wild day already. I do want to kind of like re-rack here for people just joining us. Thank you so much for joining us on the 24/7 Sports YouTube channel. But we are very much monitoring this Oregon for the number 1 class type situation. We know USC got Caden Dixon-Wyatt, but if Oregon gets Chris Henry, they do have a tremendous shot to get the number 1 class. Do we have the latest on that? Are we still monitoring? We know Mater Dei is in the middle of their signing ceremony right now.
Yeah, and what's crazy is, pound for pound, Oregon has one of the strongest recruiting classes out there. That's why they can add a late blooming 3-star cornerback from South Carolina that was committed to Harvard and be in the equation. I mean, let's not forget, last year, Oregon, their entire 20-man recruiting class was rated as 4- or 5-star prospects. It's just amazing to see what Dan Lanning has been able to do in terms of elevating the talent there. And obviously, he takes the torch from Mario Cristobal when he was there in Eugene, but he's found another gear. He's found an extra layer there. And to me, I mean, Chris Henry, Blair Angula, we talked about it yesterday on CBS Sports HQ. He thinks Chris Henry, this is kind of a leverage play. Would be interested to hear Blair now that Brian Hartline is reportedly headed to USF to take the head coaching position there. Obviously, for those not familiar, Brian Hartline, the wide receivers coach at Ohio State. So I certainly think that can change some things. You had DeCorian Moore, the true freshman sensation on 5-star, streaming on Paramount, right, Bud Elliott? They had him tweeting at Chris Henry the other day, trying to encourage him. And here's the other thing, I think what makes Oregon so attractive to these high-profile blue-chip players is the Ducks aren't afraid to play them as youngsters. And a year ago, that was the big question. It was so many different transfers, but you look up now, Brandon Finney, the cornerback, he has been an absolute stud for them. Jordan Davidson, he's been the goal line vulture for touchdowns there in that trio or committee of running backs. Obviously, DeCorian Moore. And look, man, Dan Lanning is really good in the transfer portal. Look at Dante Moore, but they're also really good at high school recruiting. Kenyon Sadiq, that's a guy that they signed from there. Young Concrete on the edge. Amarius Washington, who's likely going to be a day 1, day 2 draft pick there on the middle of the defensive line. So, it makes sense that Chris Henry's giving him a good hard look.
Just a quick update on everything that I have coaches texting me trying to ask about Chris Henry Jr., what he's going to do. USC is still trying to find out what he's going to do. Oregon's trying to find out what he's going to do. Ohio State's trying to figure it out. So there's just so much going on right now. It's pretty wild. And obviously, I can't imagine Chris Henry woke up this morning expecting to hear the news that Brian Hartline was out. So maybe it shakes things up. You got people on Twitter recruiting him to USF as if that's going to happen. So it's just kind of funny to watch it all play out. But again, no update yet. Obviously, Caden Dixon-Wyatt put pen to paper, announced that he was flipping, but still no update yet for Chris Henry.
One update we do have is that Jared Curtis is officially signed with Vanderbilt. 5-star quarterback Jared Curtis, a guy who we've talked about how much the talent is spreading out. 5 years ago, there's no way Vandy gets this kid away from Georgia, but he does flip from Georgia to Vanderbilt. We're seeing his highlights here live on our show. I mean, let's talk about the impact here for Vanderbilt. Vandy, landing a 5-star quarterback and beating out Georgia.
Say it with your chest, bud.
But
I mean, like, the sport has changed so much. This is awesome, to be honest.
Incredible.
Like, more people care now because their team have a real shot.
our good friend and former colleague, Barton Simmons, I was on a panel with him this summer. We were talking about recruit rankings, how that impacts player valuation, and it was me and Barton. And Barton's like, hey, you know, we aren't in the market for these 5 stars. We're not after the best of the best. And yesterday, after Tom Lloyd broke the news that Jared Curtis was leaving Georgia and headed to Vanderbilt, I texted Barton. I said, hey, man, turns out you guys are in the market for these 5-star players. And he says, well, it's easier to recruit when you win 10 games. And look, I think this makes so much sense for both parties here, for Vanderbilt and for Jared Curtis. Jared Curtis, the most ready-to-play quarterback in the class of 2026. He's got a big, thick frame, right? He can make all the throws with his arm, and you know we got away from the dual threat pro style tag. I think most people, when they see Jared Curtis, they don't realize he is a power runner. So he fits into the offense that Tim Beck runs. Is he going to be a pit bull like Diego Pavia and carry the ball 30 times? No, but he can be a guy that you can use on designed runs, and we'll see what happens with Diego Pavia. Maybe he gets an extra year, but it's clear Jared Curtis is going to have the opportunity to come in and be a day one starter. That is not the case at Georgia. Gunnar Stockton, you know, former blue chip recruit, former All-American, he has come along. He has been an assassin at times for the Bulldogs, so Vandy wants to remain in the national spotlight. College Game Day was there. Jared Curtis was there. How do you do it? You go out and you get, you know, a quarterback that everyone knows. When we talk about Vanderbilt football moving forward, it's going to start with Jared Curtis. It's just like Dylan Raiola when he went to Nebraska. I keep saying, like, we can create a Mount Rushmore right now of Vanderbilt football. You know, you're going to have Diego Pavia on there. You're going to have Jay Cutler on there. And we can put Jared Curtis. He hasn't even played a snap, but he's keeping Vanderbilt in the headlines.
It's just a tremendous win for Clark Lee. I mean, people kind of scoffed at it when I said program changer, and I just think that's what it's going to do, because it's going to change the future trajectory of this program. They're 10-2 this year. Diego Pavia is having a great season. He's a Heisman contender. But I just think Jared Curtis is going to elevate this program so much more over the next 3 years, because he is a 3-and-out kind of guy. I don't want Ivins to get upset with this, but I genuinely think he's the best pure passer I've seen in this entire class. I've seen him a ton in person, been to his games, going to go to a state title game on Thursday. This kid is just different, and he is an absolute monster. He throws the ball at such a high level. He's accurate. He's got touch. He genuinely has everything going for him. And like you said, he's athletic. He runs the ball well.
Former running back.
Yeah,
he's a former running back.
That's what's kind of crazy about this whole thing, too, because he's just been on this rocket ship ever since. But great job by this staff. And again, we're already seeing, I know Jamarcus Shepard, the receivers coach at Alabama, left to become the head coach at Oregon State, but we're already kind of seeing a ripple effect here. I expect Owen Cable, if he hasn't done it already, I expect him to flip to Vanderbilt. He's committed to Alabama. I think he's going to end up being a Commodore. And this right here was the needle mover. Guys want to play for players like Jared Curtis because they're future number one overall pick kind of guys and Heisman Trophy candidates. And I get it. Everybody wants to scoff at the fact that Vanderbilt's not going to win a national championship. There was Georgia people basically taking shots at why would you go to Vandy. Jared Curtis is the kind of guy that puts them in that discussion.
I mean, if you're Tennessee, Auburn, Mississippi State, they're new annual opponents in the SEC. 5 years ago, if you got Vandy as your annual opponent, you're like, sweet, we can rack up an SEC win. Now you're like, oh, come on. They just had Pavia, and now they're getting this kid?
Well, I remember a young Andrew Ivins was in the swamp when Jay Cutler took the Florida Gators to like double overtime, and he was a one-man show. That is not the case moving forward. We talked about these windows for programs, and Vanderbilt is now in this window where they can get aggressive in the high school ranks. Remember, Diego Pavia comes from New Mexico State. Eli Stowers comes from New Mexico State. Last year, Vanderbilt, I think they were 70th in the recruiting class rankings. Now they're knocking on the door of a top 25 recruiting class. So I think we're going to see more of this in terms of teams that break through, and then they parlay it into success when it comes to roster construction, right? They can get a little bit more aggressive in the high school ranks. They can get a little more aggressive in the transfer portal. So Vanderbilt's hot right now. And the other thing, you brought up the annual opponents. Go ahead and circle that Vanderbilt-Georgia game in 2026. I don't know if that's where that game is being played. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of noise when Jared Curtis is introduced.
You know, we mentioned this earlier. Like the portal, it's not dry, but it is drying up a little bit because of the advent of these multi-year contracts that these high school kids are on. It's a little bit harder to get out of some of these high school contracts if they're multi-year now. So I think we actually are kind of having a bit of like a resurgence of the importance of high school recruiting. You can't just go build your entire roster every single year from the portal if fewer and fewer elite talents are actually available in the portal. You'll always be able to go pluck kids from the G5, from the FCS, like the rare D2, but there's just not as much talent in the portal now as there was 2 and 3 years ago. So I think, Ivan, you could speak to this more, but like high school recruiting is probably now just as important as it was maybe 10 years ago when there was no portal.
Yeah, and the analogy has been, and what it's turned into is high school recruiting is the NFL draft, right? And the transfer portal is free agency. You guys watch the NFL. We all watch the NFL. America watches the NFL. You have to hit on your draft picks. Yep. And not, yes, you have to hit on the first and the second round and the third round. But you look at the Kansas City Chiefs and the run they were able to have. They were very dialed, and they got a lot of value out of those guys that they got in the 5th, 6th, and 7th round. I think the same thing applies to recruiting. And look, Georgia is a prime example right now. Georgia is living in a completely different world, right? Georgia, I said it at the front of the show, this is the first recruiting cycle since 2017 that they haven't signed multiple 5-star players. They've been impacted. They can't go out and they can't draft these 5-star difference makers up front. So they are having to kind of adjust their operation, and I still really like their recruiting class. They held on to P.J. Dean, defensive lineman out of North Carolina. That was a
huge
big
win.
one. That was a big one. South Carolina was in there. I believe safety Blake Stewart out of Woodward Academy. He's set to announce picking between Vandy and Georgia. That's a potential difference maker. Excellent senior season. So these teams are having to adjust expectations and how they go about, getting that 105.
100%. We are continuing to monitor the Chris Henry situation right now at Modern Day. Like, that is the kid who is going to decide who lands the number 1 class, almost certainly. If Oregon gets him, then we have a real battle between Oregon and USC for that number 1 class. If Oregon fails to get him, we think USC probably has a really great chance to lock it up. I know Lloyd's been digging in the phone all day.
I got
updates coming in fast and furious. What you got, man?
Got some nuggets. All right.
Hit us with it.
So, texting with Brian Doan, who's just on here, did a great job. Tavian Branch, 3-star defensive lineman, who was previously committed to Penn State. We like Auburn. We think the Tigers can add him to the class. It'd be a really nice win for them and Golish and the new staff there. Another one, this is a big one. Top 247 edge rusher, Julian Walker, the number 85 overall player in the country, currently committed to Michigan. We've been talking about South Carolina. We mentioned him earlier. Dad's on staff. Anna Adams does a phenomenal job covering North Carolina, South Carolina. She tipped me off. Keep an eye on North Carolina. The Tar Heels are making a huge run late, and Bill Belichick might be making a splash on signing day.
What kind of pressure is on Dad? Like, I get if you lose him to Michigan, right? Like, Michigan's a much better program than South Carolina. If you lose him to North Carolina and you coach at South Carolina, like, what kind of pressure is it? Like, how awkward is that dinner table?
It's going to be a little uncomfortable. Obviously we'll see what happens, but what he might be like the 50th commitment in that class. It's pretty unbelievable what UNC is doing right now. But look, Julian Walker is one of the most impressive young men I've ever dealt with. I mean, he gives the best quotes. He's detailed. He takes his time, gives all these great things, and according to our Andrew Ivins, is an absolute monster on the field. So that would be a big one. I think Michigan felt pretty good. Again, Mom just visited campus, was in Ann Arbor right before the dead period. They're super familiar with South Carolina. If North Carolina gets this done at the buzzer, what a win.
Yeah, love Julian Walker. Huge riser for us in the rankings. Long edge defender at Dutch Fork there in South Carolina, a program that consistently churns out blue chip talent, and that blue chip talent usually ends up panning out in college. To me, Michigan, they had him committed. I love what Michigan is doing up front. And I thought one of kind of the early storylines of this cycle was Michigan's one of the best programs out there at taking these 3-star prospects and making us look bad, turning them into, NFL draft picks. And usually it's guys that are on the smaller side, right? Maybe they don't meet a key threshold. Well, they have Carter Meadows, 5-star edge rusher committed, and then they got Julian Walker. It was 2 twin towers up front. It was like, whoa, okay, what is Sharon Moore? What is that strength staff going to be able to do with these guys that they normally do not get? So Julian Walker, an interesting one. Is he a day one impact guy? Probably not, but I think you could use him potentially in some sub packages, allow him to rush on the inside in inside games. And for North Carolina, if that is the pick, I mean, this is a guy that is going to be, you're going to have to get him minutes very early.
So for Carolina, I think a cursory look at their class, entering this week, more volume than top talent. It feels like they're actually pulling in some top talents now as well.
Yeah, and they're going to sign, I believe, the largest recruiting class that our 24/7 Sports, Ryan McGrady,
has ever had. Right?
With our stats and research, you think it's the biggest recruiting class of all time. Yeah, I mean, there's some guys in here you really, really like. And, Michael Lombardi, Bill Belichick, I think they showed up and they thought they were smarter than everyone else in college football. Hey, we're going to get height, weight, speed. Well, guess what? Everyone in the country
what a concept.
Is looking to do that. And, you look at some of the guys they took last year, and we saw them play a little bit. Didn't really pan out. And you've seen the recalibration. You've seen them kind of adjust to what this landscape is. And you have to know the nuances of recruiting, right? You can't get fooled. And when I look at the recruiting class, I think the headliner is quarterback Travis Burgess. Elite 11 finalist, a guy that tore his ACL as a senior, very unfortunate. But man, you want to talk about a guy between the ears that you want to bet on. And Auburn was in there with Travis Burgess, Wisconsin was in there. I thought another school was going to try to make a run at him during his senior season, and I think the injury kind of scared some of those people away. But Hudson Standish on the 24/7 Sports scouting team, he says Travis Burgess is the next Taylon Green, right? So, the Arkansas quarterback, big, lanky runner. I love him. I think he's a great addition. I think they got some good wide receivers committed as well. I think we're going to see a lot of these true freshmen or these signees play as true freshmen for the Tar Heels.
What does this say about the timeline for Bill Belichick now at North Carolina? Obviously, given his age, given how bad this year one was, are they now all in on resetting, actually being there for a couple of years? Like signing a high school class this size as opposed to just going huge portal. It kind of suggests so, right?
Yeah, I would say it's going to be a bit bumpy in 2026. I mean, these guys are going to get their feet wet.
Yeah.
And then we'll see 2027. And it goes back to my thing about the windows, bud, and you kind of cycle through it. So, you're going to play the youth. You're going to go and go through some growing pains. And I would assume this time next year, North Carolina, it's going to be a smaller class. And then they're going to use a lot of their funding, a lot of their spots, because you do have to fit into 105 spots on your team. But they're probably going to use that in the transfer portal. So, just preliminary shooting from the hip here, I would say 2027 is when you should look at North Carolina.
I kind of like the model of new coach, huge portal year one, high school heavy year 2, year 3, and then portal to fill the holes that you might have missed in. It's kind of what Auburn did under Freeze, and I know it failed because they missed on quarterback twice in a row. But the rest of that roster, they actually did a great job, getting high school wise. Maybe that's how it works out for Belichick. Sticking on windows here before I go to Tom, you mentioned windows, and Michigan obviously maybe or maybe not holding on to Walker. The Bryce Underwood window is next year and the year after, right? What are they looking at as far as impact pieces around him? You spend all that money on him, a guy with crazy talent, and yet Ohio State just kind of punked them. They didn't look like they belonged in the field at the skill position. What do we have coming in around Bryce, or are they going to have to go to the portal?
They have one of the best running backs that I've scouted from the high school ranks committed in Savion Hyder. Our top-ranked running back, 5-star. I think this guy is the total package, and we'll see what happens at Michigan if Justice Haynes comes back. I know talking with some people in Ann Arbor before the injury, it was like, we're probably going to lose him to the NFL. He could come back. You got Jordan Marshall there, so you could have a three-headed monster. Bryce Underwood, you would think, okay, found his bearings, going to show some improvement. They got to get better at wide receiver. Yes. Andrew Marsh, a guy we at 24/7 Sports outlier on. We were very high on him. We saw what he could be there against Northwestern. They got some other guys. I think, Tom, one of them was kind of wavering here.
Yeah, they brought in Travis Johnson, a top 247 guy that we like a good bit. But Zion Robinson, according to our own Mike Roach, says there's some potential movement there that he may not sign today. So I think that's something to watch. He's another guy that's in the top 247 at the number 139th overall player in the country. So, again, really nice piece, but they got to get this across the finish line because there's some schools kind of muddying the waters a little bit.
And to me, Travis Johnson, he's the one that's more ready to play. They're in the same neighborhood with these wide receivers, and that's how we do the rankings, right? You're trying to get them in the neighborhood, and then you slot the houses. And I think Zion's maybe got the higher ceiling, but Johnson to me is the one that's closer and more ready to play. I think he's got inside-outside versatility. Hopefully, in the ideal world, he's playing opposite of Andrew Marsh there. And then I think Michigan, I mean, I know we're not going heavy on the transfer portal here. Like, they got to be in the looking at veteran additions out there. And there's a guy that's not too far away where Cooper Pataga's #1 ranked player in the transfer portal right now, Nick Marsh. Like, that guy makes a ton of sense to me at Michigan.
No doubt about it. Tom, what else are you hearing right now?
Look, so we talked about this in our, called a green room, the conference room this morning. We heard LSU was starting to push for a quarterback. We were like, who's going to end up there?
Fire me up here.
This is a good one because you brought it up at the top.
Ooh.
Keep an eye on Landon Duckworth, the longtime South Carolina commit, number 151 overall player in the country, top 10 quarterback, Elite 11 finalist. This is a guy that LSU is going all in trying to flip from South Carolina. So we brought it up at the top of the show. You mentioned it at the Gamecocks, potentially flipping to the Tigers. Lane Kiffin sinking his teeth in. They go back. There's a long-standing relationship there. He's been to Ole Miss a bunch of times, so the transition won't be a big deal to get to Baton Rouge. And honestly, before he even got hired, Brian Kelly was working on him, trying to flip him. So this is one to watch. I mean, there's some confidence from South Carolina that they're going to keep him, but that same confidence, and maybe even more, is coming from Baton Rouge right now.
Hey, LSU has an offensive coordinator. South Carolina, do they have an offensive coordinator yet?
Actually, I think they hired somebody, didn't they?
I think they did. I mean, it's going to be really interesting because, like, I know a lot of agents out there are really interested to see if Sellers, sticks at South Carolina or if he hits the transfer portal. Tell me about the fit of Duckworth at LSU if he does make that flip in this Lane Kiffin offense. And also, we do know Chris Henry is at the table right now at the Mater Dei signing ceremony. So he is officially there. We will see what, if anything, he decides to announce.
Duckworth, to me, man, you watch him, and the more you watch, the more you like. The good, very good. The bad can be pretty bad.
That's well said.
He is boom or bust to me. And at 24/7 Sports, we're going to bet on the guys with the athletic traits. This is a kid that could leave high school with more state championship rings than he has fingers on one hand, right? He also runs track. He also plays basketball. He's got Jackson High School in the hunt for another state title here. I think athletically what he's able to do, he can extend, he can be a power runner. Lane Kiffin has won with a variety of different quarterbacks, dating back all throughout his career. I remember his days at FAU. I remember at Ole Miss, Jackson Dart, Matt Corral, Trinidad Chambliss. It's been a little bit of everything. So I think he's one of these play callers, one of these offensive minds that is going to tailor his offense to his quarterback's strengths. And if this is the guy for LSU, I love it because LSU, they need quarterbacks, right? They didn't sign one last recruiting cycle. They don't have one right now. Garrett Nussmeier off to the NFL. Michael Van Buren, serviceable, I guess, but he's 1-8 in SEC play as a starter.
I don't think Lane Kiffin can afford to roll with Michael Van Buren, with all due respect.
They're going to be in
not
the portal.
An LSU kid.
They're going to be in the portal, but you need depth.
Right, 100%. All right, speaking of depth, I know Mike Roach had an update on Legend Bay. Sounds like we might have some drama with Mom, maybe not signing the letter. Where do we think Mom wants him to go? This reminds me a lot of the Alex Collins situation, probably from 12, 13 years ago. Alex Collins' mom wanted him somewhere. I think Coach wanted him, at Arkansas? And remember, she ran off with his letter, and we had that whole drama back when signing day was, it was really, really Wild West, which sounds like we're getting some of that today, by the way, as we wait on this Chris Henry announcement, 5-star, who could decide the #1 overall class. Where do we think Mom wants Legend Bay to go?
It seems like there's a couple schools to watch. The most notable one has been Tennessee forever. I mean, that's the one we've been talking about. We believe they were the ones that have made the push and made it so difficult for him to stick or flip from Ohio State. Look, the kid wants to go to Ohio State, but this is not just about one person anymore, and it's about the big picture, and there's a lot of people involved. So it is what it is. It's their household. They do what they want to do, but I think we got to watch out for Tennessee. Another one, we already talked about West Virginia. A lot of money thrown around. West Virginia is a sleeper, according to Mike Roach, so it's something to keep an eye on. This one just doesn't seem like a done deal yet.
How big is that for the Big 12, too? I mean, Texas Tech is spending, obviously BYU spending up in a big way to keep Kalani Sitake, but BYU is pretty well recognized as the #2 spender there in the Big 12. We know Kenny's trying to get more NIL there at Arizona State. If you got some more programs, maybe Oklahoma State finds that money again for new coach Eric Morris, but the Big 12, it's so important you have a few other programs other than just Texas Tech, level up and start to land some of these more 5-stars and 4-star prospects.
Well, I was going to say, we're an hour into the show. We haven't even talked about Texas Tech. Texas Tech signed the 2 5-stars in the same class for the first time in program history. This is going to be their highest-ranked recruiting class of all time. They got 5-star offensive tackle Felix Ojo, who they beat out Ohio State for, who they beat out Texas for. And then they get LaDainian Guyton, edge rusher out of Georgia. Any other year, or if we went back, to pre-NIL and all this stuff, LaDainian Guyton is going to suit up for the Georgia Bulldogs. He's kind of a Kirby Smart edge rusher. He's one of these guys that he circles. So, yeah, Texas Tech is going to sign its highest-ranked recruiting class ever. BYU is going to sign its highest-ranked recruiting class ever. West Virginia is going to sign its highest-ranked recruiting class ever. And Houston is going to sign its highest-ranked recruiting class ever. So you want to talk about the Big 12, a shifting of the powers. It will be interesting to see when the dust settles who has more blue-chip signees, the ACC or the Big 12. I have a hunch it might actually be the Big 12.
That'd be really interesting. Tom, anything else we're monitoring here as we wait on this Chris Henry announcement?
I think we're really close to Henry. From what I've gathered, he's at the table. Again, I got a text about 5 minutes ago that Ohio State feels good. You never know until it doesn't even matter if the kid announces for Ohio State. You got to wait till the pen hits paper. So we'll see what happens. But at least as of 5 minutes ago, it looks like Ohio State's going to get this one done.
Really excited to watch that. What makes Henry so special, by the way?
I mean, he is special. Like in this, that's the perfect word for it.
Here's a guy who sees him all the time.
Yeah, like there's
our guy,
literally,
covers Cali for us. Blair, what's going on, man? Chris Henry, obviously, like the power to sway the rankings for Oregon. If they land him and maybe one more piece, they could land the #1 overall class, pending what USC does. How similar is he to his dad, who we all loved watching there, 20 years ago now? What are they getting if they land him?
A lot of similarities, a long, projectable athlete, incredible at the catch point. I mean, from a competitive standpoint, it's difficult to find a receiver in this class, guys, that has been able to elevate himself in the biggest moments. And when you see him as a downfield threat, with his ability in the air, when there is traffic, when it's a big third down and you need to move the chains, this is why he's so coveted, because of what he's able to do in those tight spaces, in those crucial, pivotal moments. He's a big play guy, could air it out downfield with a guy like him. And then you see him making plays near the red zone, in the goal line situations, with his jump ball, with his length. He's kind of a pterodactyl out there, right, with his wingspan. And I think, we maybe forgot about the impact of a Chris Henry and the potential that he has as a true freshman, considering that he missed most of his junior season with a leg injury. But this year, he was completely off the charts from a production standpoint. And now we're seeing why there's such a battle here at the finish line. I
think that's what was so concerning about him, is that there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I don't know if he's got that next level ability, if he's going to be that guy and take the top off and really emerge as the guy. Because there's chatter about him potentially being a tight end, being too big to be a receiver, maybe not running as well. Doesn't really set the world on fire on 7-on-7 or on the field. But, man, he quieted all the critics this year. So, again, as long as you would know better than anybody, you've been watching it, but as long as it looks like Ohio State's going to get it done, but, man, what an incredible win, especially with all the chatter about Brian Hartline leaving.
I mean, if you're Ohio State, you really can't afford to lose Chris Henry.
No.
Because then it looks like, it was all Hartline, right? Like, it's just really important for Ohio State to pony up, especially because you only have one more year of Jeremiah. You lose Carnell Tate off this team. I mean, one of the things that has made Ohio State so great over the last decade is just the constant flow of superstar pass catchers, and they're always physical in the run game. This year, super physical, obviously, with Jackson emerging. They bullied Michigan there. I think if you're a playoff team, you're like, oh, man, they're really physical this year running the ball. And now we got to defend Tate and Jeremiah on the outside. Like, this is a commitment who could flip the balance of the power in the Big Ten. Like, if Oregon gets him, how the hell are you defending Decorian and Chris Henry for the next 2 years? Like, that's a wild scenario.
I would have loved that fit if he ended up at Oregon, because that is like a difference maker all over the field and going to make it very difficult. And you could have, there was some chatter early on about USC as well. So, again, I think no matter where he ends up, he's going to step right in and just be one of many stars because he's picking some great programs. But this kid is unbelievable. And we just got news that it's official.
Officially, Ohio State did hold off Oregon for Chris Henry. Like, what a big win for the Buckeyes here. Like you lose Brian Hartline to USF, your longtime stud recruiter, especially for that position. But to be able to hold on to Chris Henry, I think that says a lot about his belief there in the Buckeyes program. Obviously, the Buckeyes making that big financial commitment and ponying up.
It's significant, right? Because of like we mentioned with his impact ability, his ability to go in there and play from day one. And then from a recruiting standpoint, to hold off a program like Oregon, which has been kind of nipping at your heels a little bit in the Big Ten Conference, to go out west and regionally win out a recruit like this, especially Tom, I mean, he's been committed since July of 2023. So this is a 2+ year commitment that at the finish line got a little tight there. I know we talked a little bit about it on HQ earlier this week about just how the pieces kind of move near the finish line. There's some leverage plays, there's some negotiations and some term sheets that have to be agreed to, but I think it's huge. And you know, what does this do now for the race for number one?
I mean, I think it gives USC a great chance, and unless Oregon has some huge rabbit that we don't see coming here, which, again, there's been some craziness already today, but I think we have to be, fairly close to calling this thing for USC. I also have to wonder, like, when did Ohio State know that Hartline was going to USF, and when did Henry know? Like, do we think some of this Oregon noise that cropped up over the last week, did Henry have advance notice of this? Like, obviously, if you're Hartline, you're a Buckeye. I don't think you would do, if you knew early, I think you would tell Ryan Day early, right? Hey, man, I got this offer, I'm going to take this, and then Ohio State can kind of quietly message that to him behind the scenes. I'm not saying they did, but I would be surprised if Hartline just said, hey, peace, Ryan Day, with no notice, right? Like, they had to be aware of the process.
I think a lot of this was probably quiet for a while. And I mean, look, the USF job just opened up. It's not like it's been open for weeks like Penn State or something.
But they knew Golesh was leaving. I mean, Arkansas thought they had him. Penn State had a shot at him when they thought they had Sataki, then he ends up going to Auburn. USF knew they weren't keeping Golesh.
He's wanted to be a head coach, and he's earned the opportunity. So I don't think it takes too much. I'm sure the agents were talking about, hey, would you be interested in this job? And we'll see what happens, things like that. But I think big picture, I just want to add, I love this wide receiver class headed to Ohio State, especially now that Henry. I liked it a little bit more when Caden Dixon-Wyatt was in the class. But Jaquaden Guilford, when I was living in Fort Wayne, Indiana, that's a guy that I've watched for the last 2 years become one of the most impressive wide receivers in the country. So really nice get for them. Jaden Ricketts, a guy blazing speed. I think he even was verified 4.4 flat or something like that. Big kid. West Virginia's still digging in there. And Brock Boyd, tremendously productive receiver out of Texas. So all in all, really good get and keeping them all on the fold with Hartline leaving. So they're obviously picking to play for Ryan Day and trusting that they're going to bring in the right receivers coach and offensive coordinator.
And that's going to be a thing that we monitor, right, in the 2027 class. It might be funny to kind of think about, but obviously with all the moving parts, the dominoes in the coaching circles, and you brought up Zone 6, right, a big trend and a big movement that had been building to Columbus to get a Chris Henry to be potentially the heir apparent to what Jeremiah Smith has been able to do there in those colors, I think is really significant.
Yeah, and I wish I had the number in front of me. I had it last signing day, but it's year after year Ohio State has added these 5-star wide receivers. Again, obviously Jeremiah Smith, but let's not forget Quincy Porter. Last cycle finished as a 5-star for 24/7 Sports. That's a guy that's sitting on ice right now. Big outside perimeter playmaker. Now they get Chris Henry in the fold, and then in 2027 they have one of the nation's top wide receivers committed in Jameer Brown. Monshun Sales is right there in the Midwest. So whoever steps in, they're gonna have to carry that torch.
You were crunching the numbers, right? We were in a conference room last night trying to figure out the different possibilities, what this would look like. You see the graphic there, USC at the top of the charts. A ton of blue chippers, 22 out of 35, either 4 stars or 5 stars. Oregon had been, battling there, and we were curious about what that would do for Chris Henry and kind of what that would, maybe shift the Ducks ahead of them. It sounds like you're good to go, Andrew.
Yeah, boys. 11-11. I'm calling it. USC #1 recruiting class in the 2026 cycle. A heck of a job for Lincoln Riley, Chad Bowden, just what they were able to do. And Blair, you know it better than anyone, in California locally, but then nationally. And guys, where my mind goes with USC, in previous years, they would get involved in these recruitments and they would lose out down the stretch. We would see them in Georgia, we'd see them in Florida, involved with these high-profile guys. And as we got closer and closer to signing day, those guys would end up somewhere else. That is not the case now, right? And USC has been on the offensive, right? And very early, as soon as Chad Bowden arrived in Los Angeles, the foundation for this recruiting class quickly took shape. And they were able to flip guys, 6, 7, 8 months ago from Oregon, from these other power player programs. So to me, when I look at this recruiting class, it's a foundational group. Kenye Pepe, our #1 ranked offensive tackle, I think he's a guy that can be a day one starter for USC. Mark Bowman, the tight end, reclassifies there at Mater Dei. I mean, we think the world of him. So do the folks at USC. You can go up and down the list. Jonas Williams, the quarterback, I already talked a little bit about him, but I think in the Lincoln Riley offense, he gets the ball out fast. And for USC, who got 5-star quarterback Husan Longstreet last year, it's perfectly set up post Jaden Maeva for Husan Longstreet and Jonas Williams to battle it out. So top to bottom, this group is impressive. And it's the first time, guys, in 17 years that the SEC hasn't signed the #1 ranked recruiting class.
Yeah, I was going to say, great job. You mentioned Chad Bowden, but it goes well beyond him. Dre Brown, Max Steinecker, guys that we know, that we respect. So really good job there behind the scenes. And then just, you mentioned the top of half the class, but again, they're loaded. A couple guys I always want to single out. Top 247 defensive lineman, Samote Katawanga, 3-star offensive lineman, Brett Collier. That kid, both of these guys, tremendous gets. There's really not a weak point in this class, in my opinion. And it's just one of the most impressive classes I've ever seen. Great job by the staff to put it together.
20 in-state prospects is the most since 2015. And I think Chad Bowden got there early 2025, really looked at the depth and looked at the roster and said, we need an infusion of young talent. Right? This is an older group. We need to build from the high school ranks. Let's not rely on the transfer portal. Let's make sure we stockpile. There's enough talent here. Remember, he comes from Notre Dame. So he's been recruiting against USC for all these years, tries to figure out the right formula once he gets to Los Angeles. And the formula was, we need to load up in our own backyard and beat out Oregon, beat out Ohio State, beat out Alabama. And here's a really good quote that Chad gave us. The reality is, no one wants to see where USC is supposed to be, right? So I think he understood that, and he drove that home with recruits.
We talked about Katawanga, you talked about Chad Bowden and what he wants to do coming from Notre Dame. Like a little behind the scenes, Samote Katawanga was committed silently to Notre Dame. Like they were in a great position to land him. In the end, Chad Bowden leaves, the rest of the staff, they get it done, they get him back to USC.
A few feet away from Chris Henry making his announcement, Caden Dixon-Wyatt flips from Ohio State to the Trojans. And, it's an impressive recruiting victory because he was committed to Ohio State since the spring, took no other official visits until that final secret official visit to USC Thanksgiving Day weekend. A lot of credit should go to Chad Savage, the inside receivers coach that made a difference there.
I love the scoop. You mentioned the state of Ohio. Let's go to the state of Ohio. We got another big commitment coming from 4-star safety Kaden Ghart, the number 25 safety in the country, number 12 player in the state of Ohio. Kaden, thank you so much for joining us, my friend. How we doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Look, doing great. You are down to a couple schools right now. You're committed to Clemson, but you're considering staying home at Ohio State. Before we get into it, man, just how does it feel to finally be here on signing day?
I mean, definitely just blessed with great opportunities, and I'm just excited to announce where I'm going to be playing my ball at.
When you were considering the Tigers, the Buckeyes, what were you looking for in that program of your choice?
Just a place that fits me perfect, and just a good relationship with the coaching staff, and just a place where I want to call home.
I asked new West Virginia safety commit Matt Sieg what he's bringing to that program. So for you, give me a little self-scout. What are you bringing to the program you're choosing there, both as a player but also as a person?
Yeah, I'm bringing my work ethic and just that physical mentality. I mean, I feel like I'm a hard-nosed safety, and I just can't wait to whatever school I end up at.
All right, Kaden, the moment is here. It is time to tell everybody where you will be playing your college ball. Fire away.
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank God for blessing me with these great opportunities, and just all my family and coaches and friends that have helped me get to this moment. And I also want to just thank Clemson for believing me and trusting my talents. But you only get this chance once, and I'm staying home. I'm flipping my commitment to the Ohio State University.
Tremendous win for the Buckeyes. See, there's some good news for the Buckeyes. You got Chris Henry. Now you get Kaden Ghart. Kaden, congrats, man. Why Ohio State for you?
I mean, Ohio's where my heart is. I mean, it's been my dream school since a little kid. And just my relationship with Coach Day, Coach Guerrero, and Coach Patricia, it's a very good relationship. And it's where my heart is. And I just can't wait.
And I know, just quickly, behind the scenes, you had known about this a little while. How did it play out? How did you tell the staff? How did they react? Kind of set the stage for us real quick.
Yeah, so I decommitted from Clemson on Tuesday morning, and then I let Coach Day know right after that, and then really they've been recruiting me hard for a little while now. I just want to stay close to my family and just be with them. So,
Kaden, congrats again, the newest Ohio State Buckeye. Enjoy your day. Congrats on signing day, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for letting me come on here.
Scouting Andrew Ivins, Blair Angula. You guys love this kid. You were talking about him earlier this morning. Break down his tape for us.
You see the player comp right there, Drew Tranquill. And I think Blair loves that. That's the guy I chose. Kaden said it himself. I think he was reading the 24/7 Sports Scouting Report, which you can find on 247sports.com for all these blue chip prospects. Hard-nosed safety, right? Blends nasty physicality, sharp instincts. This is a kid with over 400 career tackles. He's a 4-year starter. I think a high floor player. I think this is a future special teams ace. We list him as a safety, but guys, you know it. Football, the positional lines continue to blur, right? Like, are you a safety, a linebacker, hybrid? It doesn't matter. Matt Patricia, he comes from the NFL. Ohio State has one of the top defenses right now in college football. It's because they add kids like this, kids that can tackle, kids that can defend the run. So I'm a huge fan. Does remind me of Drew Tranquill, who was at Notre Dame, right? Transitioned to linebacker. He's had a very excellent NFL career. So this is a huge pickup for Ohio State, and I love the secondary haul for them. What they've been able to do, the senior season evaluations, and I know this day has kind of gotten a little away from Ohio State, but you look at that department and what they were able to do with a lot of uncertainty at schools like Penn State, the schools in the SEC. You had Ohio State in this position where they could go out and they could get the guys that are playing the best football in America. Kaden Ghart is one of them. Kamari Bing, a safety that they flipped from Maryland there at St. Francis Academy. I think he's a guy with endless range. All over the field he can get to, different corners. Jay Timmons, one of my favorite players in this entire class of 2026. He's the guy that could play 5 spots in the secondary. He was committed to Florida State where his dad plays. Now he's headed to Ohio State. So he's a potential day one impact guy. So really like this secondary haul for Ohio State. I know they didn't get everyone, but this is going to keep that defense humming.
I love what they've been able to do this season, right? They're the number 1 team in the country. They went into the season 9th overall in the team recruiting rankings. So they kind of slow played things. They could be a little bit more selective. They're shooting for quality instead of quantity. But now at the end, they're making their points, right? And they're making kind of the difference, and they're flexing their muscle as Ohio State. Another player, and I don't know if we've touched on him, is Luke Fahey, a prospect out in Southern California. Could be the face of that quarterback room in the future. I was speaking with his quarterback coach, Ryan Porter, who also coached Jaden Daniels back in high school, and he told me this is a future NFL player. Right? And you think about what he's able to do from a cerebral standpoint. He's steady in the pocket. He was connecting with former high school teammate and current Ohio State wide receiver Phillip Bell back in high school. Vance Spafford was a big target for him in high school, a player that can distribute the football. When you think about the future of that offense, Luke Fahey is really steady. It came down to Indiana and Ohio State for him down the stretch before he made an announcement in the summer. He's locked in with the Buckeyes, already signed, and I'm really thrilled with what the future of that room looks like for them.
Yeah, when we talk about fit, more important than anything, the money, dollars and cents, like Luke Fahey to Ohio State makes so much sense. I mean, there's so many similarities to Julian saying, accurate with the football. So I love that fit. They don't need a guy like Jared Curtis. They don't need to drop $2 million or something on a kid, a big arm. They don't need that in that offense. Obviously, we'll see some transition with whoever comes in as the offensive coordinator. But all in all, love the get with Ghart, man. The guy's a heat-seeking missile. So a lot of fun there. But I want to kind of pivot at this point. I don't know, do we still have that ACC recruiting rank? I think we're going to go to that. Otherwise, we could talk some flip potential here. Let's just move on to the flip potential.
Yeah,
this is one that we fired up about.
Tee you guys up here, right? You're the ones working the phones. I just grade the players. Don't worry, everyone's underranked.
Always.
So I think where we should start is the flips that defined this recruiting cycle, and there has been some huge ones today. Jared Curtis, we've touched on. Caden Dixon-Wyatt, we've touched on. Tom, you were all over the Curtis, so we don't need like a 10-minute expose on it. Just give us the nuts and bolts of Jared Curtis, because for the fourth year in a row, we had a five-star quarterback, at the buzzer, flip from another school. It was Dante Moore, Oregon, UCLA, Dylan Raiola, Georgia, Nebraska, Bryce Underwood, LSU, Michigan. All those guys have panned out. So Jared Curtis, how did this go down? How did you know?
Two people. Clark Lee getting the extension, Diego Pavia personally recruiting him, passing the torch, saying, take my job, I'm leaving, I'm off to the NFL, come be the guy. So that's really what played out behind the scenes. And in the end, and I will say it till the day I die, this kid simply just did not want to go to Georgia. There was a point where he wanted to go to Oregon. We were confident in that reporting, felt great about the Ducks. Ended up at Georgia. In the end, he's going to go to Vanderbilt, which I genuinely believe is the place that makes him happy. He wants to be there. He wants to put on for his city, for his state, in front of friends and family, and just be the guy. QB1. I mean, that was it too. That was the big difference maker. The kid wants to play. He doesn't want to go sit for 2 years, maybe a year, and just be the guy at that point. He wants to be the day one guy, and he has that ability. So when you mix the day one, Pavia, Clark Lee, I mean, that's what moved the needle for the Commodores.
Well, guys, I'm fired up. Class of 2027. What five-star quarterback are we talking about this time next year? Blair, Mater Day. If you're watching this show, you now know that the school is loaded with talent. We've been talking about these two wide receivers, but they got some big boys as well. And these flips happened a while back, but to me, a guy that's studied this entire class, like, these are big deals. Cody Green, offensive tackle. He was committed to Oregon, a kid that's originally from up in that area of the country, headed to Washington. In Washington, signing highest ranked recruiting class ever. Washington, talking with some people inside their buildings, they think Cody Green could be their starting left tackle as a true freshman. I agree. How did they get that one done?
Big offensive lineman, a player with a lot of experience, and kind of behind the scenes, and talking to Brandon Huffman, our insider, who's well tied in and well looped into that Pacific Northwest. It was kind of like a tugging to his heartstrings, right, in a way, where it always felt like he wanted to play at Washington, had committed to Oregon. They make a full-on full-court press to keep that kid home, even though he had been playing his high school football in Southern California, to pull him away from the Ducks, which has been doing a terrific job of developing offensive linemen. I think Washington sold him on being that cornerstone piece that you're talking about, being a building block piece.
Yeah, and I know Oregon's number 2 in the rankings right now, so this is going to sound a bit silly, but like what USC is doing, what Washington is doing, like, that has made it much harder for Dan Lanning. And Tom, the big nose at Mater Day, he was committed to Oregon as well, and he ends up at USC. And he's a guy that, again, talking with some of these people in the personnel departments, like the Trojans think, hey, like, year one, he is going to be a part of our rotation.
I heard a story that I might share now, right? Tomohini Topui. So he committed to Oregon last season during that emotional game when they played Ohio State inside Autzen Stadium. And I heard he went up there on a visit, kind of got caught up in the moment, in the drama, in the theatrics, and just the atmosphere. And if you've ever been in that stadium, you just know how incredible that place is from a game atmosphere standpoint. So he's walking through the building, going up different levels, and they essentially convince him to commit at that time. And maybe he wasn't ready, but like I said, that night was special for him. So he commits. Kind of, in a way, gets some remorse, right, at some point. USC, they put on the full court press as well, and they come in with their big junior day. And like we touched on earlier, with the full court press on all the Southern California kids, he gets caught up in that moment. But the difference was that USC had him in their backyard. And so they could continue to be in his ear, and they could continue to go to Mater Dei, and they could continue to recruit him, and getting Mark Bowman, getting Sean Scott at his own high school, recruiting Caden Dixon-Wyatt. Having that presence allowed USC to get this past the finish line, and Oregon was trying at the final weekend. Remember, they had a big home game right before they played Washington. They played USC. They tried to get Tom back up to Eugene. Didn't happen. The Trojans get this one done.
Tom, well, from Tom to Tom.
I'm just one Tom. Yeah.
Another big flip, and this one's special to me and you because let's go back to the summer. OT7 championships right down the road, raining. We had a studio set up. It was a who's who. It felt like it felt like the Super Bowl in Media Row. We had all these big time recruits there. Tristan Keys, the 5-star wide receiver, he was running around with an LSU hat on. You told me he's not going to sign with LSU, and then we had Tristan Keys on set, and we asked him right where he was going to sign.
Tristan, I got to ask, I just brought up on the broadcast, you were rocking the LSU hat earlier. No LSU hat right now. Yeah. My buddy Tom Loy over here said yesterday that he doesn't think he might not end up at LSU, taking a ton of official visits. So what's the latest with the recruitment? Where do things stand right now?
I feel like they're doing a great job what they do from the coaching standpoint. I went on OV this past weekend, I want to say. Yeah, this past weekend, got a chance to get a feel with locker room guys, talk to the coaches. I've been there 1,000 times, man, so I pretty much know how everything kind of flows, so yeah.
Guys, we've been doing this a long time. Like, coach speak is a thing. We need to start with recruit speak because that's the vibe I got from that. Tom, another one you were all over. He was committed to LSU. Yeah. Tristan Keys, 5-star, obviously, a true game record. Now he's headed to Tennessee. I think he's a perfect fit in that Josh Heupel offense with Faison Brandon, the quarterback. Take us behind the scenes there.
He was just never going to go to LSU. It's just that simple. And he made that very clear to me. He was on campus, and he had told me a week or so before that. I think I wrote this War Daddy piece breaking down the 5 or 6 contenders. He's like, I'm a little bit away from making a decision, not doing anything quickly. And then all of a sudden I get a text notification that he announced his decision. And I was blown away. And basically he told me right away this was a little bit of a miscommunication. He wasn't ready to commit, and then he's just going to let it play out. And then August 28th, he decommits from LSU, and that's where, he basically told me the entire time, keep your crystal ball in Tennessee. He was the one who initially told me to put it in. He said, keep your crystal ball in Tennessee, and then that day is when he called me and said, hey, you're going to be right. You and Ivans, we talked about it at Fort Lauderdale. I'm going to Tennessee. So, again, there was never a point, and I made this very clear at Go Vols 24/7 the entire time. Everybody was freaking out. Oh, you were wrong. We lost him to LSU. Again, he was never going to LSU. Huge win for Tennessee. He wants to play with Faison Brandon. He loves Knoxville, loves the game day environment. Again, obviously commanding a high dollar amount, but again, never was going anywhere other than Tennessee.
Tom, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to. And speaking of dollar amount, right? And we hear things all over the plays all the time. Adidas is going to be the new flagship for Tennessee, right? That they're going to be the trademark, and it's going to be one of those programs that they really kind of get behind. Mm-hmm. Tristan Keys is an Adidas athlete. How much of an influence did that have on things? That
was a factor, no question. I mean, it makes sense. Why they're never going to? We know some people at Adidas. They're never going to force anybody to go to an Adidas school. It's just that's not how they do their business, and it's not going to sit well with kids. But in the end, these guys, that Adidas deal, we had heard that for months. We talked about it. You and I were in Orlando talking on the golf course at one time that we had heard Adidas was going to be or Tennessee was going to become an Adidas school. That was a huge factor. It really is. In a perfect world, you have your Adidas guys playing for an Adidas school. Under Armour, Zion Ely, Under Armour guy, going to Maryland, things like that. So I don't know the dollar figure, but it did not hurt anybody with him going to Tennessee.
Hey, all the Penn State viewers out there, aren't they moving to Adidas here? There's a lining of hope out there. Tom, let's go to another quarterback here. We start with Jared Curtis. Jet Tamala was committed to Iowa State. Yep. Showed up at the Elite 11 finals. Committed to Iowa State. We were eating breakfast before day one got underway. You asked him, hey, are you flipping to Alabama? I think so. I think I am. 20 minutes later, he was committed to Alabama. Take us behind the scenes on this one, because this is a quarterback that reminds me a little bit of Daniel Jones there in the state of Nebraska. Excellent in terms of his ability to layer the football around coverage. I mean, Ryan Grubb, Kalen DeBoer continue to just reload at that quarterback position.
Yeah, at the time we saw him in Nashville, Cooper Patagna, the guys that were there with me at this event, he was outstanding. And you looked at it and you're like, wow, what an eval, what a get for the Cyclones. Fast forward to the Elite 11 finals, and it's like Alabama just comes in and just snatches him up. So, and then seeing all these tweets from our Bama insider, Brett Greenberg, who does a phenomenal job covering the Crimson Tide week in and week out. It's 3, 4, 5 touchdowns, no picks, throws for 50 touchdowns. I mean, what an incredible senior season. Great job by you guys on the evaluation. So just a huge win for the Crimson Tide, but this was simply Alabama made a push. They got it done. A little bit behind the scenes, though, Nebraska, when they kind of parted ways with Dayton Raiola, they made a move here, and Jet basically said, thanks, but no thanks. Alabama's been on me since day one, and I'm a loyal guy, and I'm sticking with the Crimson Tide.
Oh, guys, we got more coaching news on signing day here. Kansas State, sounds like Texas A&M offensive coordinator Colin Klein will be the new head coach there. Guys, I remember playing with him in the EA Sports video game at Kansas State. Interesting year for the Wildcats. Begin the season in Ireland, kind of fell apart from there. But they've done a lot of good things, I think, on the recruiting front. So we can take this in a variety of different directions here. Texas A&M, really good recruiting class. Does it impact anything there? Does it impact anything in the coming years? Or with Kansas State, any changes there? What jumps out to you guys?
I think just first is our guy Lincoln Cure, 5-star tight end, is signed at Kansas State last year. If I remember correctly, he was considering Texas A&M with that connection. So I think that's one that there's probably nobody more fired up about this news than him. Now on the flip side, you got Marcel Reed, Texas A&M quarterback, probably not thrilled about this information. So we'll see what happens there, but not expecting much change when it comes to Texas A&M recruiting. It's so loaded on the defensive side of the ball. I think there's going to be some changes coming to Kansas State. I already got a text that, like, don't be surprised if there's a full, house cleaning that goes on there. But I think that not a ton of ripple effects at this point. But again, my mind immediately goes to Lincoln Cure being thrilled about this news.
A player that has the potential through the roof and, a lot of upside. I know it's gone off to a bit of a slow start there at K-State, kind of tracking some of the true freshmen. But that was a huge recruiting victory for K-State last year. They invested a lot in that, beating out Oregon, which had made a mad dash there at the finish line. I think what stands out to me is that Colin Klein knows that program. And, you mentioned playing with him in the video game. He was an R2, spammer, right? Like, this dude can move, and with his ability to get out in the pocket, I think his mind is made up of what he wants that offense to look like. He was trying to translate some of that to A&M, and I think it's going to give them an identity again in that sense, right? This is kind of been an institutional program with Coach Snyder there for a long time, and kind of going through a transition phase, but Colin Klein, I think, is going to bring some of that DNA and really, in a way, kind of get them back to what they've been accustomed to. They've been out of the mix in the Big 12, kind of almost on the cusp. There's been some new schools getting up there. Obviously, new additions like Utah and BYU and Arizona and ASU kind of making things a little bit more difficult. Maybe Colin Klein, with what he's been able to do from a recruiting standpoint at A&M, getting in some of these big SEC battles can help them.
What about 25 signee quarterback Brady Hart? Guy well, covered in the state of Florida. He picked A&M last year, and Klein was a huge reason why. It kind of, makes me wonder if there's any shot he could end up at Kansas State if they want to make a move there.
Hey, my mind goes to Avery Johnson there. I think he fits what Colin Klein wants to do. I don't know about you guys. I hear a lot of smoke about Avery Johnson, potential transfer portal quarterback. But Kansas State, I think our buddy Rob Cassidy's probably fired up about this hire. Let's reset the scene here, guys, as signing day continues on. Remember the promo code NSD 2025. That gets you access to Tom Loy. That gets you access to Blair Angulo. That gets you access to everyone else in the 24/7 Sports Network. And guys, it's only getting ramped up. The transfer portal is right around the corner. So Big news of the day, Chris Henry, he sticks with Ohio State despite his position coach headed to USF. We have a number 1 ranked recruiting class in USC. We're calling it here the Trojans. First time in 18 years we have not seen an SEC school at the top. Tom, what else are you working on right here as we approach the noon hour on the East Coast?
I'm still kind of waiting to see what Vanderbilt's going to do, and we haven't gotten an update on Blake Stewart. Really, really talented defensive back who I think a lot of people were projecting to land at Georgia, and Vanderbilt's making a huge run there. I think Peyton Falzone, he was at one point a top 247 quarterback. I think a lot of people were projecting him to eventually end up as a tight end. He was committed to Penn State, flipped to Auburn. He's going to make a decision today, so look for some news on that front. So, again, a lot of moving parts, just trying to put some finishing touches on it. Anything jumping out to either of you guys?
I think I'm tracking a lot of the activity out in Utah, right? There's been a hot topic state in recent weeks. Obviously, the Kalani Sitake news and that whole fiasco with Penn State. Will he stay at BYU? Will he go? That's, I think, thrown a lot of things into loop from a recruiting standpoint. Ryder Lyons, the big quarterback from California who was a marquee recruiting victory for that program. Will they get him across the line? I know he's going on a LDS church mission. It doesn't really matter because he can change his mind when he gets back from his mission, but will they put pen to paper with him today? And then obviously what kind of side effects or ripple effects do we see from Kalani deciding to stay there? There's a few flip candidates, flip potential there in the Beehive State. So that's a big thing to monitor this weekend as kind of the sun starts to rise on the West Coast.
Flip is the word of the day. We've already had 2 here on the CBS Sports College Football YouTube channel. We had Matt Sieg ends up at West Virginia. That was a bit of a surprise to us. We had Kaden Ghart. He goes from Clemson to Ohio State. We got a few more prospects that are going to announce with us here. Carter Gooden, top 100 edge rusher out of New England, committed to UCLA. Vanderbilt's in there. Tennessee's in there. Sounds like Tennessee could be a really big day for them. Linebacker Terry Wiggins, top 247 player out of the state of Pennsylvania. Another guy committed to Penn State. Tons of different options for him. Guys, where I want to go from here, let's talk about quarterbacks and quarterbacks that could play as true freshmen. And every year, I think this is one of our favorite topics to do on these shows in this type of setting because we kind of call our shot, right? And, the mainstream college football media, they'll have all their takes in August, and it's a lot of regurgitation of the scouting reports from us. But it's easy to kind of identify some individuals that we think are going to play. So I'll open the floor, give you guys the tee box. Who do you think we're going to see in 2026?
We haven't talked about him at all today. Jared Curtis, flipping to Vanderbilt. He's my guy. He's going to be the day 1 starter. I expect him to take over for Diego Pavia. I would be shocked if he didn't win that job. He's going to play right away. The other one is Faison Brandon, formerly our number 1 player. I think he's ranked 3rd at this point for us at 24/7 Sports. Joey Aguilar is gone. Look, that one is not as surefire of a bet. You got George McIntyre there, who is a highly touted prospect. Last year, they've been obviously known to hit the transfer portal. But again, I think Faison Brandon is just a little bit different. Banged up this year, missed most of the year with a hand injury, but he's back. He's been tearing it up. So a lot to like there. Those are my 2 to watch.
I think we forget the impact that he could potentially have for this program because he committed so early.
Yeah.
The recruiting cycle has completely changed. It used to be that players like Faison Brandon were waiting until the final moment. I remember back-to-back years going to Jaden Daniels' announcement and then going to CJ Stroud's announcement. Now it's completely different. These guys are off the board early, maybe in the spring, sometimes late summer. But it shouldn't be understated just how special of a talent he is. Obviously I think the upside is through the roof, and when you think about the projectables and his arm talent, his ability to move in and outside the pocket, find those layers and find targets downfield, it seems tailor-made to what Josh Heupel likes to do on offense.
Guys, when we ranked him number 1 in the country, and I know he's down to number 2, we kind of took a shot, right? And we loved what we had seen him in a camp setting. We loved the sophomore tape on him, and he has grown into the player we thought he was. And Tom brought it up, injured as a senior, got hurt in the first game of the season. It was in overtime, led his team to an overtime victory on a touchdown run. Hand gets injured. I thought, okay, we're not going to see Faison Brandon maybe for 2 or 3 years now, right? He's going to go to Tennessee. Likely they're going to bring in a transfer portal quarterback. And the next thing you know, right, the week before our rankings come out, Faison Brandon returns in the state playoffs and throws 3 touchdown passes in the first half. It's the same thing the next week. And the more I've thought about it, the more I've marinated on it. The fact that Faison Brandon came back to his high school team and is trying to win another state title after winning one as a junior, I think that says everything about him as an individual. I think it says everything about him as a football player. Guys, I mean, we deal with all these different types of personalities. We see everything, right? We've seen guys opt out of senior seasons. We've seen guys reclassify. Faison Brandon is a competitor, right? He is a sharp mind. I love him between the ears, and I think that translates to his game that you see between the lines. He's very methodical as a passer, right? What we saw from him as a junior showed up at the Elite 11 finals. There really wasn't any peaks and valleys because he was so steady from start to finish. And I love the fit at Tennessee there in Josh Heupel's offense. He can coordinate those RPO games. He can create with his acceleration as a runner. So I think it's a big pickup. I love Tennessee's recruiting class, right? It's going to be the best group for them since 2015. We haven't even talked about my guy, Big Squish, Gabe Osenda, the offensive tackle. This is a really good group. And don't forget David Sanders, the 5-star offensive tackle. No one has talked about Blair. Have you made him a true freshman of the week yet? He's been really good ever since he got healthy on the left side. So they got the bookend tackles. They got Tristan Keys. They got Faison Brandon. I just like Tennessee and the future of that offense.
Before we pivot from quarterbacks, I just kind of want to reiterate, talking to some people, it still looks like LSU is really, really surging up the recruiting board for top 247 quarterback Landon Duckworth, who's committed to South Carolina. Obviously there's some finishing touches. I know some of the people that he's working with behind the scenes, and there's some pro LSU people there in his back pocket. So it'll be interesting to see there. And then just quickly want to add one more. We had a question in the chat about the latest with top 247 safety Dylan Purter. Look, there's some good news potentially coming for LSU, but there might be some bad news. He's committed to LSU. We talked about that this morning. Florida Gators, one to watch. It seems like they're in a really good spot to flip him.
Yeah, Florida with Dylan Purter. Hey, not my lane, guys. I don't swim in the scoop lane, but that is a name I heard yesterday to watch with Florida. That staff, John Summerall, they're all trying to win a conference championship at Tulane, but I heard yesterday Cole Hurd, John Summerall, they were working the phones at practice trying to recruit for the University of Florida. So these guys, their talent acquisition, they're quickly figuring it out. And Purter is a name to know, a guy that can play multiple spots in the secondary, long, fast, everything you want. Let's stick with the quarterbacks, the guys we think that could play as true freshmen. Keyshawn Henderson, number one player in the country. I mean, Tom, you've had a ton of exposure to him. Blair, I'd love to hear your take. I mean, a guy that you're on the West Coast, but I'm sure you've seen him. What I think is wild here, guys, is he used to be the two-way athlete that might be a quarterback that wore a Davy Crockett hat. We don't even talk about the Davy Crockett hat anymore. It's just Keyshawn Henderson.
Kind of disappointing.
Who might be the next Lamar Jackson, who might be the next Jaden Daniels. That's the type of playmaker he is.
I saw Keyshawn Henderson last December inside SoFi Stadium for the Trillion Boys Showcase.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a player who didn't have to do this, right? He didn't have to be out in December flying out to Los Angeles to throw to receivers he's never met. But this was an event for him to showcase his abilities. I spoke to him afterward. I was already committed to UH. A lot of schools were, trying to kind of poke around there. And he said, hey, look, I would love to compete. And when you get exposed to that type of activity from a player who could be on Christmas break if he wanted to, right? But he got on a plane, went to work out, tried to showcase his abilities, and he said, hey, I want to be ranked higher. This is why I'm doing it. And a big-time athlete, I think, was rated as an athlete at the time, makes the jump up to quarterback, was known for his crazy hat that he was wearing at 7-on-7, making kind of a fashion statement. I love the fit. I think most of all, right? What he's going to be able to do in that offense, be the face of the program, stays home, and can, in a way, kind of ignite their on-field product there as well.
The amount of air miles that these two, like Keyshawn Henderson, Tristan Keys, those guys doing events that they didn't need to do, it's so impressive. Like I think about Tristan Keys, we were in Florida, goes from Under Armour in Florida to the Poly Bowl and then back to a Battle Miami tournament that same weekend. So Keyshawn did the same thing. He traveled everywhere. He's a super competitive kid. He could be a 5-star safety, corner, receiver. It doesn't really matter. But kudos to him. He's betting on himself. He's become an elite quarterback. Now you named him the #1 player in the country, and it couldn't have happened to a better kid. So huge win for Houston.
He's got the key to the city. That's what they say.
There it is.
I talked with someone at Houston yesterday, and how did you guys get this done? And it's a relationship that started this, and certainly the rev share, the name, image, and likeness has leveled the playing field. But the reason Keyshawn Henderson is signing with Houston is because of Sean Bell, is because of Willie Fritz. Those guys saw the vision with him from the jump, Keyshawn Henderson. And to me, it's almost like a pinch yourself type of moment, how much growth he has shown as a quarterback, not only in the past 6 months, but the past 12 months, the past 2 years. I mean, this is a guy that is an electric athlete, right? He could be a pure runner at the position, but he wants to win from the pocket. And you look at his senior season, nearly doubles his touchdown to interception ratio. He improves his completion percentage by almost 5%. His yards per attempt, that improves. And the other thing is, like, he is such a polarizing personality. You want to be around him, and kids want to play alongside with him. And I think when we talk about Keyshawn Henderson, all right, are we going to see him on the field in 2026? You would think no, because Connor Wegman is going to be back there for Houston. But I think Houston views him, Willie Fritz and that staff, as a difference maker. And I think they're going to find a way to get him involved in some capacity. And, I think a lot of people watching this show are like, all right, well, Houston, why does that matter? Like, this is the guy that can be a catalyst for a college football playoff run. And this recruiting class, it's not just him. John Hebert, the running back out of Texas, top 247 guy. They got a lot of talent. Paris Melvin around him. Keep an eye on Houston. This isn't smoke and mirrors.
I got some news. We talked about this earlier this morning. Really not a surprise to any of us, because we all, when I mentioned this earlier, this was not shocking. One 5-star to another. 5-star wide receiver Calvin Russell will not sign today. He's been committed to Syracuse since July 5th of this year. The two teams to watch. And again, he very well may end up at Syracuse, but there are some teams making this interesting. It's Michigan, to opportunity to play both sports, basketball and football, and then Miami, which he visited basically for every home game this year. So he's still expected to announce this week, but right now he's not doing it today. Okay,
let me cook here on Calvin Russell. And I think a lot of people see him ranked as this 5-star prospect. They're like, he's going to Syracuse. Like, how good really is this individual? I'm telling you, when you see him play, there is something different about his game. He has all of the traits in the world, and he's had a very unique path there at Miami Northwestern. Remember, Teddy Bridgewater was the head coach there. He's had to play some quarterback. He's not in the most conducive offense for wide receiver growth and wide receiver development, but I think he has all of the tools to be a dude on the outside. And you brought up Michigan. All right, they're going to let him play basketball. That is absolutely correct, because Dusty May, when he was at Florida Atlantic and the Owls were making the Final Four run, he offered Calvin Russell in basketball. That's how good this kid is on the hardwood. We're talking about a kid, 38 points, 19 rebounds a game in the state playoffs. So Calvin Russell, to me, a lot of people don't see the vision. He reminds me of Jacoby Lane. And we've seen what he's been able to do at USC. Jacoby Lane also played some quarterback in high school. I think he's a difference maker. And I'm not surprised he's a name that there might be some drama. We knew there was going to be drama. We brought this up. I mean, Syracuse threw for less than 100 yards in, 3 or 4 games here down the stretch?
Not what you're looking for.
Yeah.
It's not what you're looking for. One quick nugget. Braylon Womack just texted me, 5-star safety, or top 100 safety. He is in. He's signed with Mississippi State. They can take a breath. Auburn fans, they were trying to get it done, but he's a Bulldog.
What's interesting is that technically this is an early signing period, and we forget because it's signing day.
Right.
But I think more so than ever, since we moved to this new format of an early signing period, that the whole scope of the signing period will be used and will be utilized. And I think that's a byproduct of recruits understanding now the landscape and saying, hey, we have the power to wait. they have leverage now. There's time to be and to agree and to find a fit, or to in a way kind of get things over the line. I think now it's completely different. It's completely changed. Sometimes it felt like maybe we got signing day done and it was like, all right, who's left? There might not be that many. Now there's a lot of drama still to be had.
Yeah, I'm trying to juggle all this stuff going on. Let's go back to the Braylon Womack, because Auburn, again, this isn't my lane, guys, but I heard Auburn was working the phones last night. He's not the only blue chip defensive back they try to make a run at. Chauncey Kinnon committed to Florida State. I believe he signed. Jalen Waters as well. Braylon Womack, this is a difference maker in the SEC. The early player comp for him was Caleb Downs. And Tom, I remember us last year at the Navy All-American Bowl. We had Braylon Womack on set with us, and he's like, he idolizes Caleb Downs. Yeah. And I think he is close to him. I think Braylon Womack needs to improve and find some contact courage, but this was the Gatorade Mississippi Player of the Year as a junior. He does it in all three phases. He does it as a return man. He does it as a wide receiver. What's unique about him is he is a safety prospect that is excellent in man coverage, right? So he's a guy where you can put him in the slot. I wouldn't be surprised if Mississippi State tried him at corner. So for Jeff Lebby and Mississippi State, I think they have the future of their offense and the future of the defense there. We saw it from Camario Taylor throughout stretches. Is he a complete product? I'm talking about the true freshman quarterback. No, but you can see what his ceiling is. You can see what he can offer that offense. Now they got Braylon Womack, who I think if you're a Mississippi State fan, it's not a clean comp. But think about Isaac Smith in that secondary, what he has been able to do. He was another big in-state win for them. So this is a guy where I think Mississippi State is getting a trusted piece in their secondary, and he's going to be the identity of that defense in the coming years.
I want to get back to the quarterback talk and get your take on some immediate impact guys, but I do have one question, and I put your feet to the fire a little bit because you are truly the best in the business and the most dialed into this stuff. He was a 5-star. He was the #1 safety in the country. And I appreciate your take on this. So I want you to put it out there. He's now number 4. You're raving about him. You're gushing about him. But what makes him? What separates maybe a Jet Washington or a Joey O'Brien from a Braylon Womack?
Well, look, the 24/7 Sports rankings. We're always going to use the NFL draft. That is our North Star. We are trying. That is how we grade ourselves. We're trying to project long-term success. And Tom, look, the safety position over the past few years, go look at the most recent NFL drafts. There's not a lot of safeties that are going day 1. It's a lot of guys that are going day 2. Love Braylon Womack. We loved him early on. I think when we got into the senior tape, we were hoping and thinking who was going to take that next step. Hasn't happened yet. Now, could that happen, year 1, year 2 in Starkville? Absolutely. I mean, again, this is a blue star prospect, I think, for some of our evaluators. Guys we really like. And what's unique about the class of 2026, I knew in September, once high school football got underway, I knew we were going to have more players with 5-star grades than we had spots for 5 stars, right? Because we only have 32 5 stars a cycle, and that is what has transpired. We're going to have one more rankings update after the All-Star games, after the Navy All-American Bowl, after the Under Armour All-American game, after the Polynesian Bowl. So these are difficult decisions, and they're the ones that keep me up at night, right? I'm going to be sitting in bed. Yeah. Hey, man, really wish we had Braylon Womack. And to circle back to what you said, Jet Washington, Blair's super familiar with him. I mean, he's a 6'5" safety that's 215 pounds. That could be an off-ball linebacker. Oh, and he's the nephew of Kobe Bryant, and he hits like a heat-seeking missile. You got to kind of weigh those out. Which guys do you want to take your shot on?
Guys, let's just circle back to the quarterback talk. We gave our take. Jared Curtis, Keyshawn Henderson. Blair, what do you got, man? Who are some guys that could play right away?
Can I set the table for here? I want you to cook on this guy. Traydon Bessinger, headed to Utah. Utah's highest-ranked quarterback recruit of all time. A guy, you saw him play as a senior, very productive. I think he could be a guy year 1.
Yeah, I've been seeing him since he was a sophomore, and this was the best quarterback I saw this season. Really dynamic with the ball in his hands, a hooper. I know you love that aspect of him as well, from a multi-sport dynamic, and he's incredible outside the pocket as well. Doesn't lose any velocity, loves to distribute the football downfield, hits those receivers deep. I love what he's able to do underneath, and he's as tough as they come as well when you think about the Big Ten and what you need out of a quarterback to pick up some of those tough yards, he does a lot of that by lowering his shoulder, diving for the first down marker. I just love the makeup. And, he was formerly committed to Boise State. It was a tough loss for the Broncos to lose him close to signing day. But Iowa, I think, is getting the face of what their program's going to look like in the next few years. He told me he's not going there to hand the ball off. Like, they have told him that he will be a big part of their offense, and they want to throw the football.
I wish we had Scout Bud in here. He loves Iowa's.
Well, it's good to have it on the record, right?
Yeah, no, Bud loves some of the wide receivers that Iowa has added. Yep. I don't know. It's just changing again, shifting landscape out there. Like Iowa's got a quarterback, and it's like, we like this guy. We try to get him in the Navy All-American Bowl, but he's going to play basketball, and you have to respect that. Other quarterbacks you think could play as true freshmen?
Oscar Rios is one that comes to mind when you think about the Arizona quarterback room. Noah Fafita, possibly on his way out there. We'll see kind of about that fifth-year eligibility. But I think Oscar Rios has the tool set to make an impact in that Brent Brennan offense. I think the world of him, especially with what we saw out of him at the Elite 11 finals. Maybe not the strongest week for him, guys, but I think he's a gamer, and he has a lot of varsity experience. He's got kind of that moxie, that confidence that you like to see from a signal caller. And we've talked about markets and branding and in kind of the NIL era and what a quarterback can do for a program. This is a player who leans into his Hispanic heritage. He's half Mexican. When you think about him playing in Tucson, just half hour, 45 minutes, depending on traffic there on Interstate 10 from the Mexican border, and you think about that fan base, and I think there's so much potential for him to be the next big thing in the Big 12.
I love Arizona's recruiting class. Like, you're only getting that here on the CBS Sports College
You're
Football.
You're a sicko, that's why.
Yeah, I'm a sicko. Wide receiver R.J. Mosley, Xavier Hiller, this corner out of Texas. He's one of my favorite corners I watched when we did the senior season update. Big 6'4" guy. They're doing an excellent job there. I think I got 6 4-stars in that Arizona recruiting class.
We got a couple questions here in the chat. We appreciate you guys liking, subscribing, watching all day long. But Harrison Sanchez 1177 says, guys, how impressive is it that Florida was able to keep their class together? And so far, so good, because when I'm checking the Swamp 24/7 commit list, we've got C.J. Brona still locked in, signed, one of the most impressive cornerbacks in the country. We got top 247 edge rusher KJ Ford locked in. These are guys Brona was strongly considering going to Ohio State. Ford had been talking to USC, Alabama, Texas A&M, a variety of others. And they're keeping top 247 defensive lineman Kendall Gervil. Again, another guy we were talking about that was on Flip Watch. The new staff comes in and keeps him. John Sumrall, hat tip to you.
Yeah, Brona's the big one, I think, for me. And if you're a Florida fan, why you should kind of be excited. We've seen the young corners for them kind of step in due to necessity. A ton of injuries in that Florida secondary this season. Ben Hanks had an interception against Florida State. Javari Flowers way ahead of schedule. So you have those two. And now C.J. Brona, who's at Windermere High School, guys, it's 20 minutes from my house. They'd play one of the weakest schedules, I think, in all of Florida. He's a guy that's going to need some time, but we have loved him in the camp setting. We have loved him, when we've had him see him go against the best of the best. So holding on to him is huge. KJ Ford, I believe he signed as well, out of the state of Texas, edge rusher. The guy I love is the local prospect, Justin Williams, there at Buchholz High School. I don't think this kid was ever going to waver, but became the first player in Florida high school football since Devin Hester to rush for 1,000 yards and have 1,000 yards receiving in the same season. Reminds me of LaQuint Allen, who plays for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think a lot of Florida fans will get familiar there. Now, to me, Florida, the fact that they're keeping some of these guys, it's a big deal. And again, just talking with some people there, inside that new look staff, they're going to be extremely active in the transfer portal. And the big thing for Florida, not only retaining this commit list, but it's going to be the roster retention. DJ Lagway, Mason Graham, the linebacker, Vernell Brown, the third, Dallas Wilson. You can go up and down this list. The cupboard isn't bare there. And Billy Napier, didn't get the on-field results, but he did recruit some talent. And John Summerall is walking into a situation where they have some dudes that can make an impact in the SEC.
Let's go ahead and pivot from Go Gators to Go Noles. Florida State, how is the class looking, asks Erica 3014. The three of us just talked about him. The headliner is Chauncey Kennan, top 100. Blair, what do you like about Florida State this cycle?
I just think that, them being a top 15 recruiting class just kind of shows the power of the brand, right? Despite the back-to-back disappointing seasons and, some of the issues, obviously, with, what they were kind of talking about with the front office changes and what they need to do to get this program back on track. When Florida State is right, this is a program that has a chance to be in that top 5, in that top 8 year after year. So for them to be in that top 15, still waiting obviously on a few signatures. Isaiah Williams, I think, is still one that they're waiting on, which would be a pretty big. But I just think it speaks to what they're able to do, the overall potential of that class.
Yeah, a lot of volume here. And I think that's the big question when we talk about Florida State. Obviously, Mike Norvell is coming back for another season. There's talk of changes taking place in the front office there. Some type of general manager is going to be brought in. Florida State has been all over the place when it comes to how they've built out this roster. They had the magical run a few years ago, leaned heavily on the transfer portal, got away from high school recruiting. Now they're kind of getting back to high school recruiting. If they want to win in 2026, they're going to need to get some mercenaries from other schools around the country. To me, we don't ever talk about this kid, despite who his brother is, Jonah Winston, the wide receiver, Jameis Winston's younger brother there at Hoover High School. He's one of my favorites in the class. You said Chauncey Kennan. I mentioned it. I know Auburn was trying to pry him away at the 11th hour. He hangs on. He's going to be there in Tallahassee. And I think a lot of Florida State fans, they look at some of these high-profile corners that they've signed in recent years, guys that haven't got on the field, guys that have flamed out. In my opinion, I feel the best about Chauncey Kennan. I think he's a competitor. I think he's got the ball skills, prototypical frame, reactionary. Last year as a junior, he had his appendix removed in the middle of the season, returned the next week to play. So you talk about a guy with a football character, competitive drive. I think that's an important one for Florida State. But a lot of changes coming there. And the fact that they did bring in these guys, I think it's an encouraging sign if you're a Florida State fan and you're just looking for some positive news.
Just one quick note on Florida State, a guy that I love, Jordan Crutchfield, big flip from Kentucky, one of the more, talented, lengthy, athletic corners in the country. That's a big get, but all in all, pretty underwhelming class for the Seminoles. We got a little bit of news here that I wanted to share. Legend Bay, we talked about the Ohio State commit earlier in the show, Mike Roach. All over this one. Nobody does it better than him, delaying his decision and will announce on Friday. All the talk about Tennessee. I mentioned Baylor. SMU, he says, is one to watch. They're surging, trying to make a last-ditch effort to get that one done.
And this was a switch in commitment recently, so a lot of moving parts still. As they try to get this across the finish line, it's really, in a way, not surprising, but it's still obviously a kind of a stark realization of what this process looks like here at the end.
SMU going to be their highest ranked recruiting class in 24/7 sports history. Legend Bay fits that Rhett Lashley offense, right? Brashard Smith was a wide receiver conversion that they played at running back. They get creative with those individuals. And here's the other thing, Tom. So you said what? Baylor, West Virginia, what schools?
SMU.
These new coaching staff, so Florida, Auburn, UCLA, him pushing it back a day allows an extra 48 hours to get him on the phone. We've already seen prospects make decisions where they're not even taking visits. So who knows who's going to be involved with Legend Bay?
I just got a text message as well. We talked about Colin Klein, the reports about him leaving for Kansas State.
USF with Brian Hartline, USF has funding and revenue.
Yeah.
Well, I got this message from the father of a four-star quarterback, Helaman Kasunga.
Oh, boy.
He says he's locked in.
Okay.
He says he's locked in with the Aggies. So for the second consecutive cycle, they're landing a top-tier quarterback. He says that they will miss him. He's become a close family friend, and they are excited for him because of what he's been able to do with the Aggies. Aggie fans, you can relax. You've got a quarterback in that
You're about
class.
to break some hearts. I want to get to one more question, but before, quickly, you guys have seen this kid a ton, Helaman Kasunga, kind of mixed reviews on him, but, Ivans, we'll start with you, but what do you like about him?
I think he's a gamer. And I think that tag gets thrown around so much on these quarterbacks. But Corner Canyon came to South Florida at the beginning of the season in the Broward Showcase. I think there was like 50 kids that are signing today with Power 4 schools there, and he was one of the top performers. And I don't think he gets enough credit as a runner. And I use that gamer tag. This is a kid that, as a junior, took down IMG Academy. Not a lot of quarterbacks can say that out there in football. So, I think the power runner element, better arm than he probably gets credit for. Not the biggest individual in terms of the height, but he's a thick cut kid. And hey, if Marcel Reed has gotten Texas A&M to the college football playoff, I think Helman Kasuga could as well.
We saw him at the Elite 11 finals and, had an up and down week, but
I think he finished in our top 11.
There were some moments, right, where he was, kind of among the best in that group. I think the thing that stands out to me about him is that he didn't have to go to Corner Canyon and elevate his level of competition. He had already won a state championship as a sophomore at Timpview, alongside the Pula twins, Kenan and Jaron, and a couple other guys there. Spencer Fano is another player from Timpview. But he elevates himself, goes up to 6A, plays at Corner Canyon, takes down IMG, like you said, has a national schedule close to upsetting Bishop Gorman. There's a lot of programs out west that don't want to play Corner Canyon because of a Helaman Kasunga in that quarterback room. You think about Jackson Dart and Zach Wilson and Isaac Wilson and Devin Brown. I mean, this is a lineage, and he was just as good as all they were, or as they all were in recent years. I think the world of him and kind of what he's going to be able to do in College Station, obviously now with a new offensive coordinator under Coach Mike Elko, but I think it's going to be exciting to see him next month, Andrew, out in Hawaii at the Polynesian Bowl, because I think he's ready to showcase himself. And they play St. Francis Academy, I believe, this weekend, right? So, or at the middle of next week. So that's going to be a big showcase game where, again, he is not backing down from competition and wants to show himself to the nation.
Can we get to this question about 5 stars don't mean anything?
Oh, all right.
Yeah, let's just skip ahead to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Tee up the question here.
Okay, I was going to go to another question, so it's fine. You talking about the comment that was basically the amount of 5 stars means nothing unless they actually perform. How many 5-star players fall out, underperform, end up at a low-level FBS program, and you don't hear about them? Too much stock in stars.
Oh,
wow.
Okay. Let's go through the 5 stars from last cycle. So this would be the true freshman. Bryce Underwood, starting quarterback at Michigan. Keelan Russell, you don't know the name. You're going to know it soon from what we've seen from him this year sitting behind Ty Simpson. Pretty dang good. Elijah Griffin, I think he's played over 250 snaps for Georgia. He had 5 pressures against Tennessee. I don't know. That seems to be pretty good for a guy that's playing in the SEC for the first year. Devin Sanchez, over 250 snaps for Ohio State, which has one of the best defenses in all of college football. Amari Adams in the rotation for Clemson on a defensive line, a front that's probably going to have 3 guys drafted, and this true freshman comes in and he plays. Okay, that's pretty good. Michael Fasusi, starting tackle for Oklahoma, which is going to make the college football playoff. DeCorian Moore, probably the most electric playmaker for Oregon, aside from Kenyon Sadiq. I'm only through 9 guys. Are we sure these individuals don't count? David Sanders, finally healthy, right? Tennessee's starting tackle. He's been excellent in pass protection. Check the PFF. Michael Carroll over the weekend at Alabama, starting tackle for the Crimson Tide. Justice Terry for Texas. I think he made a big key play here in recent weeks for them. Dijon Lee started at corner for Alabama over the weekend. Hayden Lowe injured. Juan Gaston in the starting rotation for Georgia. I could keep going, guys.
I want to bring up that GIF, the throw the damn towel, right?
Gosh.
Cade Phillips in the secondary rotation at Texas. DJ Pickett, I think he has 4 interceptions on the year for LSU. He's been excellent. I mean, what are we doing here?
All right. I mean, that was incredible. I can't wait to clip that and put that all over social media. But look, we have a promo we're running right now just for those in the YouTube chat watching at home. NSD 2025 is the promo code, 65% off a 24/7 sports subscription. Get all the latest news. It's incredible. So sign up today.
All right, guys, we are back in here live on 24/7 Sports here at the CBS Sports College Ball YouTube channel, and we are rocking Ivans, that was a tremendous response to that question. I would just add some more. If you're a fan at home, you guys realize every team is eligible to sign these 4- and 5-star players now. You guys have got to get out of this mindset where we pretend like it doesn't matter. I get it if you were like a Purdue fan or a Mississippi State fan and you were just like, hitting with all stars don't matter crap. Guys, that's not a thing anymore. The talent is spreading out so much. They do matter. Now, 5-stars are getting drafted like 60% of the time. So you know what? If they don't hit, guess what happens? Your coach gets fired. And if the next guy you bring in doesn't believe in stars, he's getting fired too, but for a different reason. So yeah, you got to develop them. They got to stay healthy. They got to work out. But there's a reason the blue chip ratio just keeps winning year after year after year. There's a reason it's in the college football video game, because guess what? It works. They don't let lightweights fight heavyweights. Nick Saban said that, right? You have to have the studs if you want to win at the highest level. And the cool thing now is you don't have to pretend like they don't matter. Vandy's signing the 5-star quarterback. Houston's getting the #1 player in the country. Like, it's spreading out more. They matter more than ever because the rosters are thinner than ever because the talent's spreading out. As Ivans pointed out, they come in and they're expected to play earlier than ever.
And, Bud, you bang this table all the time. The team talent composite in the era, it matters. Look at heading into the season, Alabama #1, Georgia #2, Ohio State #3, Texas #4, Oregon #5, LSU #6. I mean, these are the schools that are in the mix for a college football playoff spot every year. And let's not ignore the fact that college coaches care about this too. Guess who wants to sign the #1 class? USC does, right? Lincoln Riley needs the publicity. They need the revamp kind of their fan base. They need the momentum, and they want the #1 class. There's no secret about that. That's what they're shooting for. Hey, is he going to have a signing day press conference today? No. Why? I don't know. But I think in January, when they go into the portal and they try to sign more prospects, they're going to have a full scope of things, and then they're going to break down. And I guarantee you that one of the words out of his mouth is, this is the best class in America.
Yeah, I think you're right. Coaches do care. I think at the end of the day, they also want to win football games, and it's no coincidence that the players that are ranked high are usually the ones that help you win football games. That's the name of it. And certainly there are guys trying to find some value, right? Can't have a roster full of 5-stars, but they are looking for the best players, and usually, we have them ranked pretty high.
And if you don't think they do, guess what? Betting's legal in Florida now and in almost every state. You can just short these teams that stack all these 4- and 5-stars, and you'll have to pick up some more overtime if you want to buy Christmas gifts because you're going to go broke if you think these stars don't matter. They do, right? Bigger, faster, stronger wins. Like football, it's part of a skill sport, but it's a collision sport, not a contact sport. Like the ability to push people around and run past them is paramount to winning in college football. Like scheme matters, talent, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, like, the freaks win you the games. They win you that game 13, 14, 15, which is where everybody eventually wants to go. Let's have a reset here as we go in to hour 3 of our National Signing Day coverage. Chris Henry Jr. does stay committed to Ohio State, which gives USC the #1 overall class. Jared Curtis, 5-star quarterback, again, flips to Vanderbilt. Calvin Russell, 5-star receiver, not signing with Syracuse. Have to wonder, like, how much did Steve Angeli going down impact Syracuse's recruiting class here? They beat Clemson when they had, and they were having an okay season. I think most of us thought they would have a real regression because they were crazy lucky where they had in 2024. But that's certainly unfortunate for Syracuse that he's not signing today.
Yeah, and I know Tom brought up Michigan. I can't remember the other school. He said, I feel like I'm in a vacuum here. My Wi-Fi keeps going out. LSU was at one point involved in that recruitment. And again, these new coaching staffs, as they kind of get adjusted and they can go through an entire recruiting board and they can look at lists and they're probably pulling up 247sports.com and looking to see who doesn't have the check next to their name. They can make the decision. Hey, should we have a conversation with this guy? Again, it feels like the trade deadline to me and all these other sports in terms of, okay, we thought we were going to get this guy. We're not. All right, we're going to take this offer and we're going to go here and go all in on this individual.
Chris Henry sticking with Ohio State is huge, right? Because it feels like a changing of the guard in a way there in Columbus with that wide receiver room. They're going to have to replace their offensive coordinator. Brian Hartline has built such a pipeline to whatever big-name receiver there is in the country. They kind of have cornered the market in a sense, right? You mentioned yesterday that they're just drafting at the position at this point. So to get him to stick and not go to Oregon was a huge win, not only on that front, but but you keep him from a program that now is competing with you in the Big Ten that continues to kind of nip at your heels. So that was obviously significant in that sense. And then the Jared Curtis stuff, right? You can never really, in a way, breathe or kind of forget about the fact that, like, hey, Vanderbilt is making noise.
No doubt about it. What about Keyshawn Henderson? I mean, like this guy going to Houston, I feel like because it wasn't a flip, but the fact they held on to him throughout the process is kind of amazing. Like, when's the last time like a program like Houston signed a player of that caliber?
It
like
doesn't fit in the same box as Travis Hunter going to Jackson State and then eventually following Prime to Colorado. But and the other thing is, like, schools made runs at Keyshawn Henderson. Florida State got involved. Again, talking with someone at Houston yesterday, they were nervous. But at the same time, Keyshawn Henderson, I would straight up ask, how many times has he visited you guys? I don't know. Probably over 50. Did he ever throw for you? He threw for us at every single camp. He sat in our quarterback rooms and meetings. So, again, the money, the compensation, all that has certainly changed, but you still have to recruit these guys. You have to sell them on something.
I think like the ability for your boosters to go above and beyond to keep a local kid is greater than it's ever been, right? Like Keyshawn is staying home. Curtis is staying home, right? Like we just saw Matt Sieg 45 minutes away from home at West Virginia. Like your marketing opportunities if you stay home, the ability to connect with some of those local businesses. I mean, Houston basically had to buy their way into the Big 12, right? Damn sure some of the same guys that ponied up the money for them to buy their way into the Big 12 are the same folks ponying up the money to get Keyshawn to go to Houston. Like your opportunities are more than ever. And so like, if you're a program, like Ivan's where we live in UCF, right? In theory, if you had a big time Orlando kid, you wanted to keep him home. If their boosters all got together, they could probably make it happen. If they also sell a vision, right? Hey, here's how you can work in this offense. Also, we have some breaking news here. Vodney Cleveland has flipped his commitment from Texas to North Carolina. What do our fans at home need to know?
Big interior defensive lineman, up and down senior season. I think at the 24/7 Sports, inside the 24/7 Sports scouting department, little split on how we saw him. Here's the reality, though. There's not a ton of 330-pound guys with some twitch in there. I think the biggest thing with Vodney Cleveland, going to have to get the body right, going to have to get the conditioning right. But if you took Vodney Cleveland, who, I think is a guy that can give you minutes year one, and you put him in, pick your Power 4 school, right? You put him in that jersey, put 250 snaps next to him, and then put him in the transfer portal. Everyone is going after this guy. So to me, this is one of the biggest ads for Chapel Bill here. The recruiting class sitting 17th right now. They got a few other defensive linemen that I really like. This is a big win, and at the point of attack, they got some big, heavy Chevys coming in, and Vodney Cleveland is certainly one of them.
High volume class for the Tar Heels. I think that was another key component for them to be able to reshape that roster and bring in some youth. I think this was their first full recruiting class where they were able to really work at things. Florida, Georgia, Miami, Auburn, a few other schools were in the mix there, according to our Anna Adams. And, to get a player like him who could step in and start plugging holes right away is a huge win. We have another bit of recruiting news. I just got a message from Tom Loy, who's kind of working the phones as he gets off the set here. Chris Henry has yet to submit his paperwork to Ohio State. And so we might have a little bit more drama, a bit more signing day theatrics. Could this continue to be a conversation where Oregon, maybe other schools, continue to call and continue to press him and say, hey, like, don't make this decision now, wait things out. Look, Hartline's just left. Like, this is one of those moments until the fax machine starts getting fired up or the electronic signature gets in. These are some of those big moments.
Oh, Blair, you are way closer to that recruitment than any of us. Let me paint this picture for you. Do you think Chris Henry knew before he announced for Ohio State that Brian Hartline was going to USF? Do you think he knew that? I mean, it was 7 in the morning.
My intuition says yes, and this is because this is a player who was committed to Ohio State since July of 2023. Repeatedly has told us that Brian Hartline is the reason why he's committing to Ohio State. I think at some point you have to figure that Brian Hartline told not only Chris Henry, but maybe even Caden Dixon-Wyatt and other prospects in that group that, hey, this is a possibility, right? I think he's genuine enough from a recruiting standpoint. You don't get to that level of a recruiter without building and having the ability to sustain some of those relationships. So my intuition tells me yes, he knew and he made that decision at the time. Remember, this is a kid who had to sit at the table at the signing ceremony at Mater Dei and maybe didn't have all the equation in front of him to make that call.
Yeah, I guess that was my follow-up. I mean, you sign, kind of regroup afterwards. Yeah, I have been around Chris Henry at games, right, 7-on-7 tournaments. It doesn't seem to be one about like the whole drama. So I can see them saying, hey, you know, we're going to sign an imaginary piece of paper right now. We don't have to submit anything. Like, do you think that could have played out?
Absolutely, and he's very methodical. You mentioned it, right? Very even-keeled, kind of goes about his business. I think he's handled his recruitment the same way. You know, his agent has, I know, been working kind of the phones and making sure he gets kind of the best deal available to this player. And, yeah, this is absolutely feels like, hey, what's the direction? Who's going to be my receivers coach? What's that room going to look like? Is there any attrition? You know, what's our offensive going to look like? Like, you can't really make a decision, especially if we're in a signing period on signing day if you're not ready.
I mean, look, ultimately, we have to think Ohio State had the information advantage. Like, there's no reason for Hartline to pull the okey doke on Ryan Day. So as soon as he knew, like, USF was in play, he would probably tell Ryan Day so they can play damage control on this. Who didn't have the information advantage would have been Oregon, right? Unless Oregon got wind of it. So maybe like Ohio State briefed him on it already, but now Oregon gets to give their counter. Hey, man, the reason you said all the time that you were going to Ohio State is now not Ohio State.
At least that's in the theoretic sense, right?
Right, yeah.
We
don't know, but
the
like,
hypothetical situation, that's how it plays out ideally in a recruiting battle, right? Because you are jostling against the juggernaut that is Ohio State, and you need any sort of advantage, and maybe at the final hour, the Ducks got this last wind, right, in their sail to potentially push things across the line, and that's the big thing right now.
And we have Chris Henry on the phone with Tom Loy right now, who's actually going to bust in this door WWE style. Tom, is Tom coming in right now? Shoot, let's see. It'll be in a minute. Okay. So, like, if you're Oregon, how much of this is, hey, our package is better now, and how much of it is just like, let's continue to have a discussion about what the offense looks like? You saw how much we used Decorian here as a freshman. Here's what the playing time looks like. And Tom is joining us right now, tapping in on set. Tom, you just got off the phone with five-star Chris Henry, who has not sent his paperwork to Ohio State as of this minute, right?
Yeah, I was a little surprised he answered, but I appreciate it. He is weighing options, according to him, at both Oregon and USC. I know we were talking about
USC.
Oregon. Yes, we heard about USC from day one. Obviously, they were a big player here, but Oregon was the one we were watching for. But he answered, he picked up. He had 1 million people around him, which was cool. He made it clear that once he makes his final decision, he will text one of us and let us know. But right now, and look, I mean, some people want to call it a bidding war. It is what it is. But I think he's truly trying to find the best fit for him. This Brian Hartline thing really shook things up. May have just made the comfortable announcement, hey, I'm going to Ohio State, calm the masses a little bit. But we are watching Oregon and USC right now. It's very interesting.
Is Ohio State out?
No. He's still committed to them, but he hasn't signed the paperwork and he hasn't sent it in. So I think he's just taking a step back, maybe talk to Ryan Day, maybe talk to GM Mark Pantoni, all of those guys that do a great job in Columbus, see what the future looks like, go from there and just get everything buttoned up, get the paperwork done. But again, USC, they love a late splash. And Ivans mentioned it earlier when he was on here. He said that we haven't seen the cigar yet from Dan Lanning, so you got to watch out for Oregon.
Did he let you know when he knew about the Hartline news?
No, I didn't ask him because he had 1 million. Like at one point, we even sat on the set quietly for 30 seconds because he was giving hugs and kisses and all that kind of stuff. But again, I think this decision makes it very obvious. This isn't a money thing. All of that stuff was buttoned up. So this is clearly a Hartline thing. He wants to make sure he makes the right decision. You guys were mentioning it earlier. What's the rush? If he doesn't need to make a decision, he's not enrolling tomorrow. So why not take a little time? So he made it clear he might sign today, but it's looking a little bit more likely that it's tomorrow.
That makes all the sense in the world. USC, if they did get him, like, this kind of gives them a class that is reminiscent of classes we saw 4 or 5 years ago when you really could stack talent. Like we talk about the talent being spread out, but like, the Trojans are clearly doing something different here if they land Chris Henry.
Yeah, it would give them 2 5-stars in this class, close to 24 blue chippers. I know you love the blue chip ratio.
24 stars and 2 5-stars.
And that's going to get USC kind of back in that mix, right, of the elite in that blue blood space once again, because I know we call them that, but the roster hasn't really reflected that. Chris Henry, would give them another win at Mater Dei as well. They've got Tom Tupui, Sean Scott, Kaden Dixon-Wyatt, who they flipped from Ohio State earlier. Those two are very close. That's another dynamic that we have to kind of put into effect here, because for the longest time, Chris Henry has been committed to the Buckeyes. Kaden Dixon-Wyatt knew that, and despite the fact that you have a 5-star receiver headed to the same school, he still signed up for that, and he still said, hey, I want to play with you at the next level. There's going to be enough footballs for both of us to go around. And so now the shoes have kind of flipped a little bit. Now Kaden Dixon-Wyatt is a part of that class, and now Chris Henry's trying to decide, okay, do I want to continue to play with him? So it's really interesting that USC is still kind of involved there. My gut tells me that that Oregon maybe has the upper hand if he were to switch from Ohio State. I just think the Ducks present so much more from an offensive standpoint, from just the ability to be the guy. And so those are kind of some of the big main.
Chad Bowden trying to make a signing day splash is probably the least surprising thing of all. One thing I'll say about Chris Henry, can move on, but I just can't shake this. Multiple Oregon coaches told me from day one, do not rule us out. Do not be surprised if he ends up a Duck. Don't worry about the fact that he's committed elsewhere. There's just such almost an arrogance about them when it came to Chris Henry. That was why I was so confident over the last couple of weeks that, like, they are more in play than anybody thought or anybody was talking about. So this is going to be interesting. Obviously, we'll see if Ohio State can get it done today.
Absolutely fascinating. Another breaking news piece we have here is that Brent Key has signed an extension with Georgia Tech, probably another recipient of the Penn State leverage there as Penn State continues to not have a coach. What does this mean for Georgia Tech?
It's massive. I mean, he's very coveted. There are some people that were talking about multiple jobs when it came to him. So the fact that they can keep him, he is one of the most prideful coaches. Like, he loves everything about where his feet are, and he is the front facing. He is the Yellow Jackets. Like, that's him. So this is huge to keep him locked in. I think he takes a lot of pride in the fact that he can go toe to toe with Kirby Smart in Georgia. So this one fires me up because I just. Look, the coaching carousel, it's fun, it's exciting, it gets clicks, it gets traffic, we talk about it. But there's something special about when you talk about coaches that are staying around, like a Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame, Ryan Day, Clark Lee at Vandy. I mean, there's things like this that there's such an appreciation. So if you're a Georgia Tech player, if you're a Georgia Tech commit, signee fan, this one has to fire you up.
100%. I think the next question, if you're a Tech fan, do we keep Buster Faulkner? Like, a lot of people are like, hey, Faulkner is the engine that makes that Georgia Tech offense go. I know Key has done a great job revitalizing that program, emphasis on big men, toughness, like really instilling his culture. But, Faulkner is going to be a very hot target out there. If Tech can keep Key and Faulkner, who calls the plays for them, I think that would be such a huge win there on the flats in Atlanta. Blair, I know you have a special guy we need to welcome in now as well.
Top 24/7 prospect Terry Wiggins is set to reveal his decision here live. And this is a player who's been committed to Penn State since the spring. Back in May, came off the board. A terrific prospect, the number 8 rated linebacker in this 2026 class, number 120 overall player, number 4 in the state of Pennsylvania. His finalists. He's got Penn State, Colorado, North Carolina, and Virginia Tech. This is a player that, has been very coveted, Tom, here down the stretch.
Yeah, this is a tremendous pickup for one of these programs because there's so much to like about him. Brian Doe, national analyst, has raved about him for such a long time. Andrew Ivins, Hudson Standish. So this is a guy that I think we need to watch out for because there's some heavy hitters in play here.
All right, let's welcome Terry Wiggins to the show as he joins us here live. Terry, obviously a huge moment for you, and congratulations to getting to this point. How does it feel to finally be here on National Signing Day?
It's great. Never really expected it to happen. went through this process twice now, so I'm just happy that we're here.
You've been off the board since the spring. How does it feel right now looking for a program, and what are some of the factors that you've been searching for?
Right now, I was just looking to find somewhere that was comfortable for me, somewhere that felt like home, where I could trust, because I didn't have much time to go through my process and build relationships with all the coaches like I did the last time. So I just went through the process trying to figure out where I felt comfortable at and what had the best decision for me, what the best decision was for me.
You mentioned being able to go through this process that leads to a ton of conversations with college coaches. What has been some of the feedback that you've received in terms of what you bring to the field and the type of player that you are heading to the next level?
Athletic. So coaches, they like that they can move me around a lot of different places. 3 down, I can cover. They can blitz me off the edge, keep me in the middle in the box, run support. So they're happy and excited that they could do a lot of different things with me.
All right, Terry. Well, the moment has arrived. It is National Signing Day. Where will you be playing your college football?
First and foremost, I would like to thank the man above for giving me the ability to play football, do the things that I love. I'd like to thank my parents for supporting me and having my back every step of the way. I'd like to thank my village, all my coaches, all my friends, the rest of my family for all the support. And for the next 3 to 4 years, I will be committing to Virginia Tech.
Wow, the Hokies land another one, man. Terry, what was it about Virginia Tech that made you go there?
When I went there on the visit, I just felt comfortable. Like, me and Coach Franklin built a very strong relationship, and when he got fired, he went through that whole process of preaching family, family, family. He said that he had my back the minute that he got fired. So I trusted him and I stayed down, and I went on that visit, and it felt like Penn State 2.0, honestly.
Behind the scenes, how did this all play out? Because it's been a whirlwind for James Franklin. 2 weeks there in Blacksburg, and obviously bringing a lot of the players that he had built those relationships with at Penn State. For you specifically, how did this all shake out?
Honestly, all the other recruits that committed to Virginia Tech, we all have a very strong relationship with each other. So we all stayed in contact with each other, and we were all communicating on what we were going to do, trusting into Coach Franklin. So that's really what happened.
Terry, could you kind of contrast, like I assume Virginia Tech recruited you, before, back when you were committed to Penn State. How is their approach different now that they have James Franklin?
The approach is different. So I honestly never took a visit to Virginia Tech. And honestly, if I took a visit to Virginia Tech, it probably would have been higher on my list. So with Coach Franklin, I actually took the visit, and I actually loved it down there. So,
Terry, congratulations on your big day, obviously bringing your talents over to Blacksburg as the Hokies land another prospect. Congratulations. Enjoy the day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Terry Wiggins, the number 8 linebacker, Tom, in the country, as the Hokies get it done once again. James Franklin a bit on a heater.
That's well said, Blair. Just some really nice flips, notably all from Penn State. Troy Hune, a guy you know really well, an Elite 11 finalist that really impressed us out in California. Top 247 running back, Messiah Mickens. Maybe he's right outside the top 247, but a guy that Oklahoma felt really good about getting, former Penn State commit. But again, James Franklin, Virginia Tech come in at the last second and get it done. And maybe the big fish, Thomas Wilder, one of the most talented offensive linemen in the country, to get him back in the fold in Blacksburg. Again, the future is really bright, man. There's a lot of talent in this class.
So we are also efforting to get the lone Penn State commitment right now, Jackson Ford, on our show to ask him, obviously, hey, what are you seeing in Penn State right now? How does it feel to be the best and the worst player in the class, because you're the only one right now? Obviously, right? A tremendous player in his own right.
If I could just give one little nugget to the Penn State fans, I did hear that they are supposed to get some good news later today, so we'll let it play out. On the coaching search? No, not on the coaching search. On the commit list.
Oh.
Just stay tuned. I think we got some good news coming. We'll keep you posted here.
All right, like just operationally, who is running their recruiting right now?
Is that crickets I hear?
Because
it's not ideal.
Andy Frank,
man.
who did a great job for them, is with Franklin at Virginia Tech. Like they have not.
Terry Smith, I mean.
It's tough. It feels like they're drinking out of a fire hose right now because there's just so much going on, so much that they can't control. There's been a change at head coach. There hasn't been a new hire. They had all this time, and the reason why you make a decision as early as they did to dismiss James Franklin is because you want to get your ducks in order. You want to have everything ready. You want the signing period to come. You want the transfer portal to come, and they're not meeting any of those expectations. They're not meeting any of those deadlines that maybe they had set for themselves. You start missing on some candidates. You start missing on recruits, right? They start to leave. I think it's just gone all the way downhill for that program.
I mean, I don't know who's left for them. Like Brian Daboll, are they going to make a run at Jeff Brom? I think we assume that is why Kentucky hurried up and fired Mark Stoops when they did, so they could get Will Stein with the rumors that Jeff Brom.
And then what's going to happen? What's going to happen to that roster? Right?
Yeah.
Like who's even going to coach them, and are those guys already considering going in the portal next month?
I mean, I think everybody's already working on that, right? Like you're talking to your agent, hey, and the agent says, look, Penn State has money. They're not going to not hire a coach. They will hire a coach. So, like, we don't have to jump in the portal right now. Everybody is already contacting us, like, behind the scenes, knowing that's just kind of how this works. You don't have to be in the portal for your agent to be contacted, right? For them to contact you personally, but, like, it's just kind of, for a formality, right? Like they're already talking and getting spots lined up. And so Penn State's going to have to play a tremendous amount of defense here coming up when they do hire a head coach. And you got to think that they were like thinking home run candidate, to be able to like go and hire somebody big. Because otherwise, if you're going to hire, kind of a cheaper guy, a lot of schools will hire a GM first to kind of get things rolling there. But when you lose Franklin and you lose Andy, like that's tough to hold a class together, as we're seeing today.
Look, I mean, obviously not a great day for Penn State fans, a strong day for Virginia Tech, but another really good day for North Carolina. They just picked up a commitment, according to our Anna Adams, from Deron Parks, 3-star offensive lineman, once committed to Florida State, was considering Ohio State, Auburn, a few others down the stretch, but this is the number 2 player in West Virginia. The Mountaineers were talking to him. I wouldn't say they were pushing for him. They had eyes on some other guys, but this is a really nice get that, if I can show some love to our guy, Director of Scouting, Andrew Ivins, calls him a gigantic offensive line prospect that wins at the point of attack with his sheer mass. I mean, we're talking 6'5", 350 pounds with a 6'10" wingspan. So a lot to like out of this kid, but North Carolina as a whole, really strong class. I don't know if we've necessarily seen it yet, but Travis Burgess, at least according to our commit list right now, remains unsigned. The top 247, really top 100 quarterback. He's committed to North Carolina, so they really need to get that one done and across the finish line. But all in all, looking at the North Carolina class, I really, really like what they did. They picked up, we talked about it earlier, as a flip watch, Vodney Cleveland, the top 247 defensive lineman. He was committed to Texas. But Blair, anybody on this commit list that really pops for you that you like?
Before I get there, okay. I do want to bring the fact that it's been so fluid with them. Remember, this is a hire that happened, was it January of last year?
Feels like forever.
And it feels like a decade ago. But what I think what's interesting is they loaded up on so many early commitments because of the buzz.
Yeah.
The hype. Hey, I want to go play for Bill Belichick, right, bud? Like, this was a thing that happened from a recruiting standpoint that they capitalized on the hire, and they loaded up on a ton of early commitments. When you look at their decommitment list, it's over a dozen guys. Yeah. So there's been a lot of fluidity. There's been a lot of changes. A lot of these decommitments, probably more so on the North Carolina side of things, right, where they start parting with guys that maybe don't fit with what they want to do, or maybe not instant impact candidates, because we know that roster needs all the help it can get. So, I think that's what really caught my attention. A player that I really like that maybe underrated is Viliami Moala.
Oh yeah.
A big defensive lineman that was previously committed to USC, previously committed to Oregon, had been recruited by Alabama. So, a big nose tackle that's going to be a pillar of the trench warfare that Bill Belichick loves. You think about a Vince Wilfork, right?
Yeah.
And what he did with the New England Patriots and how pivotal that role is for a Bill Belichick defense. Viliami Moala fits that mold because he's a tank in the middle.
And they had to clearly change how they played their fronts throughout the year. Like, if you watch what they were trying to run in some of those early embarrassing losses to TCU, like, they were trying to basically run, techniques and defensive concepts. They just didn't have the dudes to run. It was like, guys, you can't run this with the personnel you have on the field. So now, like, adding this many big bodies, even if just 2 or 3 of these kids hit, they're going to be in such a better position there in Chapel Hill. I know we're probably just minutes away, or maybe right now, from having the lone Penn State commit, Jackson Ford. In fact, we're ready to bring him on right now. Let's chop it up with him. Jackson, welcome to the show, man.
Hey, guys. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So, all right, James Franklin is fired on October 12th. What has, the last 6-7 weeks been like for you?
Well, as soon as Franklin got fired, I was still in the middle of my high school season, and I wasn't ignoring it at all, but I was kind of really focused on just finishing out the season strong with my team. They've done a lot for me, so I was just I want to pour my 100% effort into finishing strong with my team and giving them just being where my feet are at and giving them my 100% effort to finish the season strong and compete every week.
So once your high school season did wrap, what then you turned your focus more to the recruiting process. Penn State's not hired a head coach yet. We thought they were going to get Sataki at BYU. He ends up, re-signing with BYU. You still go ahead and stay committed to Penn State. What is it about the program that gives you the faith that they are going to make a hire that you'll eventually like?
Yeah. So Penn State obviously has had a big coaching change before Franklin, and they managed to get out of that. I strongly believe they'll be able to do it again. The people in the building are great people. The program itself, it's just built on greatness. It's built on family and just a tight connection. And there's just no doubt in my mind, just everyone in that building and everyone and their abilities, I 100% believe they're going to be able to build it back up. And that's why I want to stay.
Jackson, we were just talking about it here on set, wondering what that recruiting operation looks like. Who do you talk to? Who are some of the voices in your ear? And take us behind the scenes of what that whole experience has been like as a recruit.
Yeah. My whole recruiting process, it's always just been my family and my head coach. They keep me grounded. They keep me level-headed so I don't make any rash decisions or anything like that. And they've been here since the start, and they're still here now, just telling me what it is, making sure that I'm seeing the situation for the whole and exactly what it is, and not making any just rash decisions.
What was it like emotionally seeing a lot of the guys who I assume you had bonded with, decide to go elsewhere? What's the group chat like now? I mean, it's not really a group right now, obviously, right? So what's kind of the vibes there?
Yeah, well, seeing some of my guys leave, it does suck. I can't lie. Seeing a lot of the people that I got close with either during the recruiting process or just kids that I knew beforehand, it does suck seeing them leave. But they're doing it for their own good, their own benefit. It is a tricky situation to navigate, and they're all going to great places. And I'm just if they're going somewhere that they like and they love, and they feel like they're gonna be able to thrive there, well, I'm happy for them. I hope that me going to Penn State, hopefully I can show them that Penn State, still has something, and it's still going to be a great program. So,
just to clarify, Jackson, have you signed with Penn State yet? Is this process completely over for you?
Yes, sir. I just signed at 12:30.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. And I'm just curious, when we've seen you multiple times. I ran into you and I think in New Orleans at an O-line, D-line camp, which was awesome. You were outstanding there. But can you tell the Penn State fans at home what they're getting in Jackson Ford and what you're going to bring to State College in Happy Valley?
Yes, sir. Just a hard worker. I'm just going to, when I get there, put my head down and grind. I'm going to have a great work ethic on and off the field. I'm just going to be a high motor guy and have great energy in the locker room, just trying to uplift as many people as I can with my attitude, how I talk, and how I play.
Jackson, really appreciate you joining us here, man. I know Penn State fans have got to be super fired up to have you on campus. Seems like you have an awesome future ahead of you. And look, it's Penn State. They ain't going nowhere, right? It may take a little longer to get a head coach, but we think they're going to be okay. So best of luck, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right, so, Jackson Ford, hell of a prospect for Penn State to get. If you got to have one, he's not a bad one to start.
I love
with.
the group chat comment.
Look,
texting myself.
It ain't a group chat anymore, right? It's just a chat with yourself. Yeah.
It's tough, man. It's got to be uncomfortable for him. He's the only guy in the class right now. Again, a lot of this is front-facing. There's some news coming, but look, man, the kid takes so much pride in Penn State. I love that. I I was in high school, probably 10 minutes away from him. There's so much love for Penn State. So the fact that he is going there with an interim head coach and not a true head coach, I'm really not too surprised. The kid loves Penn State. He wants to be a Nittany Lion. That atmosphere remains the best one I've ever been a part of. I was there for a whiteout game against Ohio State years ago. It's incredible. So Jackson Ford, really nice pickup. The kid's a day one impact guy.
I'm on the Lions 24/7 site, the Penn State site on our 24/7 Sports Network. If you love coaching searches and you love a good thread.
Have you seen this thread?
Well, here I go.
Oh, my gosh. It's got to be a record setter.
Let me cook here. So it's got 6.4, and the number keeps rising as I talk, 6.4 million page views. It's got over, how many pages is it? It's over 4,300 pages long. They are now on Penn State Coaching Search Hotboard 14.0, and you write something in there and you have to refresh, in 30 seconds, and you're already on the next page. I think I say that to say this. I say that this fan base clearly is among the best in the country. We see it every year, right? We see it with the whiteout game. We see it with the way recruits talk about this. How big of a cult hero is our guy Jackson Ford going to be for that fan base? Like, we need to start printing the jersey at the student store.
Yeah, this one's exciting, and again, that kind of goes into, we're talking about the one and only committed in the class, but whoever takes this job over, and look, we've heard a bunch of names. We've heard Matt Patricia from Ohio State thrown out. We've heard Kalen DeBoer, I don't want to say ignorant, but the Penn State fan wants to be like, oh, Kalen DeBoer is still playing. He's coaching at Alabama. They got a season. He's waiting in the wings to come over to Penn State because he's not happy at Alabama. Those are a couple names that we've heard thrown around, but it doesn't matter whoever takes that job. They are going to get so much support. That is one of the best fan bases in the entire country. So, look, those are a couple names thrown around, but again, they need to get this done sooner rather than later.
Is it out of the question that they just hire Terry Smith as a one-year interim? Like, is Pat Kraft's job in jeopardy here?
Let me just say this about Terry Smith.
That's a huge gamble to do what you did to James Franklin, a guy who pretty high standards there. And I get it. It's hard to fundraise going forward when Franklin flubs this year as bad as he did, right? It's hard to go to your people and be like, hey, we need you to pony up again after you go and you lose to UCLA and you lose to some of those really bad teams that you lost to. So I understand it, but you got to have somebody. I mean, they're whiffing. Like, if you hire Brian Daboll, is that fireable for Pat Kraft, the AD? Like, I don't think your boosters are real happy with that. I wouldn't be shocked if they go Terry Smith for
It's very possible that they go Terry Smith.
And you reset.
I lived in Western Pennsylvania for a while. The guy is a legend in the area. And what I've always liked about Terry is he is a player's coach. And it's funny, James Franklin, during his signing day or his opening press conference, made it very clear, I'm a player's coach. It's who I am. And he takes pride in that. Terry Smith is the same way. Guys want to play for him. He had such a close connection with his players when he was at Gateway when I was in Pittsburgh. And that's just who he is. So I get the buy-in from the guys. I think that's probably what the players want. Terry Smith would be a good hire. Would it be the home run hire? Not when you compare it to some other guys that moved around this cycle. But Terry Smith, in my opinion, I don't think you could really go wrong there, or at least giving him a shot.
Does Terry Smith allow you to maybe keep your current roster together so that the 2026 season is not a disaster?
Absolutely.
That might be the move, man.
They got to do something.
Like, I think if you're Pat Kraft and you go to your donors, you're like, hey, we're going to fire James Franklin to hire Terry Smith. They're like, yeah, see you later, bro. Like, we're not. That's not a serious move. But like at this point, they're kind of in desperation mode. I don't know. Like, is Manny Diaz in contention? Jeff Brom, we haven't seen any news, but I know he's still kind of bantered about. But if you look at like some of the prediction markets out there, his odds have dropped, quite a bit. Like, are they excited about Brian Daboll? I know Saban was stumping for him on game day because they worked together. But like, I don't know, man. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if they go with a one-year thing like Terry Smith, especially with Brent Key signing that extension. I don't know. Like, is Matt Campbell not in the picture here?
I want to do a quick note real quick just for people watching at home. Davian Gross, top 247 wide receiver, really talented athlete, committed to Florida since August. This one has been going back and forth with a lot of schools. He actually just put pen to paper, according to Mike Roach, national analyst, 24/7 Sports, locked in. He's a Gator. That, again, Florida, John Summerall, they're doing a really, really good job down the stretch. Just wanted to let you know.
All right, so we have all these new coaches. Penn State's still waiting on their coach. Let's go ahead and hear from Glenn West of Go 247 on his expectations for Lane Kiffin as a recruiter right here.
From a recruiting perspective, Lane Kiffin and LSU appear to be a match made in heaven. Kiffin comes from Oxford, where he's built top 5 transfer portal classes in 3 of his last 4 seasons, including this 2025 roster that's now competing for a college football playoff and national championship. You combine that with what LSU's been able to build from a high school recruiting perspective over the last several years, and you can really see why this marriage could work from a long-term roster construction perspective. LSU has done a great job with the Louisiana recruiting base here. They built a lot of their success in recent years have been because of these Louisiana prospects and having this recruiting base in the state of Louisiana with not a whole ton of competition. That's going to be a real benefit for Lane Kiffin and for LSU as they try to move forward here and build a college football playoff contender year in and year out.
I mean, that's why you take the LSU job and leave Ole Miss, right? You're leaving a team in the playoff to go to a team that's not in the playoff because you think LSU has that much more potential than Ole Miss does to get those premium players. How quickly do we think Lane Kiffin hits the ground running there at LSU and starts bringing in all these 5 stars?
Immediately.
Okay.
I'm really not surprised. I mean, look, when Brian Kelly took over the job, I hated it. I just did not think it was the right move. Didn't love the fit. Lane Kiffin, this one should fire up LSU fans. I mean, you keep talking about getting back to winning national championships, getting in the mix for the playoffs. He is the guy that's going to move the needle when it comes to the recruiting side, and he's also a really good ball coach. So, and he's going to have a really good staff around him, behind the scenes, on field. This one, it's a big deal, and why I expect all of these guys, even if they delay their decisions, I expect them to stick with their decision to go to LSU.
Lane Kiffin knows what he's doing from a recruiting standpoint. He's proven it time and time again. I think he knows that it's going to be a hotbed for him, and he's going to be able to strike gold wherever he strikes. I think the big thing is, a few minutes after landing in Baton Rouge this past weekend, he's on campus and he's out on a balcony with 5-star athlete Lamar Brown. He didn't need to be on a balcony. He probably knew that the students were out there. He knew cameras were going to capture this moment. This guy knows what he's doing. Remember the Merry Flipmas sweatshirt that he broke out a couple years ago, the subtweeting, all the stuff that he does is very methodical. It's intentional. It's going to be perfect for the type of appeal that LSU is.
I love when things come together timing-wise. Hudson Standish, one of our scouting guys at 24/7, just texted me that he found out that it is official. Him and Mike Roach, Richard Anderson has signed with LSU, 5-star defensive lineman. That's what we're talking about, man. Like, this is it. They just had to get things buttoned up behind the scenes. I don't think Tigers fans should be concerned. Big things ahead for Lane Kiffin and LSU.
And good leverage for Anderson, obviously, with negotiations with, hey, are you guys going to keep the defensive staff or not? And LSU's like, well, let's sweeten this deal just a little bit, maybe we'll just promise you we'll bring in somebody who.
Not to mention, you had Texas, you had USC coming after you. If you're looking for leverage, those are the right schools pushing for.
Now, that uncertainty as the defensive staff, it's just I'm just a little unsure. Maybe you guys could insure me just a little bit more here that you're going to hire a really high quality defensive staff, Lane. So one thing, our NSD 2025 signing day promo for 24/7 Sports is a great deal. You know what's even better than cheap? Free. It's free to give this channel some likes. Let's get us to 500 likes. Helps us with the algorithm. All day coverage for you here on this channel. So go ahead and like the show and help us out there. Get us to 500 likes. We are going to go right now to Chase Parham, going from Lane to Lane's old school. Chase Parham, Rebels 24/7, to talk about Pete Golding and the recruiting expectations for him there in Oxford.
Pete Golding is the new head coach at Ole Miss, and now the top recruiter from Lane Kiffin's staff is the head man. Golding's press conference tomorrow on National Signing Day. But we got a little bit of a glimpse on what to expect from a Pete Golding tenure in a recruiting standpoint. He's a guy that was a great talent evaluator throughout his career at Alabama, at smaller stops, and now at Ole Miss. And one of the main cogs behind that Portal King label that Lane Kiffin received during his time as a Rebel prior to now being at LSU. Obviously, Lane, very good in transactional recruiting, really good in portal guys, but Golding is a keen evaluator. He's one of the best evaluators in the country. He also is a heck of a motivator. You talk to the defensive players that have signed with Ole Miss through the portal period, Walter Nolan, Princely Umanmielen, all of them single out Golding and his ability to adapt and relate and convince them on the mission for Ole Miss. So I don't think there's a big fall off here. I want to see as time goes on how Ole Miss might shift a little more toward high school recruiting. That's something that Golding really, really believes in, much more than Kiffin. But I still believe to a lot of extent Ole Miss is going to be a portal program. Ole Miss is going to stick with a lot of the same things that they have done to make them successful and win 50 games over the 5 years and counting, as they're going to make the college football playoff here in 2025. So new regime, somebody who's never been a head coach in Pete Golding, but he's a heck of a recruiter. He's been a key major recruiter at multiple SEC schools at this point, and now gets to run his own program in a place that he really believes in. We're talking about a guy that went to Delta State just an hour and a half or so from Oxford for college, and he believes in this area. He believes in Ole Miss, and I think he's going to be able to resonate that, not just with local recruits, high school recruits, but through the portal as well. It's from a recruiting standpoint, when you consider the collective and the foundation at Ole Miss that they have to pay players effectively on a national level, and the system that is in place with their administration, there's no reason to think that Ole Miss is going to fall off in recruiting, and instead might even look better, even though a little different under Pete Golding and his Ole Miss tenure that is just getting started.
Great to hear from Chase there from Rebels 247. That whole site does a tremendous job. The industry leader there for Ole Miss coverage. I think a lot of what he said is really interesting. Obviously, Walker Jones and the Grove Collective, like they were on the forefront of really embracing NIL before a lot of people really jumped on board. They also, from like a business sense, they had kind of first mover advantage in the portal. They were one of like the first teams to really take advantage of the portal and have done a great job of it year over year. But as we've talked about with all these like multi-year contracts now for high school kids, I think we're anticipating the portal might be a little bit less fruitful as far as P5 to P5 in the coming years. G5, of course, and FCS always likely to be available because they really can't lock those guys up for any kind of significant funds. But Golding was arguably the best recruiter on that staff. How important, if Ole Miss does have to shift more to high school recruiting, is it that you have a guy who is an elite recruiter like Golding and who really kind of believes in that vision of Ole Miss?
Elite recruiter, and once again, another player's coach. If you look at the decommitments after Lane Kiffin left, all offense. The defensive guys stuck because they believe in him. The players are going to stick because they believe in him. There's a lot of uncertainty behind the scenes, like the whole Lane Kiffin wanting to coach and having all the players support. Not necessarily sure I buy that. So I think the guy that does have a lot of support is Pete Golding. And kudos to them for naming him the head coach, because I believe that's exactly what they really wanted. And he's the guy that they may not see a drop-off. I mean, there's a lot of excitement and buzz around this guy. And you look at the class, really good job that they brought in and got them signed across the finish line today, led by top 247 edge rusher Landon Barnes. I mean, again, Demarius Yates, a really good running back. So there's just a lot of good players in this class. So really, really good job of Golding and his staff.
They still got 5 4-stars in this class, despite the news so close to signing day, and 4 of them are on the defensive side of the ball. You mentioned Landon Barnes, the edge rusher, defensive lineman Emmanuel Tucker, Craig Tutt, the 4-star safety from the state of Tennessee, Dorian Barney, a cornerback from the state of Georgia. They are attacking that side of the ball, which is going to be really important because now the whole identity of that program is going to change. But I think we've seen this team try to outscore opponents and be flashy, and Lane Kiffin throwing up his play sheet. It's going to be a different style now, and this program is going to look different. And I think we're going to see that with the next recruiting class as well.
Also interested to see if they do keep Charlie Weiss Jr., who's going to be allowed to coach with them for the playoffs. He got on the plane to LSU, but he's coming back. Like, if you're Golding and you like the way he called the plays, maybe you keep him. Maybe they have a chance now to bid to keep him there in Oxford. Staying in the old SC West, obviously no more divisions. Let's hear from our guy, Danny West, at Hog Sports on Arkansas new coach Ryan Silverfield and his recruiting prospects there for the Hogs.
Yeah, guys, good start so far for Ryan Silverfield as he takes over in Fayetteville. He inherited the 81st ranked class in the country on Sunday, but by Monday, picked up 4 brand new commitments, 3 of those guys being 4 stars, and all 4 of the new additions were from inside the state of Arkansas. That's a key note and going to be a key storyline to follow as we get into the Silverfield era in Fayetteville, because it's been a problem for the Razorbacks for the last 5, 6, 7 years under Sam Pittman. So often, too many of these in-state guys are leaving for bordering SEC programs, and the state just doesn't produce enough to make up for it. So thought it was smart for Silverfield to come in and try to chip away at that right away and make that known that he plans to flip that. And then, of course, we'll see if he's able to continue that as we get into January.
Ryan Silverfield, really nice addition. I actually stopped by Memphis in the offseason, kind of got to know the staff a little bit, checked everything out there. And look, he loved his time at Memphis, but he was shooting for the moon here. And one of the jobs that I was told he coveted as soon as it opened up was Arkansas. It's just like, I'm not going to say it's a dream job, but this is a job that fires him up. And you know what? You watch the opening press conference, you see the videos that Arkansas's social team has produced. That is him. He is a guy that has a ton of passion and pride for his program. He's a player's coach. We've talked about that multiple times. I feel like those are the guys that have a lot of success and a lot of buy-in. And then you look at the class, and Blair, you can kind of dive into this more, but I mean, the headliner is top 247 Danny Beal, Anthony Kennedy Jr., a four-star, keeping him in the fold. I mean, it's just a really good group. So I don't know if anybody jumps out or anything with Arkansas. But
well, I think holistically, I think what stands out to me is that there's a lot of potential in this recruiting office, because from a team talent perspective, just once in the last decade have they been outside the top 30 nationally. Heading into the season, right, when things were kind of clicking for Sam Pittman and it looked like he had turned things around a little bit, they had the 26th best recruiting class heading into the campaign, right? Things kind of fell off a cliff there. They're outside the top 50 now. They stumbled a bit, but I still like that the potential is there. They can kind of change gears and try to figure out a different formula. But I think when things are right, things are going to be right for that program.
100%. So got to see how he does without all the the FedEx money they had there at Memphis. But I think he's a smart coach. Maybe they can get something working there at Arkansas. Right now, we have a live look-in at a commitment that we're going to have coming up. Carter Gooden, excuse me. What's going on, guys? And he's going to be making his decision coming up here on our air. Very happy to have him. But first, we're going to go ahead and welcome in Anna Adams. Anna obviously covers the Carolinas for us and UNC. Anna, what's going on?
Hey, guys. What's up? Happy birthday, Tom.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday to Tom.
Thank you very much. Anna, let's just dive into it. You have been all over. I talk about Brian Doan being the Virginia Tech guy. You have been Mrs. Tar Heel as of late, so we appreciate all the coverage there. But you did a one-on-one with quarterback Travis Burgess. Can you kind of dive in a little bit about what the Tar Heels landed there and how that conversation went?
Yeah, he's the highest rated signee this class, which I think means a lot when you are potentially going to sign 40 kids. So to be the highest rated guy, he's the number 7 quarterback for 24/7 Sports. And I think that means a lot. That the other service has him rated number 20 at his position. And, we liked him early on, and then he suffered an ACL injury at the beginning of his senior season. And I think that would have been an opportunity for us to kind of pump the brakes and say, as a network, and say, okay, let's drop his ranking a little bit, not having a whole body of senior film to kind of look at. But he's still in the top 10 at his position for us. And I think just what his ceiling is the main draw there. But I think he's eager to get on campus. He'll enroll in January as a mid-year enrollee, get in UNC's rehab, and we'll see what he can do during spring ball.
Can you kind of get everybody up to date on the day? I know that they had a big flip as well, but can you kind of get everybody caught up about the moves that they're making there in Chapel Hill, both already done and then maybe some names to know moving forward?
Yeah, it's been a pretty wild day so far. So within a span of about 30 minutes, UNC picked up 3 commitments. The first being Dream Rashad, a flip tight end from Purdue out of Buford. And then minutes later, Vodney Cleveland, a flip defensive line from Texas, jumped on board. And then shortly after that, it was Deron Parks, an interior offensive lineman from West Virginia, formerly committed to Florida State, joined. And then meanwhile, during all of that activity, there's some buzz behind the scenes that Julian Walker might not end up choosing South Carolina or Michigan, kind of the 2 teams with the most buzz down the stretch, and that North Carolina has once again become relevant here. And I'm hearing that something could happen as soon as today there for the Tar Heels. So definitely going to be tracking that one into the afternoon hours. I've also heard that he could delay a decision until tomorrow. So conflicting, info there in terms of timing, but what has not been conflicting is that UNC is now a team to watch. And then another name worth mentioning for sure is 4-star running back Carson Baker, a former Florida commitment. UNC has made some NIL moves down the stretch here to become a factor along with South Carolina and potentially Texas A&M, and he'll announce tomorrow. So still some stuff on the board for North Carolina.
And I do want to ask you real quickly about Burgess, or ask Tom as well. Has Burgess signed?
No, he'll sign at 2:30 today, Eastern time.
Gotcha. Okay, excellent. I want to pivot here real fast. We know you have a lot of connections to the Clemson program. Like, they're losing so many guys off this team that had super high expectations. Some people had them preseason, number one in some polls. They lose so much of that talent out of the NFL. And the class, they have 7 guys in the top 247, but under 50% blue chip ratio. Not a program that traditionally does much at all in the portal. Does this kind of signal like an end to the Dabo Swinney era, or like a pivot? Like, what are your thoughts there? What's going on at Clemson? This looks a little bit underwhelming just from the layman's look at it.
Yeah, I don't think I would say end of the Dabo Swinney era, but I think it has to be the end of how things have always been done. In my mind, you have to make a major commitment to the transfer portal this offseason. Not just, hey, we're going to sign someone, maybe pick a couple of spots and signal to the public that we're willing to do the portal. I think you really have to commit to it. I would go put a lot of legwork into finding a quarterback. Christopher Vizina is there, and I think that they're gonna honor that loyalty that he's shown. But is he the guy that you want to bank your whole next season on? I don't know. I think you definitely test the waters at that position.
Clemson's been tough to kind of track. I mean, it's been a difficult. They've landed some heavy hitters. Love Naeem Burrows. Love Contavious Anderson, but just so much to like there. Yeah, I mean, just a really good job. You killed Clemson coverage, and we love what you're doing with UNC. So thank you, Anna. Appreciate joining us today.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, man, I look at who this Clemson roster loses, and they have had a pretty serious downturn in recruiting relative to what they used to do. They've never been a high volume. They've never been a school taking 28, 29, 30 guys. This is another kind of a smaller class if you look at it. If you're James Franklin, given that Florida State just continues to flounder and it looks like they're going nowhere fast, Louisville not really leveling up in recruiting, that number 2 spot in the ACC is wide open for Franklin to come in and take. But Miami's not going anywhere. They're still spending crazy money, and their player development's pretty good. Why can't Franklin take Clemson's spot and be the number 2, not team, but program in the ACC, given the landscape right now?
I think it's just a difficult situation because it feels like maybe Dabo Swinney adjusted a little too late, and now he's playing catch up, and everyone else has kind of already lapped him in a sense. You bring up an incredible point because now they're going to be competing against James Franklin for the same type of recruits in that same area. He was very successful recruiting in the DMV and then the Carolinas and prioritizing that coast when he was at Penn State. That's going to go up a notch now that he's at Virginia Tech. So, the things that Clemson used to lean on, right? The name appeal, the branding, getting to the college football playoff, competing for those national championships that they competed in, that's gone. These recruits either they don't remember that or they don't care about that anymore. And so if you're falling behind in that department, I think that this next year, this next cycle, whatever Clemson needs to do, they need to figure it out in a hurry.
Also, no from Andrew Ivins, no blue chip quarterbacks the last 2 cycles there for the Clemson Tigers. Lloyd, I know you had some news on Jason Lopez, the basketball player receiver for the Noles, not signing today.
Old J-Rock is not signed yet. That would be a blow because there's a lot of schools still pushing for him. Really talented kid. Miami, Florida, many others are involved. But as of right this second, he is not signed. And no pen to paper there or fax or text message, whatever they want to do. But that would be a blow. I mean, Ivins ranked him as the number 224 overall player in the country. He is an electric playmaker, a lot to like about his game. He was a guy that we felt really comfortable would end up at Florida State. He's been committed since, I think, June. So a lot to like there, but they need to get this one done because he's legit.
They're a mess. I mean, if you had any thoughts that you're going to retain Mike Norvell and this staff after the Pitt loss, after the Stanford loss, you needed to be bringing in this consultant to help you hire the GM and restructure the front office in late September. They just now retained the consulting firm to help them hire a GM. And I read Brendan Sanone's report today on Noles 24/7. They might have the GM in place at the end of January. Guys, that's after the transfer portal. What are you doing? That is a disaster in Tallahassee right now. I have no hopes for them in the near future. And I am going to log off here. We're going to have Ivan swap in. NSD 2025 is the promo code if you want to get 65% off, of course, of your premium subscription Awesome day of signing coverage still to come.
If I could just chime in, we talked about timing. As soon as Anna Adams gets off, she and I can both confirm that top 247 quarterback Travis Burgess has put pen to paper, has signed with North Carolina. So there were some schools making some moves. Nebraska, a few others were at least like considering him down the stretch. But again, big keep for Bill Belichick.
And speaking of top 24/7 quarterbacks, we're getting word that Ryder Lyons has his signing ceremony at 2:30 Pacific. That would be 5:30 Eastern. We're going to be on Ryder Lyons watch because there are some reports there that he might not sign. Some people are saying that he will be a part of it. Doesn't have to sign. Remember, that's one of those reminders that we have to kind of throw out there continuously, is that he is an LDS missionary. Will leave in January and then will return, either 18 months or however long it might take him to come back. So doesn't have to sign. But eventually, obviously, BYU would love to have him sign because they need the points in the recruiting scale. It would be their highest ranked recruiting class ever.
Yeah, and they have their quarterback of the future in Bear Bachmeier. Right, obviously 11-0 or whatever the record is for him, and he's a transfer, but he's still a true freshman. And you look at BYU's recruiting class. I love Adam Bywater, the in-state linebacker they got. I think he's like a Lander Barton type. Fun group.
Just got a text. Hudson Standish let me know that it's official. He just found out 5-star edge rusher Zion Ely has put pen to paper. He's official to the Maryland Terrapins. So despite others making a run at him, Auburn, South Carolina, many others, Maryland keeps him at home. Not a huge surprise, but man, that kid on social media, he loves flirting with different schools, but really huge pickup to keep him at home.
Yeah, and I think if you're a fan of someone in the Big Ten, I would be a little concerned. And I know Maryland lost 8 consecutive games, but 2 young edge rushers produced for them. Blair, I think you probably saw their numbers as true freshmen. Zaire Mathis, Sidney Stewart. Now they're adding Zion Ely, who's a speed rusher with explosive takeoffs. I mean, this is a guy that has got 120 inches in the broad jump. One of the freakiest things we have seen in the class. Obviously, they got their young quarterback there as well in Malik Washington. I think they flipped a receiver from Virginia as well. So Maryland's done a little bit of had some action here today as well.
Yeah, a player that we got a chance to see up close and personal for the whole week at the Polynesia Bowl last year. We were talking about it yesterday on the car ride over here, Andrew, about just his potential and his sheer upside. I think it's significant because he had put out a social media post, right, about the fact that he had parted ways with his agency. He put out his email, saying, hey, if you have any business inquiries, like email me here. I think taking matters into his own hands and to get this over the line is significant.
Yeah, can I just peel it back for fans out there that when we talk about this agent stuff, let's not forget, a lot of these people aren't licensed agents. When you hear agent, you think of, guys in the NFL that, you have to get a degree. Yeah, you got to go through all these processes. When we say it's the Wild West, a lot of these guys are, hey, I'm an agent now, and they're repping these individuals. And I was talking to an SEC general manager over the summer months. We're discussing who's got a tougher job. They think us having to grade every player in the country is pretty difficult, believe it or not. But it doesn't sound fun being one of these guys that has to negotiate these recruiting classes, because he brought up an example. Hey, yeah, we took a commitment from this kid winter before his senior year. He had an agent. We had an agreement in place. Next thing you know, 3 months later, that kid's got a new agent, and they want to renegotiate. We tell that kid, okay, yeah, you come in camp, you work out for us, and then they agree to a new term. Well, next thing you know, right before signing day, it's a completely different agent. So now you've negotiated with 3 different individuals, 3 different companies, and they're all working for their client, which is what all 3 of us would be doing up here. But that's what the Wild West is right now. That's what's going on over the past 24 hours. That's what's going to continue until this signing period closes. It's a lot of negotiating. It's a lot of difficult decisions. And the schools are actually calling each other to kind of disclose, all right, hey, we're going to pay him this. He's saying you guys are going to offer this. It's a trading of information on that side as well.
It's a tight rope to walk for some of these coaches and the recruiting staffers, because they're trying to not overpay, right? But they're still trying to figure out what other schools want to pay. I know that a lot of recruits go on some of these game visits, Tom, and they go on unofficial visits during the off season, and maybe they're accompanied by their representative or an agent or someone that has some of those interests in mind, and they try to get a number. There is that kind of that tug and, they're trying to figure out like, okay, how much are you willing to give me?
Right.
This is what other schools want to give me. There is a lot of like a delicate dance between both sides, and they're trying to figure out how far is this school going to go for me, or how high should I go when I'm asking for something? It's something that's really interesting, and sometimes commitments happen without the consent of either family members or agents or whoever else is helping make these decisions, which then creates the drama that we see closer to the finish line.
Well, let's pivot to somebody who deals with these agents and welcome in Notre Dame General Manager Mike Martin. Mike, thank you so much for joining us here today. We appreciate it. I hope your signing day is going well. I just kind of want to jump right into it, man. You made the transition from the NFL to college. I'm just kind of curious, like, how did that transition go from running things on the NFL level and helping out there to pivoting and running a college scouting recruiting department?
I think the transition's gone well. We talk about bumpy road to better. There were some bumps in the beginning. I mean, it was a transition, going from, working exclusively in the NFL, only being familiar with sort of that landscape to coming to college. And there's a lot of different rules, a lot of dynamics, from, admissions to academics to compliance. There's just so many different factors that, I just wasn't familiar with. The recruitment part, recruiting part, which, is a big job in itself. But we have an awesome staff here, recruiting staff that really helped me in that transition, along with the coaching staff and Marcus Freeman. So, couldn't ask for a better situation.
Marcus Freeman always makes it clear he wants to be the best recruiter, the most active recruiter in that building. What have you seen from him on that front since arriving and just kind of partnering him to build in one of the best classes in America?
He says he wants to be. He is. He is absolutely the most active. And he. It's funny. I've been a lot of different places, even as a scout and going into places, and I know the coaches. It's not always the most exciting thing for them to do is the recruiting part of it, but he sort of relishes in it, and he appreciates it and understands, that he needs to be involved at a high level to get the type of players and young men that we want in here. And he does just an awesome job. There's times where, I'll tell you, like, our staff, we have a long list of guys we want to call and reach out to. And, we're thinking, man, he's got game plan. He's got all these different things to do, and we don't want to put too much on his plate. But he'll call down to us like, hey, what are we doing? What do we got? And so he's really hands-on with that. And he's just been awesome, man. It's such a blessing to work with a guy like that that's motivated to help us on the recruiting side.
Mike, we speak to recruits throughout the recruiting cycle, and guys that go on visits or guys that go to games or the conversations that they have with Notre Dame, and it's always positive feedback. They talk about the Lucky Charms, and they talk about the Pot of Gold Day, and there's so many different dynamics. How do you balance the appeal and the brand of Notre Dame and some of those natural recruiting advantages with now the NIL space?
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge, right? Because you want people to focus on the values that Notre Dame has to offer and what we stand for. But this is also there's a business side to it, now as it relates to the NIL things in the space, NIL space. But I think we do a nice job of sort of bringing it back to who we are, and we really believe in. It's not really hard to sell who we are. We believe in the academic portion. We believe in, hey, look, we are going to chase national championships on the field, and we're going to compete at the highest level. But we're also going to compete at the highest level, off the field, in the classroom, developing young men to be, sons, the fathers, the husbands that, that they're intended to be. And so I think it makes it a little bit easier, even though, again, some of the business aspects can be challenging. I think when you stay consistent with who you are, I think it tends to work out.
Mike, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I think all of your guys have officially signed, so you're allowed to talk about them. Former NFL guy, you said it, you've been out on the road, scouted all these individuals. I mean, is there one or two guys in this signing class that you're like, yep, this is the one, he reminds me of this, or, I think this of him?
Man, I don't want to single out one. I think we have a bunch, man. We got a bunch of young men, and I definitely don't want to leave anyone out. But I will say that we brought in tremendous talents on the offensive side, the defensive side. We brought in size along the offensive line, speed at the wide receiver position. We brought in guys that also bring size at the wide receiver position, strong hands, ball skills, run after catch ability. On the defensive side, defensive line in the front, we brought in some anchors there, along with guys that'll be able to help us in terms of getting after the quarterback and rushing the passer. And I'm really excited about the backfield, defensive backfield. The secondary. We have shutdown corners there and some dynamic players at the safety positions that can help us take the ball away. And we know how important possessions are. And so when you can take the ball away and give our offense more possessions, it's a tremendous help. And in our backfield, we're bringing in a couple talented running backs that I think have the ability, could play it anywhere in the country. And we're grateful that they chose here. And we also brought in a really talented quarterback that we think will help this program. And so, happy about how it worked out. Excited. I will say that all of our guys got their grenades back in about 20 minutes or less. So, I think that speaks to their excitement and how locked in they were. And we also, I'll say that I think we may be the only Power 4 school to not have any decommitments. And so I'm really excited of all the stats. I think I'm the most proud of that.
Mike, thank you so much. Congrats on an incredible class. The recruits rave about you. You're doing a phenomenal job. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you guys having me on, and go Irish.
All right, Andrew Ivins. He didn't necessarily single anybody out, but you know what? I want you to.
Well, he talked about the secondary, and it's kind of more of the same. And I've said that a few times when we've done some pre-signing day stuff. I mean, I love this group. Joey O'Brien, he's in that Kyle Hamilton type of mold. He's got the best ball skills when we talk about the safeties in this class, guys at the top of the board. Hudson Sanders on the scouting department. You mentioned earlier in the show, hey, Braylon Womack, hey, Jet Washington. How do you figure out which one you're going to name a 5-star? And we have this thing called a blue star prospect where you're going to stand on the table for him. That is Joey O'Brien for Hudson Standish. I think he's a robber. He can get sideline to sideline. Aiden Pouncey, a major riser from us right in my backyard there at Winter Park High School. Guy was excellent as a senior on both sides of the ball. And then the offensive line, it's like, okay, look at this group. It's like these guys can contend for a Joe Moore Award trophy at some point down the line. Tight end, they add Ian Primer, our number 1 ranked tight end, the only 5-star tight end in the class for us. And he's a game wrecker, right? He's a guy that could have played college basketball. And then on top of all this, I think where they're really getting better is at wide receiver. I think they have five of them committed. If we all had to list them and sort them, where you're going to get 5 different opinions, and that's because of how good they are. Group is led by Devin Fitzgerald, Larry Fitzgerald's kid. It also includes Jordan Faison's younger brother, Dylan Faison, who's also a talented lacrosse player. A lot to like, and I think this is going to be the highest recruiting class for Notre Dame since 2008. Does that sound right, Tom?
Yeah, that sounds right, man. Really good job by the staff all in all. But hey, we got more talk about 5-star wide receiver Chris Henry Jr. Still remains unsigned. Look, this is a 3-team battle. We got Oregon, USC, and obviously where he's committed is Ohio State. One source mentioned that there's some serious doubt that he ends up sticking with his pledge to the Buckeyes, and this is really going to come down to Oregon and USC. I mean, I would just love to get your take on this, guys.
Guys, who wants the number 1 class in the 2026 cycle? Could there be a bidding war?
This happened last year with Justice Terry, didn't it? in Texas, Georgia.
Down the stretch, yeah.
That's kind of how it shaped up, and similar situation.
Terry kind of tilted the scales there at the end.
For Texas.
Yeah, it goes without saying. It's significant on every front. I think it sounds like the Heartline news did catch him off guard, right?
That's what I thought.
We were speculating a little bit, and maybe I gave Heartline the benefit of the doubt, but it does seem like it caught him off guard, and him waiting obviously points to that, right?
Well, Blair, I think, you can, when you cover these recruitments, like there's professional ones, there's ones where you're like, all right, we know there's some drama in here. And again, you would know better than me, but from my interactions with Chris Henry, like I could see a scenario where the news broke. It's like, hey, we're just going to go through, we're going to sign right here, and then we're going to reevaluate and reassess instead of, interrupting Matter Day's signing day ceremony and making it about him. And I think it says a lot. His teammates out there wasn't all this drama, right? All right, yeah, I'm going to Ohio State. Then we're going to figure it out there at some point, in the next few days. And who knows what's going to happen.
What kind of cigar do you think Dan Lanning is lining up?
I just want to know if Chad and those guys at USC have one too, just to match it. It's going to be interesting.
And here's the thing, like you can see him playing for either of these programs in year one. Obviously, USC's losing Mekhi Lemon. They're losing Jacoby Lane. They like Tanook Hines. Now they got Caden Dixon-White. Trent Mosley, I think the people in L.A. would say he's one of the most underranked signees for them. Luck Weaver, I love him. But this is a guy where at one point we're like, is he going to grow into a tight end? I mean, he's been 6'5", 215 pounds for 3 years now at Oregon. Evan Stewart, DeCorian Moore. I think they do need kind of some size on the outside. So, both of this makes sense. And, man, if you are a team in the Big Ten, you better have some big corners out there to match and mirror Chris Henry.
All right, Chris Henry hasn't made a final decision, but we got somebody who wants to make a final decision. And that's top 100 edge rusher Carter Gooden. He is down to UCLA, Vanderbilt, Tennessee, number 90 overall player in the 2026 class, an elite talent from the state of Massachusetts, by way of Canada, if I remember correctly. Carter, thanks so much for joining us today, my friend.
Thanks for having me on the show.
I know you got some friends and family there, but just kind of being around everybody, it's signing day. How does it feel to finally be here at this moment?
I'm excited for this moment. It's been a quick process. 2 seasons down here, getting offers, playing football, and I'm just excited to commit somewhere and play football.
As you were narrowing your process down to a couple of elite schools, what were you looking for in a future home?
I was looking for a school that's going to develop me and help me become the best football player I can possibly be.
And then on that same note, I mean, our guys, Andrew Ivins, Brian Doan, they've all raved about you as a player and a person. But you tell us, what is this school getting in Carter Gooden, both on the field and off?
They're getting a player who can stop the run, but most importantly, 1 on 3rd down or 4th down, whenever you need, to rush the passer and sack the quarterback.
All right, Carter, the moment is here. Tell everybody where you'll be continuing your academic and athletic career.
First off, I want to thank my mom for all the hard work, dedication, and sacrifice she's put into me so I could be in this situation. Then I want to thank my 2 brothers for always being there for me, supporting me, playing football with me, always practicing with me. Next, I want to thank my family, friends, and coaches from back home. They got me into football, helped me with my journey here. Next, I would like to thank Coach Moore for believing in me throughout this recruiting process and helping me get to all these offers and be this good at football. Next, I'd like to shout out Coach Rubio, Coach Daniels, and Coach Gordon for my development and training me to become the best pass rusher and run stopper I can be. And I'd like to finally thank my teammates for being with me every day in practice, pushing me to become a better athlete and player. And without further ado, I'd like to announce my commitment to the University of Tennessee.
The Vols are staying hot. Another big win for Josh Heupel and those in Knoxville. Carter, in the end, what tipped the scales for the Volunteers?
It was Coach Gardner. Once I was on my visit with him, I really believed in him, and I believed he could help me reach my goals.
How close was it? I know you were at Vanderbilt, you were at Tennessee, still considering UCLA. How close was it down the stretch for you?
It was really it was a really close decision. I made my final decision last night. I was talking to the coaches from each school, and all were great options, but Tennessee just was a bit better than every other school, and it's the school I want to be at.
Incredible talent headed to Knoxville. Carter Gooden, the newest Tennessee Volunteer. Congrats, and thank you for committing here with us at 24/7 Sports and CBS Sports.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Big get, guys. The rich get richer, Ivans?
Yeah, I love this kid. Said it on CBS Sports HQ yesterday. We might be on an island here. Explosive versatility. I think he fits exactly into what Tennessee wants to do on the defensive side of the ball. Early entry big man, like that first step, and he's a four-sport kid. Tom, you brought up the fact that he's from Canada. We're going to need some Canadian flags inside Neyland Stadium. They also got Gabe Osenda, big squish. He's from Canada as well. The international boom is here when it comes to college football recruiting. We've seen it with college basketball. It is bleeding into the gridiron in that sport. And these kids, they're coming to the States and they're spending, 2 years at these prep schools. I think this is a guy that can contribute early. He reminds me a lot of Akeem Messidor, who's at the University of Miami. He's also Canadian, plays opposite of Ruben Bain. A lot of schools kind of knocked on the door with Carter Goodwin. I think people couldn't figure it out. Is he an edge? Is he an interior defensive lineman? He wants to be listed as an edge. Guys, it doesn't matter. Carter kind of brought it up. I can defend the run, and then the time to quarterback, I can get to the quarterback. So I love this pickup. I thought coming in to today, Tennessee was going to have an excellent day, and look, they're adding a blue chipper.
Highly projectable. I think they've been so good at developing some of these edge rushers and getting them to campus. This is more of an interior guy that's going to be able to kind of fill out, and I think he complements them very well because he's a bit raw, but I think you see it with the tape, right? You see the upside, you see the hand usage. That quick first step is kind of like Alphonso Davies, if you know your Canadian footballers. Really quick, really explosive. I love that pickup.
And we don't think they're done yet. There's a possibility that they flip 3-star defensive lineman J.J. Finch from Alabama. I believe he's still committed but unsigned. Might be evolved. 4-star edge rusher Jordan Carter remains uncommitted. Once committed to Texas A&M. Tennessee is in play. Spoke to a source last night. You were right next to me. Tennessee feels good about all of them. So there's a lot of moving parts. It's going to be an interesting day.
Yeah, and we've gushed about, all right, this offensive core, Faison Brandon, Tristan Keys, David Sanders at one of the tackle spots. Kamari Blair, you also got Big Squish there. How about on defense? I think they got the best linebacker core in the country, or one of them committed. TJ White, he's kind of got some Jalen Walker to his game, and I'm talking about Jalen Walker, who we saw at Georgia. You can play him on ball, you can play off ball. I loved his senior tape and what he's able to do. And then Braden Rouse, he's one of these new age off-ball linebackers, and you look at the guys where we at 24/7 Sports have hit with the linebacker evaluations, and the guys that are playing on Sundays, they're 6'3", they got a ton of range, they usually play offense, and as we kind of constructed our most recent rankings update, it's like, all right, let's find these individuals. We know what our critical factors are, and the first guy that pinged was Braden Rouse out of the state of Georgia. So I just love what Tennessee's doing on offense, and I love what they're doing on defense as well.
A little bit of bad news for the Tennessee Volunteers. It does not sound like Celesi Moa, the 4-star wide receiver athlete who can play a little safety, probably the best pass catcher Andrew out of the state of Utah since Puka Nacua. Doesn't sound like he will sign today. It looks like he's delaying it until Thursday, December 4th, which coincides with his birthday. Utah has been making a huge push to keep the top player in the Beehive State home. Conversations were still going on throughout the night, and it sounds like it's down to those two schools. He was at the Big House this past weekend to watch Michigan against Ohio State, but it does look like a Utah versus Tennessee battle at the finish line.
Well, I'm not surprised that he's entertaining Utah. Utah has played a bunch of guys both ways, right? Everyone was wondering, okay, Travis Hunter, Prime let him go both ways, wide receiver, cornerback, and then we heard all these coaches this offseason talking about deploying guys two ways. Utah is one of the only schools that's actually done it. You said Moa might be the best receiver since Puka Nacua? I like him at safety. That's kind of where I think he shows up with his instincts, vision, ability to jump in front of routes. And with Utah, we haven't talked much about them today. Blair, I know you love the two offensive tackles they got committed there. It's a really good class as well.
Speaking of Utah and going down to BYU, we've got some breaking news from 24/7 Sports national recruiting analyst Brandon Huffman. He says that Ryder Lyons will not sign with the Cougars on signing day. So he is delaying his decision, possibly to later in the early signing period. Maybe Crumble could make a phone call or two.
This one, I think normally it's a massive deal, but I do think that this is a little bit more of like a wait-and-see approach. I don't think he necessarily needed to make a decision today. I don't think there was any pressure to do so. I think BYU would have loved to get that one done. I mean, he's been the face of the class for a long time. But again, I mean, we're 2 years away from seeing him on a football field, so not sure there was pressure to get it done.
I don't want to put on the tinfoil on the head here, but what are some other schools that Rider Lions has been linked to throughout the recruiting process?
Please put on the hat. Because honestly,
throw it on.
Because what has changed with BYU? Literally, your head coach just got extended.
Okay.
They poured all these resources. They just said that we believe in the direction of this program. So only good things have happened for this program, and now he's delaying his decision.
Well, he just took a visit to Oregon.
Yep.
But that was to watch his brother.
Who just changed an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Was he not involved with Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss? LSU looking for a quarterback. We know Landon Duckworth is a name that's been floated out there. I mean, how do we know one of these other schools isn't working the phones right now with Rider Lions?
100%. They'd be dumb not to, because he's a terrific talent at the quarterback position.
And if Dan Lanning has that nice cigar, hey, I want to finish number one, and you can count him as your 2027 or 2028 quarterback.
Yeah. And hey, we might be bringing Chris Henry along as well, right?
Oh,
like
boy.
there are a lot of different components here. I think it's interesting though when you think about it. I know you've been tracking his recruitment for a long time as well, Tom. That that there was a sense that maybe he kind of rushed into a decision when he did. Always seemed to not be ready to really kind of make sure that he was making the call at the time. Andrew, you brought up the fact that he was at Autzen Stadium for the USC game. His brother Walker, who actually did go on a mission, is a tight end for the Trojans. So there was talk that he was only there to watch USC and his brother and kind of make sure he was there in that environment. But it's one of those components now where there are some openings, there's some quarterback dominoes that still have to trickle down, and Rider Lions, similarly to what we saw with Chris Henry, knows that there is no deadline on his commitment.
I also just want to add, like, one thing that Ryder always said early on was that he told me he wanted to go to USC. That's where he wanted to go, and then there was a little bit of a miscommunication between him and the staff, and then they ended up kind of pivoting to Jonas Williams. But, I mean, when I first put in my crystal ball prediction, one of the first ones I ever did in this role, he said it was completely spot on. It essentially came from him, that's where he wanted to go. And then USC kind of pivoted. So I'm not ruling them out down the road. I know Vlad, I don't want to butcher his last name, Diakonov. I believe that's his best friend, his teammate. He signed with USC today. I am not going to be surprised if 2 years from now we end up seeing him playing for the Trojans.
Yeah, and if a kid loves the camera like Rider Lions loves the camera, there might not be more cameras than there are in Los Angeles.
All right, who's available right now?
Jordan Carter, we just talked about. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest fish out there, still unsigned, still uncommitted, should make a decision later today.
Amari Latimer, we haven't mentioned him all day, 4-star running back, committed to Wisconsin. Miami, Tennessee, I think, has been involved there. Cardison Bush, another Miami kind of Wisconsin battle there as well.
Feeling good about the Hurricanes.
Yeah, that's at the 3 p.m. hour. But who else is out
Peyton
there?
Falzone, one-time Penn State commit, Auburn commit, quarterback, tight end. He remains uncommitted, unsigned. We'll see what he decides to do.
Speaking of Utah, the Pula twins, Jaron and Kenan, 4-star wide receiver, the other one being a 4-star athlete. They have yet to also submit their paperwork with Utah, which had flipped them originally from BYU. So that's another one to monitor as things kind of shake out.
I got some breaking news right here. Just got a text. I'm so glad I just mentioned him. So random. Peyton Falzone, one-time top 247, still a high 3-star for us, quarterback, has signed with Penn State. Jackson Ford, you are no longer alone in State College. Message. They can expand it to 2, but Ivans, you were really high on this guy early on. Obviously, a little bit of a project, got a lot of tools, but kind of break him down, the newest Nittany Lion.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of these quarterbacks you come across early. He's got the height. He's on the younger side. He's multi-sport. He actually swims competitively, I believe. I thought there was a lot of flashes there as a junior, and I believe he was kind of in the conversation for a spot at the Elite 11 finals. He ends up getting injured as a senior, so senior year cut short. You don't want to see it with these quarterbacks, but the tools are there. And, some schools viewed him as a tight end at one point, but he wants to be a quarterback. I see the vision with a quarterback. It feels like, guys, every Saturday, I don't know about you, I'm watching a variety of different games on my back patio. I got all the screens going, and it's like, yep, this quarterback runs, this quarterback runs, this quarterback runs. How many guys every weekend are running for over 100 yards as quarterbacks? I'm talking about like Haynes King out there, John Mateer. Like, you can win with these quarterbacks. They might not be NFL prospects, but they're guys that can get the job done on Saturday. So I think Peyton Valzone is in that bucket.
Previously committed to Penn State, ends up flipping to Auburn. That situation changes. Tom, what kind of things do you remember about his initial commitment to Penn State, and what would drive him to play there despite the coaching uncertainty?
James Franklin. I mean, that was the thing there initially, and then obviously I think he just saw a brighter future. And then they had Troy Hune, so it's like make him look around to be the only quarterback in Auburn's class. And then obviously things fell apart at Auburn, so new quarterback. They bring in their guys from USF and things like that. And I believe it's Rice Brush flipping to Auburn. So no spot for him there, back to the drawing board, and he finds a home back at Penn State. Another guy, an in-state guy, that just simply loves Penn State. And I think in the end, this is where he's happiest. So really nice get there. Let's look at, I know Hudson Standish has been all over this. We talked about the best available. We talked about Lamar Brown, still unsigned right now. We talked about Calvin Russell. I also heard some stuff about LSU potentially getting involved there with Calvin Russell. They were a big player early on. Washington, go ahead.
LSU, I was going to mention that with Calvin Russell. I think me and you, I was in the penalty box for a little bit, missed the line change there.
It's on you, man.
You think about it, Calvin Russell wants to play both sports, right? His mom played basketball at Miami. She's in the Hall of Fame there. He is a talented basketball prospect. I brought this up. Dusty May, now the head coach at Michigan, they identified this guy. He can play basketball. LSU allows Trey'Dez Green, the tight end, to actually play basketball for the Tigers. He got minutes. He was in the rotation this past season for them. So, we hear it all the time. Oh, I'm going to play two sports in college. That usually doesn't come to fruition. The football staff kind of puts him to the side. Hey, no, you're playing football. There is none of this basketball stuff. LSU has proof of concept with Trey'Dez Green. And now that Lane Kiffin's there and they're looking to make some noise and some excitement, I could see that one making some sense if Calvin Russell, extends this thing. Michigan as well. And Tom, we know people in Ann Arbor. I talked to him. That was legitimate about him potentially playing both ways. And where does Michigan need to get better? They need to get better at that wide receiver position. They have the offensive line figured out. You have your quarterback of the future. You could have a potential three-headed monster with these running backs, adding five-star Savion Hyder to the backfield that also has Jordan Marshall. They got Andrew Marsh, but they need more playmakers to unlock Bryce Underwood. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
Go ahead.
You mentioned Jet Washington.
Yeah.
I've been told that it's more of a courtesy thing. He's got a ceremony later this afternoon around 2:30 Pacific, so 5:30 Eastern. He's got a ceremony at Bishop Gorman.
Okay, so nothing to worry
Some
about.
other guys on this list from Hudson Standish, I think this is great work. Kenny Darby was a LSU wide receiver commit.
Yeah. Nearly flipped to Bama at one point.
My kind of guy. I think this guy's electric, and we look for the size at that wide receiver position, the guys that can win on the outside. Yeah, you want those. But I think out of all the route runners and the guys that are elastic in the slot, and to me, I think about Mario Craver, Malachi Toney. There's some of that in Kenny Darby. I think sounds like Mississippi State, I believe, is involved there. Mississippi State's having a really good day so far. They flipped Mekhi Nickerson, held on to Braylon Womack. Be fun to see him in that offense, and Jeff Lebby has gotten the most out of those guys.
Let me just ask you about one more guy real quick. Cole Bergeron, back on the market, down to a couple schools, but what kind of player are we talking that could land at whether it's Arkansas or Georgia Tech?
Yeah, he's got tools. It's a bit surprising he's still available right now. I think as, maybe some of these AAC jobs get filled and make sense there. I think he can play at the Power 4 level, but I think for these quarterbacks, you can transfer up. We see it. So just find a spot where they have a vision and a plan for you. If he waits until that January, February window, he's going to have some options.
All right, little segue here from somebody that was once committed to Virginia Tech, but we will bring on Virginia Tech head coach James Franklin. Fired up to have you. Thank you so much for joining us today, Coach.
Guys, I appreciate it. Great to see you.
I got to ask, I kind of brought this up earlier, but you made it clear during your opening press conference that you are a player's coach, and it's obvious from knowing you, watching you interact with players, talking to the commits and the players, but why is that so important to you when dealing with prospects?
Well, I think at the end of the day, this is still a relationship-based business, and there's some business components now in a different way than obviously we all got involved in this game in the beginning. It's changed, but it's still about relationships. If the players know how much you care about them, then you got a chance to be really hard and demanding on them because they know it's coming from the right place. And all that starts in the recruiting process. All the things that you say during the recruiting process when they show up on campus, are those things accurate? And are you building trust? Or are you selling something that you don't really believe in? And then literally the day they show up on campus, those things start to break down. That's not what we're about. I've lost a ton of recruits because we've told them the truth and not what they want to hear. But I think in the long term, it's the right thing to do when it comes to development.
Coach, it's been a whirlwind 2 weeks for you. Take us behind the scenes of what it's been like to learn about this program, learn about the potential and how you've been able to recruit these last few weeks.
Well, I must admit, I haven't slept much, and I'm a little envious because I saw other coaches that got hired and they landed, and none of their commits decommitted from those schools. One guy landed his plane, and the number one recruit in the country, I think, was waiting for him. We had a very different process, and we've been ripping and running. We had 17 kids in last weekend and their families on official visits. I'm the only hired coach in the building. I got a tight end, Pierce Peterson, asking me, what does the tight end room look like? I said, I have no idea. He said, who's my tight ends coach going to be? I said, I have no idea. He said, who's the offensive coordinator going to be? I said, you got to trust me. And we were able to put it together. And I'm proud of where the class was before and where the class is now. A lot of the Virginia Tech people jumped in and helped. I brought 8 people with me, off the field people with me from Penn State, and they were critical in this. A lot of you guys know Andy Frank and some other guys on my staff, but we were able to hustle and get some good things done in a very short period of time. But I'm gonna sleep well tonight, I'm gonna tell you that.
James, I'm sure you're still kind of figuring out, how to get around town. But I actually went to my first game at Virginia Tech this season. My initial takeaway is, wow, the recruiting base here, the access to players from Blacksburg. I mean, within a 5-hour drive, so many different pockets you can get into. Pittsburgh, Ohio, obviously the DMV, Carolinas, down into Georgia. And we see what you've done here in such a short amount of time. This has got to be just the start. I mean, what do you think you could achieve from a talent acquisition perspective there at Virginia Tech?
Well, as you guys know, it takes time, right? Usually these classes take 2 years to put together, and a ton of resources and a ton of manpower, and we didn't have that. So I'm very proud of what we're able to do. I think this is a really good foundation to start from, but we have much higher expectations than just the top 25 or wherever we're at right now. We have much higher expectations than that, but I love the class. I love what we were able to do. We are going to take a ton of pride in the state of Virginia and the surrounding footprint. Obviously, everybody wants to recruit nationally. We will do that as well and did a little bit of that in this class. But if you don't take care of your home first, the high school coaches, the high schools in the state and the players in the state of Virginia, it's hard to go out any further if you're not taking care of your backyard first.
Hopefully he's put pen to paper, but top 247 linebacker Terry Wiggins announced for Virginia Tech here on our site. What made him a guy that you pushed so hard for and wanted to land?
Well, first of all, he's got a great mom and dad. They've done a great job raising him. I think Coatesville High School and Coach Ortega have done a great job. And then we got to know him. I've known him and his family for probably 3 years now. He also has a profile that I know you guys like as well. He's a long, angular guy. He's 6'4". He's probably a cheeseburger away from 210 pounds and has the chance to really fill out and still be an athletic, lean, explosive playmaker at the next level. So we're excited about him. We've had a chance to see him in a lot of different areas. His tape this year, I thought he did a really good job on both sides of the ball as a tight end, being physical as a blocker, as well as obviously on the defensive side of the ball. But I think he has tremendous growth potential. He's a guy that's going to be coming early and getting on campus. I think he's a guy that you guys will get a chance to see next season, and he'll come running out of that tunnel, enter Sandman, and he's going to look like a totally different human being. And I can't wait to watch his development.
Coach, we actually have a similar taste in desserts here. We got our crumble cookies. We noticed that you guys had those today at your signing day. Was there like an underlying message there, or are you just a big crumble cookie fan?
Yeah, if you go back the last 12 years, we've had crumble cookie at every one of our celebrations. People are trying to connect the dots there and stir up some drama. I'm focused on Virginia Tech, but go back and do your homework. We've been fans of crumble cookie for a long time.
Coach, you're the man. Thank you so much. Congrats on a great signing day and the close of the class, and good luck this year in Blacksburg.
Thanks, guys. Truly appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you. Well, he fires me up, man. If you're a guy that if you are considering Virginia Tech, and you've been there, it's hard not to see why everybody gets excited about that place.
Tom, had to go there with my wife. We went to a game, interim coach Friday night, Inter Sandman. It's one of those things you got to see it to kind of believe in it. Packed stadium. That fan base is going to rally around James Franklin. I know you guys discussed it a little bit earlier on the show, just kind of the changes in the ACC. I think he's going to have it ripping and roaring. I touched on that recruiting base. I mean, what he was able to do at Penn State, I don't think talent acquisition was an issue in any way, or player development. And Virginia Tech, this is going to be the highest ranked recruiting class of all time until probably next cycle, in the following cycle, when they can really set up shop and identify who they want to go after. I mean, the fact that they've gone into the top 25 with essentially one guy. I mean, what he said, it was just me, and he's able to talk these guys into coming to Blacksburg. It's very impressive.
His persona resonates whenever you hear other recruits talk about the presence that he has as a recruiter. Troy Hune, the quarterback that had been committed to Penn State for such a long time, ends up getting an offer from Stanford and Andrew Luck. And when Andrew Luck gives you a phone call and you say, I'm kind of waiting to see what James Franklin's going to do, that speaks volumes, right? And I think that was a perfect example of the type of pull that James Franklin will have in Virginia Tech, because they're going out all the way to the West Coast for their quarterback. I think they're going to have that reach from across the country. And if they start winning some games, especially early on in his tenure there, I mean, I think you can pencil in the Hokies as being in that upper echelon of the ACC once again.
None of this surprises me. The close for Virginia Tech down the stretch, the buzz over at our Virginia Tech site, VT Scoop. I mean, James Franklin is a player's coach. He is an incredible football coach. The staff behind the scenes does all the right things. This is a huge get for Virginia Tech to get him in the fold. Thought he got shortchanged a good bit at Penn State. And look, man, they're a little lost right now. And Brian Doan laid it out clearly that things are really rough in State College, but they are booming right now in Blacksburg.
Other takeaway from being at Virginia, like the in-state talent there, the level of football. This past NFL draft, 2 kids that play their high school football in the state of Virginia, they were selected in the first round. Chris Cole, like one of my favorite linebackers in recent years, went to school 30 minutes from Virginia Tech's campus. And like, people have come into that state and they pulled these guys. They've gone to Tennessee. They've gone to Georgia. They've gone into the SEC. I think James Franklin's going to change that.
All right, we got some breaking news. This one Mike Roach has been working on all day long, and it's kind of taking a twist. Legend Bay top 247 athlete, freak show on the offensive side of the ball, has flipped his decision. He is no longer headed to Ohio State, and he has signed with Tennessee. I got a wing text from a staffer in Knoxville. They are fired up about this one. Andrew, what did the Vols land?
Yeah, explosive playmaker, Swiss Army knife, and a guy that can be a bit of a gadget, right? He's a high school quarterback. You think about double passes in that department, but he fits the Tennessee offense. And if you look at Josh Heupel's track record with the running backs, he's hit on a lot of them, and there are guys that play different positions, and we'll see where Legend Bay lines up for the Vols. But I think in a zone scheme, his ability, the speed to get to the perimeter, the creativity, this guy is going to be a featured individual in Tennessee's offense at some point.
A lot of drama as you've laid out, as Mike Roach has thoroughly covered throughout this process. And it sounds like mom won out in the end. And then you also wonder about the effect of Brian Hartline, bouncing and taking that other job and kind of, what that's going to do for the Buckeyes moving forward.
Wild. Did not expect that.
Where are they now in the rankings? They were 8, 20 minutes ago, 2 top 247 prospects. I mean, they are climbing.
It looks like if this is updated, it's now 7.
Yeah, so a big winner today, Tennessee.
Yeah, strong finish for those guys. Running the top 7, we got top 10. We got USC, Oregon, Alabama, Notre Dame, Georgia, Ohio State, and Tennessee. So Chris Henry's one that we need to continue to watch. We'll see how that one plays out, but this was a big one. Really nice get there. Big picture, you just mentioned a winner in Tennessee. Are there anybody else jumping out to you as a potential winner here down the stretch?
Yeah, I kind of hit a little bit on Mississippi State. And could we show some love for maybe some schools we haven't talked about? I know we've kind of danced around Miami. This is going to be the 4th year in a row. They have the top class in the ACC. Jackson Cantwell, I think we've now gone 4 hours without talking about Jackson Cantwell. He's probably going to be a preseason freshman All-American, probably going to step in and take over for Francis Mawanoa up front there. They're still looking to put some final touches on that class. What really jumps out to me, aside from the offensive line, which is always the case with Mario Cristobal and Alex Mirabal, I love the wide receivers. Samorian Wingo, it reminds me of Jeremy Bernard at Alabama. I think that's most college football fans are going to be familiar with. Heats up after the catch, big physical individual. Milan Paris, they flip him out of Ohio from Iowa State. Reminds me of Jaden Higgins. And the high school tape is better than Jaden Higgins' high school tape, so that's scary to think about there. They love their quarterback, Darion Coleman, in terms of what he could be in a Shannon Dawson offense. And then on the defensive side of the ball, Corey Heatherman, he allows those guys to pin their ears back and go get the quarterback. They're going to do that with a DeAnthony Lafayette. They're going to do that with some of those other individuals that they have. And really for Miami in recent years, we've kind of seen some fireworks on signing day, playing a little defense. It's not sexy, but they did what they had to do. Jalen Waters, 4-star corner, top 247 guy, big boundary individual. Auburn was calling on him. A few other schools were involved there. They get him signed, sealed, and delivered.
If we could just stick with Miami, just kind of keep that rolling there. They got some guys from your neck of the woods out in California that they landed, I think we all kind of like.
Yeah, the big one I think early on was Vance Spafford. Yeah. To flip him from Georgia, right? It is no easy task, and they accomplished that feat. And I think he's a player that's, I think, going to help them right away because he's got the speed, he's got the route running ability, he's sure-handed, he does a lot of the stuff that you need to do underneath. Maybe not as explosive or as electric as a Malachi Toney, so not expecting him to put up those types of numbers, but I do think he's going to be a major contributor in that wide receiver room, which adds a number of playmakers. This is a program that's gone well over a decade without signing a top 5 wide receiver in the country. They do have 2 of the top 7 in this class, or 2 of the top 9. They're getting that receiver room right, and it's kind of a side effect of what we were able to see from them offensively.
Yeah, it reminds me of Braxton Berrios. Remember him at Miami? I think he could be involved in the return game. Some other teams.
I just wanted to say one thing about the Miami class, and a guy that we have raved about for a long time, and a guy that I'm just a huge fan is quarterback Darion Coleman. I mean, that guy, he moves the needle for me. I think a lot of people question his size, but he's a dog, and he throws it as well as anybody in the country. And I would put him toe-to-toe in that setting with anybody. Now, I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback next year, but that guy has the ability to be a contributor year one. Again, needs to continue filling out. and that may be a struggle, maybe not. But Darion Coleman is an elite thrower of the football, a guy you've seen a million times, Andrew. That one's a huge win for me for Miami.
Illinois, another winner. We have not discussed them once on this show. They flipped running back Javion Bennett from Alabama. That flew under the radar. I believe this is going to be their highest ranked recruiting class since Ron Zook was on the sidelines. Remember him many moons ago? And it looks like they're going to more than likely add offensive lineman Micah Smith, who's committed to UCLA. I believe his brother, transfer portal quarterback from the FCS level, he's already announced that he's transferring into Illinois. So they're doing some things there in Champaign. And we talk about, the Big Ten. All right, can more of these schools kind of get talent and get the roster right? The blue chip ratio, as Bud Elliott would say. Washington up to number 13 in the rankings. Washington right now after flipping Jordan Clay yesterday from Baylor, wide receiver, landing Trez Davis out of Louisiana. I love Washington's recruiting class and Jed Fish and that operation they got going on there.
We saw Derek Zammit at the Elite 11, right? This is a player who is going to have a lot of toys to play with there in Seattle. I think top to bottom, it's really reflective of what we were able to see out of Jed Fish when he was at Arizona. Remember that class that he brought in with T-Mac and Noah Fafita and Kayan Burnett and a few of those long projectable defensive backs. I love what they did in Southern California. Again, getting a Jaron Jones who was a top target for USC, which was fighting for some of those big defensive backs in their own backyard. I think USC has to be named a winner as well in some regard, right? Flipping Caden Dixon-Wyatt is huge, and they seem to have life as we continue to circle on Ryder Lyons and Chris Henry Jr. and some of the other names that are still available. I think the Trojans, when you think about what they want to do in this class and load up on high school players, they already have 13 or 35 commitments. I think they want to continue to add to that. And if there's more star power out there available, I would expect USC to continue to push for that.
I hate to be negative, but we talked about some winners. What about some losers? Obviously, I think we've kind of hit it pretty hard when it came to Penn State and the now 2 signees that they have. So shout out to Jackson Ford and Peyton Falzone. But anybody else kind of catching your eye that just simply didn't do enough this cycle, didn't do enough today?
Yeah, I think it's better or easier to answer that question when it applies to today.
Yeah.
Ohio State, but when you have your ace recruiter, that is going to certainly shuffle some things. Alabama, they've kind of lost some guys that here down
quiet.
A little down quiet. But Bryson Cooley, has he made a decision yet? The offensive tackle, but Owen Cabell, they lose him to Vandy. I mentioned Jabari Barnett, the running back. This isn't trying to take away from the top of that class, but it hasn't exactly been a great signing period or signing day so far for Alabama. Clemson, we don't have to pour it on here. You guys discussed it with Bud, but what is going on there? What is the plan? What is the fix? Because if you're not going to be in the transfer portal and you're signing 18 to 20 guys every year, that's going to put you in a position where you get late in the season, you're going to have depth issues. And that used to be Clemson's major advantage, right? Guys go down, hey, we got this 4-star sitting there in the wings. That's not the case anymore at Clemson. So those are some others. I'm sure there are more out there.
I look at LSU because we started the show discussing and wondering what Lane Kiffin would do on his first official signing day as LSU's head coach, and it seems like it's lacked fireworks. It's lacked maybe the expectations, and maybe that's the byproduct of setting a bar so high that we kind of expect the theatrics out of Lane Kiffin. But it's a class that's now outside the top 10. You've got some players delaying their announcements or their ceremonies. Haven Finney being one of them, the elite corner out of Southern California, who has always kind of hinged on the future and the status of defensive backs coach Corey Raymond there as well. The status of Frank Wilson seems to be a hot topic among those recruits as well. So I think the fact that there's no real clarity with the Tigers feels like a missed opportunity for Lane Kiffin, which I think could have catapulted himself and really helped accentuate his signing there in Baton Rouge.
Winner, West Virginia. Matt Sieg started it off. Really good day for them. I don't know if they added Jaden Ricketts, but just really look at their body of work here over the past few weeks. Kevin Brown, offensive lineman, that I'm sure James Franklin would have loved to get to Virginia Tech. He goes to where his dad went to school. SMU in Rhett Lashley. They got Sam Utu, former Alabama offensive line commit. This is going to be SMU's highest ranked recruiting class ever. You think about Rhett Lashley, what he's been able to do since he was in the ACC. He signs an extension there. A lot of young pieces on that roster they like. Minnesota 25th in the rankings there with PJ Fleck. Now it's a big class. They got a lot of guys in there. Not necessarily a ton of top-ranked guys, but you start going through there, a trained eye, you're going to get excited about some of these individuals. Howie Johnson, he's the gem of the class. Someone to me that looks like he could be in the NFL right now just with his body type. Rico Blasingame, Blair out of your neck of the woods. Justin Hopkins, a versatile DB. And then Ryan Estrada out of El Paso, Texas. I know people don't think football players come from El Paso, but they do. LJ Martin at BYU, that running back, he's had a heck of a season for the Cougars, and Estrada's one of the top rushers out there.
All right, let's talk about the final. As we put a bow on this, some of the signing day headlines. Obviously, we talked about five-star wide receiver Chris Henry Jr. still has not put pen to paper with Ohio State. You got USC, who I'm kind of hearing isn't really pushing for him right now. So I think we're still keeping the closest eye on Oregon. Five-star edge rusher Zion Ely, as expected, put pen to paper with Maryland, despite a push from South Carolina and Auburn and a couple of others.
I'd add Richard Anderson signing with LSU. Is that accurate?
Oh, yeah, that's done. That's a huge one as well. They got to get Lamar Brown done, the other five-star defensive lineman. Four-star athlete Legend Bay, we just raved about him, flipping his commitment from Ohio State to Tennessee and then actually signing right away, which is the key. And then obviously five-star wide receiver Calvin Russell. I'd kind of call Syracuse a little bit of a loser today because of the fact that they didn't get that one across the finish line. So, and then up-to-date rankings, we got USC sitting there at number 1. That is the class to beat right now. We'll see what Chris Henry decides to do. Oregon right there behind him, Notre Dame, Alabama, Tennessee, and the rest
last
of
time
the top 10.
Tennessee was ahead of Georgia.
Jerry Curtis impact right there. Not great. Not what you're looking for. But guys, thank you so much for staying here with us all day long. It's been an incredible show, 4 hours. As always, we appreciate you guys liking and subscribing to the 24/7 Sports and the CBS Sports College Football YouTube channel. But we have a promo before we wrap things up. Again, NSD 2025. That'll get you 65% off a 247sports.com subscription. Go to your favorite team site, slide in NSD 2025, and sign up today. But for Andrew Ivins, our director of scouting, national analyst Blair Angulo, I am Tom Lloyd. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time.